Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 1. Ordinary Person. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Ordinary Person. Zhang Fuxing squatted at the street corner, expertly picked up a yellow balloon, blew it into a long strip, and tied it, smilingly handing it to the little boy. The little boy left joyfully. Zhu Xiaoming, leaning on the steps, wondered. Zhang Fuxing said calmly. His buddy scratched his bald head. Zhang Fuxing said philosophically. Zhu Xiaoming was confused. At this moment, two doll-like little girls appeared, twins, bouncing along, both round and chubby, looking so adorable as if pinching their cheeks would make them howl in tears. The twins raised their heads, their eyes shining brightly. Zhang Fuxing spoke softly. The twins said in unison, pulling out a $100 bill. Zhang Fuxing, with an unchanged face, took the $100 bill, gave back $80 in change, and picked up a balloon. He puffed and blew them into two long strips, handing them to the doll-like twins. The little girls took them, speaking cutely. Zhang Fuxing looked serious, pointing at the long balloon in one girl's hand. He pointed at the balloon in the other girl's hand. The twins were confused and silent, the bright sparkle in their eyes gradually fading. They ran off crying. Zhu Xiaoming stared blankly at this scene. For a while, his eyelid twitched, wanting to say something, but he only saw the handsome young man stand up, pat his butt, and said ruefully, saying this, Zhang Fuxing swiftly packed up the stall, rolling up the cloth bag. Why run? Zhu Xiaoming had no words. After running away, upon hearing, Zhu Xiaoming shook his head. The martial arts dojo's tuition is 100,000. Saving like this would take forever. Why not ask Uncle Zhang directly? Zhang Fuxing rolled his eyes. Talking to you rich kids is pointless. Yes, my dad's a doctor, but he has principles. He sighed, carrying the cloth bag, walking while glancing at the Jiangzhou River to the right. Zhang Fuxing softly said. Zhu Xiaoming was a bit puzzled. Zhang Fuxing smiled without answering, slightly lost in thought. Contract. He had a contract that could buy or sell anything: enlightenment, root bone, memory, cultivation, lifespan. The contract appeared 2 days ago when Zhang Fuxing learned the contemplation technique, appearing on his forehead during contemplation. At first it was very dim, unusable, but gradually it brightened, and just moments ago it finally glowed, capable of making one transaction. According to the naturally conveyed information on the contract, its use had no restrictions. Anyone could be a trade partner, but the trade object must completely, wholeheartedly desire to make a deal. No coercion allowed. It's like the storybook Devil from the West. They purchase souls, but those who lost their souls willingly agree because the devil offers an irresistible price. How could one convince a genius to sell their talent, a blade master to sell their technique, a long lifer to sell their lifespan? How to earn the first bucket of gold, or rather, complete the first transaction? This was a dilemma. Zhang Fuxing considered finding well-known people about to pass away to sell them lifespan, but then there's a problem. Throughout history, the door-opening brick has been most crucial. Never mind that he had no means to approach such esteemed figures. Also forget convincing them of this magical ability. What about after selling the lifespan? Precious yet dangerous possessions turn one into a target. One could foresee oneself being kept captive, endlessly trading with one person after another, all proceeds flowing to the esteemed figures. Zhu Xiaoming touched his big bald head. Why not have a word with my dad? Let him lend you some money first. Zhu Xiaoming, Zhang Fuxing's high school best friend, soon-to-be freshman at Jiangzhou University's martial arts department, come from a wealthy family. His father is a construction company owner. Zhang Fuxing shook his head. Forget it. It's not the $100,000. I lack but talent. He sighed lightly. He too was soon to be a Jiang University freshman, but unlike Zhu, who was in martial arts, he was in computer science. Jiang University's martial arts department, aside from cultural requirements, also demanded that before college entrance exams, students must cultivate at least one of either the contemplation technique or the breathing technique to a minor achievement. The former tests enlightenment, the latter examines root bone. Zhu Xiaoming, a bit shook, said, "You know my situation. It's no secret. All my talents were stacked up with Dad's money." Chen Wanyu, the elite among the elite in Lishu Middle School's talent class, is the kind you admire from afar. Of course, they knew Chen Wanyu, but she didn't know them. Zhu Xiaoming comforted. Zhang Fuxing shook his head. Federation developing AI is to serve martial artists, isn't it? Since we're here in this world, how can we not strive towards the summit? Zhu Xiaoming was silent for a moment, confused. Zhu Xiaoming shook his head, rolling his eyes. Zhang Fuxing laughed heartily. They parted ways at the crossroads. One headed to the bustling central 3 districts, the other toward the perpetually clouded lower 3 districts. The Federation is a class-divided federation. Even the city districts are tiered, from 1 to 9. The smaller the number, the richer, more prosperous, peaceful, and safe. Zhang Fuxing lived in the 7th district, not a slum, just a regular folks area. Except his father was not ordinary. Passing by rows of shops on the street, turning into a dark alley leading straight to the 8th and 9th districts, ignoring the heavily made-up prostitutes casting flirtatious glances his way, Zhang Fuxing finally stopped at a small clinic. The clinic's door was tightly shut. A closed sign hung. Clearly, there was business. He entered the clinic, turning into the basement. In the dim basement, a middle-aged man was calmly performing surgery, wearing a white lab coat. A coolly detached young girl lay on the simple operating table. The girl was holding a handgun, the black muzzle pointed at the doctor. Seeing someone come in, she shifted the gun's direction toward Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing ignored the gun aimed at him and called softly. He glanced at the girl. Elite student of the best high school in the central 3 districts, Lishu Middle School, Jiang University's martial arts department admit, Chen Wanyu. Chapter 2, Underground Doctor. Chapter 2. Underground Doctor. Zhang Fuxing handed over the tweezers. The doctor calmly inserted the tweezers into the wound, fiddling around. The girl's face was pale, clearly without anesthesia. Her hand holding the gun trembled slightly. Zhang Fuxing wondered, what if it accidentally fired? She seemed to want to distract herself, and spoke with difficulty. The doctor nodded. Chen Wanyu glanced at the boy with a delicate look, unfazed by the gun, and nodded slightly. She obviously didn't recognize her schoolmate, Zhang Fuxing. Not compared to you. The doctor remained expressionless. Zhang Fuxing looked at Chen Wanyu. Her wine-red hair was messy, and she had stripped off her shirt, only binding her chest with cloth. Her shoulder had a gunshot wound, and a short sword was stabbed into her upper abdomen. Her slender waist had no excess fat, and the slight blood stains only accentuated her pale and delicate abdomen. As he spoke, the doctor extracted a flattened bullet from her shoulder and then turned his gaze to the short sword stuck in her abdomen. The sword edge cut an artery on the abdominal wall, but happened to also press on the arterial opening. If it was slightly off, or if you had pulled out the sword, you'd have bled to death by now. Chen Wenyu calmly spoke. The doctor put down the tweezers and instructed. Zhang Fuxing handed them over one by one. He activated the high-frequency cutting blade and cut open the girl's upper abdomen. Time slowly passed by as the doctor steadily stitched the wound. This is not a hospital after all. This is just a temporary closing of the abdomen. You need to watch out for abdominal compartment syndrome and thrombosis complications. The girl slowly got off the operating table, put on her coat, and picked up her large handbag, but then paused, as if contemplating something. The doctor said calmly. Chen Wanyu paused and then put away her gun, opened the handbag, took out a small bag of powder, and tossed it out. The girl said coldly, I've heard of Dr. Zhang Fuxing saw the handbag stuffed full of longevity powder, probably about 30 to 50 pounds. After this, favored daughter of heaven left. Powder heist. Was she that short on money? Risking so much? Wait a minute. Zhang Fuxing pondered and asked. A scalpel couldn't cut her skin. Only a specially made high-frequency cutting blade could. Zhang Fuxing listened in shock. The martial artist's 12 refinements. Skin 3, flesh 3, 3 tendons, bone 3, totaling 12. A third refinement martial artist. The Master Chun, whom the high school principal hired for a hefty price, is also a third refinement martial artist. But according to the school, Chun Wanyu was supposedly a near first refinement quasi-martial artist, an already rare talent. After all, one could only begin cultivation after fully developing at 16 or 17, and after mastering the contemplation technique and breathing technique. Third refinement. That's probably the level of Jiang University's martial arts department elites, or even some of the teachers. Why would such a talent take such a reckless risk? Zhang Fuxing's thoughts raced around, his eyes slightly flickering. A contract cannot be signed through coercion. It requires genuine willingness, even a pressing need. If there's no need, create one. If there's no hardship, manufacture it. Zhang Wentao asked casually as he took off his gloves and washed his hands. We don't need that 100. Old Zhang frowned. As a neutral underground doctor, Old Zhang might not be exceptionally skilled, but at least he dealt with all sorts of people daily, making his information channels particularly well-informed. If he weren't so ethical, he could have been a millionaire by now. That small bag of longevity powder just flushed down the sewer might be worth 3,000 to 5,000. For the past decade, Old Zhang had destroyed several bags of longevity powder nearly every month, and many people had approached him to help distribute it, delivering it to hospitals in the Central 3 districts, but he'd refused. Your great-grandfather died because of this stuff. I can't manage others, but I can manage myself, Dr. Zhang often said. Zhang Fuxing shrugged. I just wanted to figure out how to save up the tuition for the martial arts dojo. Every little bit helps. Will you be off work early today? Zhou Guifang, a math teacher at an elementary school in the 7th district, is Zhang Fuxing's biological mother. Upon mention of teacher Zhou, a smile finally appeared on old Zhang's usually expressionless face. He quickly tidied up the basement, a daily routine for old Zhang. After all, teacher Zhou didn't know about these activities of his. She only thought old Zhang was just an ordinary clinic doctor. Zhang Fuxing had discovered this by chance, and later his father had frankly opened up to him, even teaching him many survival skills for the lower 3 districts. Old Zhang suddenly said, the master at a good martial arts dojo can often be much more skilled than university martial arts teachers, but one requires high tuition fees, whereas the other has no fees. However, the dojo more easily establishes a true master-disciple relationship, though it does require significant talent. Zhang Fuxing nodded silently. The father and son walked side by side along the road home, their shadows elongated by the setting sun. Among the old customers over the years, there are many martial artists, but none live long. The more formidable they become, the bigger the whirlpool they get sucked into. Dad, why don't we move to the Central 3 districts? You're a doctor, and Mom's a teacher. Initially, it was to support the family, then I got in too deep and couldn't get out. More secrets? Dad, are you perhaps a super-skilled expert hiding from enemies? Spend less time on those fantasy novels and trashy Dragon King dramas, so as not to ruin your brain. All right, Dad. Old Zhang rubbed his head. With a wide grin, Zhang Fuxing caught the rich aroma of braised ribs as they reached the bottom of the stairs. A simple, steady life is actually quite pleasant, but he still wished to see the views from the mountaintop. Chapter 3. You want to scam my pension too? Chapter 3. You want to scam my pension too? Zhou Guifang gave her son a big piece of rib and said to her husband, I'm planning to start tutoring tomorrow. I can't waste the summer vacation 2 months. Old Zhang took a bite of rice. He paused and laughed. With the vacation just started, a few students are eager for lessons. How long has it been since we traveled? As he spoke, old Zhang reached out to brush away the chalk dust on teacher Zhou's hair. Zhou Guifang seemed tempted. The martial arts dojo provides food and lodging, Zhang Wentao said with a smile. Zhou Guifang thought for a moment and nodded. Zhang Fuxing gnawed on a rib, mumbling, so, in your plans, there's no option for taking me along, right? He paused and said seriously, Doctor, the couple exchanged a smile. Teacher Zhou added another piece of stewed rib to their son's plate. After dinner, back in his small room, Zhang Fuxing rubbed his bulging belly. The smile on his face dissipated a bit. It seems that the lower 3 districts aren't very peaceful these days. Otherwise, Dad wouldn't be in such a hurry to take Mom on a trip. After dinner, Zhang Wentao specifically reminded him to stay at the martial arts dojo for the next few days. The dojo would be safe. Did Dad find out something? Zhang Fuxing quietly pondered, trying to calm down, and practice the sunrise basic contemplation technique and third set of standard breathing technique. In his mind, he activated the ancestral acupoint at his brow, contemplated the breaking dawn and rolling morning clouds, while adjusting his breath, attempting to use the standard breathing technique to induce the flow of qi and blood, something I can sell to Chen Wanyu. Or perhaps create such a demand for her, create something that would make her willingly sell her talent, without any hint of coercion. This is very difficult. At least it is difficult for me right now. Even feels like I have no starting point. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts spun around. To create a demand for Chen Wanyu, or to discern her needs, I can't do at the moment. I need to borrow power. The martial arts dojo might be a power, but how to borrow it? His thoughts became clearer as he crossed off enlightenment and root bone on the paper. In the days since observing the contract, Zhang Fuxing had been in an extremely excited state and hadn't truly calmed down to think. Perhaps I can. Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath, feeling eagerly excited, his thoughts becoming clearer. Yes, pretend to be a genius. Normally, enlightenment is greater than root bone, because root bone can be made up for postnatally, piled up with resources, but enlightenment cannot. Of course, those earth-shattering root bones are another matter. As long as you catch the eye of the martial arts dojo's head, as long as you show extraordinary enlightenment. But I've already reached entry level in the contemplation technique. When entering the martial arts dojo, it said you must first verify progress. Zhang Fuxing decisively stood up, his eyes bright. The contract had already sensed that even losing the ability to contemplate, he could freely summon it. Although after use, the contract would dim again. The next time it fills up is unknown, but Zhang Fuxing pressed the lighter. Along with the snap sound, the paper covered in writing was ignited, ashes turning in the air. A second later, Zhang Fu. The paper burned into ashes. Teacher Zhou rushed in, fuming. Zhang Fuxing scrambled away, covering his head. Next morning, watching Dad and Mom sweetly pack their luggage, drive away in the car, Zhang Fuxing clearly saw Dad give Mom a greasy peck on the car. TSK. Zhang Fuxing shrank his neck, clutching the bank card in his hand, taking a deep breath. He didn't rush to the martial arts dojo to pay tuition. Instead, he knocked on the neighbor's door. After a while, the door opened slowly. Uncle Wang, in a white tank top and shorts, wearing flip-flops, said cheerfully, "Little Fuxing?" Uncle Wang joyously accepted the old wine, stepping aside. Zhang Fuxing slipped in, closing the door behind like returning home, sitting down on the sofa. Uncle Wang picked up a fragrant pear, thought about it, then switched to a cheaper apple, handing it to Zhang Fuxing. Chapter 4, Deal Struck. Chapter 4. Deal Struck. This dragon and tiger pill can enhance the spirit and aid in perceiving mysterious factors. Uncle Wang sighed deeply, moving each pill, potion, and bag of rice in front of Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing fell into silence. Heartless. Someone's even more heartless than me. He gave a bitter smile. Uncle Wang shook his fan, feeling melancholic. Zhang Fuxing remained silent. For a moment, he feigned reaching into his pocket, but actually directly communicated with the ancestral acupoint between his brows, materializing the contract. An ordinary-looking piece of lambskin parchment was placed on the table. A vertical line in the middle split the parchment in two. 51 years of cultivation in the contemplation technique and breathing technique. Of course, the true amount of time Uncle Wang spent on these two skills was much less. But it was enough, as over the past 3 years, Zhang Fuxing spent daily only 2 to 3 hours on the contemplation technique. Zhang Fuxing sighed, first trying the sunrise contemplation technique, only to find he had forgotten all its contents. Carefully sensing himself, he discovered a faint feeling of fatigue. The mental boost brought by the entry-level contemplation technique was also stripped away after selling the progress, naturally leading to feelings of fatigue and weariness. He then shifted his focus to the contract. The contract within his brow's ancestral acupoint was somewhat dim but gradually brightening, very slowly, yet surely. Zhang Fuxing thought for a long time, unable to find an appropriate word, silently sensing the feedback information from the contract. When it brightens again, he can reinitiate the transaction. And the time? A month? There seemed to be some way to accelerate recharging or a method to expedite the contract's recovery, but the feedback information was very vague. He sighed lightly. His thoughts touched upon the light ball within the contract representing Uncle Wang's transaction memory, instantly expanding a segment of memory in Zhang Fuxing's mind. It was a moment ago, from Uncle Wang's perspective of what happened. A surge of indescribable excitement welled up in Zhang Fuxing's heart. The martial arts dojo's contemplation technique is surely better than the sunrise breathing technique. Though my own enlightenment is poor, I was able to gain entry level in the contemplation technique over 3 years. Then, what if it's 51 years? Minor achievement? Even great success? Teachers say that contemplation technique at great success has a divine wonder. Something called. Once again knocking on the door, after confirming Uncle Wang didn't remember anything before, Zhang Fuxing decisively headed for the city center. The 3rd district. He felt a sense of impatience, even indulged himself, taking a taxi. From the 7th district to the 3rd district, over 30 to near 40 kilometers, taking more than an hour. Ordinary residents of the lower 3 districts and central 3 districts are actually not allowed to enter the upper 3 districts. The entire upper 3 districts is encased by high walls, with established entry and exit checkpoints, akin to an inner and outer city. But Zhang Fuxing is different. He is a soon-to-be student at Jiang University. The identity card scans, the indicator light turns green. The staff nodded, returned the identity card, meanwhile reminding the driver. The driver nodded and bowed. Passed through the checkpoint, not long before arriving at the destination. 107. Take off a 0. Zhang Fuxing glanced at the round-faced, whiskered driver, who was wearing white socks. Paused for a moment, hurriedly paid and got off. Recently, people online say that Celestial Shu Province's flashy ways are blowing evil winds to Golden Province. Boys out alone should be careful. Zhang Fuxing winced painfully, but as he stood before Hongji Martial Arts Dojo, the sting of spending money faded entirely. Chapter 5. Grim White Bone Observation. Chapter 5. Grim White Bone Observation. Zhang Fuxing, 18 years old, graduate of Lishu Middle School. The receptionist typed quickly, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. Without lifting her head, she said, "The Zero Foundation course is divided into 4 main categories: contemplation, breathing, pile skill, and combat technique." Zhang Fuxing answered decisively. The receptionist nodded. Contemplation classes are held once every 3 days, personally taught by the hallmaster. Zhang Fuxing took his student card, hung it around his neck, thanked her, and quickly headed to the elevator. Hongji Martial Arts Dojo was the top martial arts hall in Jiangzhou City that he chose after much consideration. It's located in the 3rd district, occupying a 5-story building in the city center. And he was back in the training room. He was panting heavily, his expression both shocked and delighted. Was there really such a method in the world? Indeed, there is such a method in the world. A sweat-drenched Zhang Fuxing watched as the naive boy stood up and stepped forward. Not hallmaster, not teacher, but master. The true teachings? Neodali turned around, facing Zhang Fuxing and the others with a simple smile. He began to briefly explain. The honest youth began to speak fluently. The honest youth spoke increasingly smoothly, while Zhang Fuxing cast aside his initial astonishment and don't judge a book by its cover sentiment, listening attentively. After a lengthy discourse, Neodali scratched his head and solemnly said, "A man and a woman came carrying an ancient scroll, and Zhang Fuxing looked towards it. There sat a person, the left half of whose body was rotting like decayed wood, while the right half was grim white bone. The decayed left hand touched the ground, and the white bone right hand pointed toward the sky. The face appeared to be both smiling and crying, seemingly compassionate yet grim. The entire scroll exuded a sense of eeriness, terror, horror, and taboo. Zhang Fuxing swallowed his saliva. "Is it serious?" Neo Dali narrated in a low voice, his tone suddenly rising. The students' spirits jolted, instinctively fixing their gaze on the white bone scroll. The old hall master's knuckles knocked 3 times in the air, which actually made a thud sound into 3 thuds. Zhang Fuxing's vision was entirely filled by the white bone scroll. He felt a chill surge across his entire body, the surroundings once again becoming the grim white bone land, with fierce ghosts issuing silent roars, corpses crawling toward him. He would die, he would truly die. The great crisis sensation between life and death engulfed him. He yearned to speak, to cry out for help, yet could only utter ho-ho sounds. The grim skeletons had reached before him. A thunderous voice pierced into his mind. Zhang Fuxing instinctively followed the words, attempting to envision himself as a grim skeleton, becoming one with these creatures, but he failed. Poor enlightenment. The grim skeletons lunged forward, engulfing him. At noon, the students in the last row were the first to awaken. When all the students from the second row onward, drenched in sweat, broke free from the nightmare-like illusion and bid farewell one by one, the spacious practice room was left with only the old hall master, Neo Dali, and Zhang Fuxing, who sat alone in the first row, his expression pained and struggling, still submerged in purgatory. The old hall master stood up, dusting off his backside, indifferent to the brave young man who remained submerged. Neo Dali scratched his head with a grin. The closer one sat to the front, the more easily they were influenced by the master's spirit, making the illusions more real and terrifying, causing a longer immersion. Thus, the veteran students always sat as far back as possible. The old hall master chuckled. Neo Dali grinned. The old hall master snorted. Saying so, he slowly walked out of the practice room. Neo Dali promptly followed, no longer looking at the new student. Every so often, there would always be an ignorant and fearless newcomer who, against advice, sat in the first row, and those students either dropped out or became permanent residents of the last row. Customary sight. The practice room was utterly empty, with time slipping away bit by bit. Zhang Fuxing still curled up on the meditation mat, expression pained, still submerged. In his senses, the dense mass of bones encompassed him, one after another gnawing at his skin, flesh, sinews, and viscera. Gnaw off a little, grow a little, as if an endless, never-ending Lingqi punishment. He countless times neared collapse, but each time his self-will and spirit approached the brink of collapse, the contract in his brow's ancestral acupoint would faintly tremble. He would then once again awaken, continuing to submerge and endure torment. Time continued to pass until the sun set in the west, and Yutu hung in the sky. Chapter 6. 51 Years of Bitter Cultivation to Enter This Way. Chapter 6. 51 years of bitter cultivation to enter this way. Amidst the feasting of dense skeletons, Zhang Fuxing gradually got used to the tearing pain, which slowly lessened. Or perhaps, Zhang Fuxing felt speechless, as if he was trapped in a loop. This isn't good news. Zhang Fuxing hesitated, since this was at the Hongji Martial Arts Hall, and it was his first attempt. He didn't know if any abnormal changes would occur. He tried to ignore the pain like being carved, attempting to perceive himself as a decaying corpse with no flesh and blood, just bare bones. This time, there was indeed a slight effect. In the descent into the illusion, the speed of growth of blood and internal organs being gnawed by bones slowed somewhat, but only slightly. Zhang Fuxing pondered over and over. He was well aware that with his current level of enlightenment, it was impossible to progress so quickly in the grim white bone observation. The credit could only belong to the contemplation map and the hall master's 3 knocks. In the descent into purgatory, looking at the dense bones crawling all over himself, Zhang Fuxing sighed. Contract. The contract trembled within the ancestral acupoint on his forehead. The next second, Zhang Fuxing felt as if his soul was being forcibly infused with a load of vague concepts. In a daze, he seemed to see some illusory scenery, continuously repeating this descent into purgatory, with new memories emerging in his mind. Memories on cultivating the grim white bone observation. What is I should see myself as such? 51 years of cultivation memories submerged Zhang Fuxing like a tidal wave. Entry-level, minor success, great success of grim white bone observation. Outer aspect, inner realm. I should see myself as such. In the descent into purgatory, Zhang Fuxing opened his eyes, sitting upright in the illusion of descent into purgatory, letting the bones feast on him with just a thought. In the next moment, his spiritual form mirrored in the illusion, half decayed, half white bone, with glowing bones emitting a sparkling radiance. The skeletal fierce ghost suddenly halted, retreating little by little, crowding and jostling, emitting vague howls which gradually became orderly and uniform. As if in praise, Zhang Fuxing could actually understand this chant. It was, "Great Medical King." What nonsense is this? He didn't think deeply, nor did he care, merely letting out a sigh, observing both one's own and others' bodies, all built of white bones. The half-decayed Fuxing surprisingly gave rise to flesh and skin, and those skeletal fierce ghosts also grew flesh and skin. Then they all prostrated, kneeling down, as if seeing their master. The descent into the illusion suddenly shattered. It was already early morning. The entire Hongji martial arts hall was silent, with the dormitory lights off and the martial arts rooms mostly empty. The young martial arts hall handyman held a flashlight, performing the final patrol and inspection. 2, and habitually held down the walkie-talkie. 2 completed. He paused, seeing a large martial arts room with a delicate young boy curled up on a meditation mat, trembling slightly, seemingly in great pain. The handyman frowned, put the walkie-talkie down, walked forward, glanced at the badge hanging on the boy's chest, and reached out to push him. The boy remained unmoving, with a twisted expression, clearly in extreme pain, and still trembling slightly. The handyman's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to grab the walkie-talkie, he saw the young boy's expression return to calm. His curled body suddenly sat upright, legs crossing in meditation, face expressionless. The handyman was taken aback, wanting to reach out to push the boy, but was inexplicably filled with an eerie chill. Somehow, he suddenly felt as though he stood in a mass grave, with wind and rain tearing apart coffins, seeing not a young boy before him, but grotesque white bones lying in a broken coffin. The handyman stumbled back 2 steps, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. The boy opened his mouth, sighing. The handyman saw that the boy's skin indeed emitted light, truly glowing. That light, not very bright, but very real, interconnected, revealed clearly. It was indeed a skeletal form. It was his bones emitting light. Ghost! Ghost! The handyman turned and ran, dropping his badge and walkie-talkie, rushing out of the martial arts hall, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, in the martial arts room, the youth broke through the illusion, slowly opening his eyes, with a hint of aged wisdom fading from them. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, looking at the night sky outside the window, immediately worried. The martial arts dojo provides lodging, but where's my dormitory? Chapter 7. Ways to Make Money. Chapter 7. Ways to Make Money. Zhang Fuxing finally returned home. Firstly, because he really couldn't find where his dormitory was, and secondly, because he wanted to try the great success grim white bone observation to see what was extraordinary about it. After settling the fare, he walked all the way back to the luxurious community in the 7th district and returned to apartment 306. Zhang Fuxing attempted to search for this contemplation technique on his computer, but the information he found was very sparse, mostly from former students of the Hongji Martial Arts Dojo. According to the information online, the grim white bone observation was an exclusive contemplation technique of the Old Hall Master Hong, classified as upper grade, but very difficult to cultivate. Since one must envision oneself as a grim skeleton, it was easy to fall into demonization. Zhang Fuxing pondered. In the Buddhism of his past life, there was also the white bone observation, which was one of the 5 meditation techniques, but in this world, Buddhism did not exist. At least in the 18 years since he was reborn, he hadn't discovered any trace of Buddhism. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Fuxing turned to search for the 5 major levels of contemplation techniques, but the information was equally scarce. He suspected that martial artists had their own dedicated networks, and much information was kept isolated between martial artists and ordinary people. Otherwise, how could the things Neo Dali casually mentioned in front of dozens of students not have any related information online? These wonders are something that many martial artists of the 12 refinements can only dream of. Zhang Fuxing pondered that if it weren't for that magical white bone scroll and the descent into purgatory, it might take him 50 years to barely cultivate the grim white bone observation to a minor achievement. To achieve great success, it would probably take 100 years, and the more it was like this, the more he envied Chen Wanyu's talent. Having not yet officially entered university, he had already achieved great success in both the contemplation technique and breathing technique. According to teacher Chun, the number of people who achieve the great success contemplation technique must be even rarer than the top-tier martial artists of the 12th refinement. So, has Chen Wanyu really achieved great success in the contemplation technique? Zhang Fuxing suddenly had some doubts. Are the differences between people really that great? He thought about it, then sat cross-legged in front of the large mirror in the living room, gazing at his reflection. With a shift of thought, he envisioned himself gradually decaying, turning into bones. His mind could sense the dense, mysterious factors around him that seemed to move with his thoughts. But beyond this, there were no other extraordinary phenomena. To put another way, his heartbeat slowed, and his body seemed to carry a scent of desolation or death. This time, Zhang Fuxing visualized himself as a skeleton, starting to regrow flesh and skin, with his heartbeat gradually becoming strong. Vaguely, he could even hear the sound of blood rushing in his veins. The mysterious factors, invisible before, became clearer in his perception. This is the minor achievement of the contemplation technique, equivalent to the inner realm level. Finally, it's the great success. He observed himself again, seeing the bones regenerate flesh and then emit light, his gaze fixing on his reflection in the mirror. Beneath his skin, there seemed to be a faint glow. Zhang Fuxing maintained the bone-generating light state while taking out his phone and snapping a selfie. Opening the photo album, he saw his image glowing faintly, the light emanating from beneath his skin, faintly outlining the shape of 206 bones. It's not an illusion. His bones were truly glowing. So what use does it have? I should see myself as such. I envision my bones glowing, and they truly glow. What is this? After studying it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what use the bone-generating light had. So Zhang Fuxing washed up briefly and went to bed. He pondered that his talent definitely needed to be revealed, but to what extent? Going from nothing to great success in the contemplation technique overnight. Isn't that a bit too much? Zhang Fuxing didn't understand what this progress represented. I don't need to rush. I can take it slowly, and it just so happens that the contemplation class is once every 3 days. In the class 3 days from now, I can show the great success grim white bone observation, and hopefully Master Han will be more accepting of it. Zhang Fuxing pondered while visualizing himself decaying into bones, bones regenerating flesh and light, and then decaying back into bones again. In this cycle, the aura around him alternated between decline and prosperity, light and dark, his heartbeat slowing and quickening, his hair turning white then black, and black then white, as if experiencing life and death repeatedly. Early the next morning at 5, Zhang Fuxing woke up early and headed towards the 3rd district with his luggage. First, to save money by taking the metro, which takes time, and second, intent on asking the receptionist about the location of his dormitory before class. Around 8 o'clock, just as he arrived at the entrance of the Hongji Martial Arts Dojo, a message popped up on his phone. 14. The location should be the E-restaurant next to Jiang University. Should I come pick you up then? Zhang Fuxing replied with an acknowledgement and, after thinking for a while, sent a voice message. Zhu Xiaoming. Besides me and Lu Yao from our class in the martial arts department, there's also Chen Wanyu, Zhang Bo, and Wang Cheng from the elite class, plus a few non-martial arts students. It seems there's also someone from your computer science department. Zhang Fuxing. I'll be there. He glanced at the class group chat, which was quite lively in the early morning. Surprisingly, no one was sleeping in. They were all talking about where to travel or which places were hiring for summer jobs. Although Lishu Middle School is considered quite a good school in Jiangzhou City, there are still quite a few students whose family conditions are worse than Zhang Fuxing's. The same goes for many people who have practiced the breathing technique and contemplation technique for 3 years without any progress. In fact, this can't be said to be foolishness, but rather ordinary people. In a sense, Zhang Fuxing could also be considered above average. Zhang Fuxing understood that the younger they are, the less willing they are to accept fate, and most of them have a sense of anger in their hearts. Uncle Wang is the kind of trading partner of high quality. Perhaps I can make a trip to the 8th and 9th district, especially the hospitals and clinics there. Got the dorm room number from the receptionist. Zhang Fuxing quietly entered the dormitory on the 2nd floor of the martial arts hall, room 204. It's a 3-person room with 3 beds placed in 3 directions, a bed on top, and a desk below. The overall size is about 30 square meters, and the decor is quite fresh with a nice environment. The other 2 roommates were also up. One was washing up, and the other was cultivating. The young man washing up wiped the water off his face, turned around, and sized up Zhang Fuxing. You were the one sitting in the first row yesterday. I'm Zhou Quan, and the one contemplating is Wang Xiangnan. Zhang Fuxing nodded politely, quickly made his bed, and sat on a chair. Accompanied by a piercing sound, Zhou Quan, who had finished washing up, dragged a chair over and sat across from Zhang Fuxing, looking intrigued. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Fuxing only started practicing the contemplation technique yesterday. Zhang Fuxing said, the contemplation technique taught at school is too low-level. Zhou Quan's eyes lit up slightly. Pondering, Zhang Fuxing replied briefly, feeling a bit clueless as this young man seemed somewhat overly familiar. Zhou Quan's smile became even more cordial. 7th district, huh? The literati are poor, and the wealthy practice martial arts. Zhang Fuxing's expression remained unchanged, and he curiously asked. Zhou Quan, smiling, pointed at Wang Xiangnan, who was meditating alone. Xiangnan's family conditions weren't good initially, living in the 8th district, but after working with me, they've now moved with his family to the 5th district, bought a house, paid 3 semesters tuition up front, and even the recent food supplements cost 600 or 700 per meal. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at Wang Xiangnan, who was dedicated to his practice. He could sense that the other person was practicing the grim, white bone observation, probably just entered the entry level, barely reaching the outer aspect phase. After the great success of the white bone observation, he could clearly sense others' mental states. No, not just sense. He could even potentially influence them. 3 semesters of tuition would cost 300,000, and a house in the 5th district wouldn't come down to less than $1 million. Zhang Fuxing laughed and said, Zhou Quan's smile remained undiminished, not upset by the refusal, and instead he affectionately patted Zhang Fuxing on the shoulder. He glanced at his expensive wristwatch. Sure, Zhang Fuxing nodded with a smile. He's just about to need the breathing technique. Chapter 8. Am I really a genius now? Chapter 8. Am I really a genius now? 9 o'clock. The classroom for the lesson had changed from Martial Arts Room 2 to Room 1. Zhou Quan explained that Martial Arts Room 2 is specifically for contemplation, while Room 1 is for cultivating breathing technique and pile skill. As for the other 2 rooms on the 3rd floor, they are both martial arts halls, according to Zhou Quan. One is for combat technique classes, and the other is used for practical confrontations among the trainees. That's the entire layout of the third floor. The second floor is the living area with dormitories and a cafeteria. By the way, after class, how about joining me at the cafeteria? I still have a few portions of top-quality nutritional supplements there. Zhang Fuxing thanked him with a smile, feeling increasingly on guard. What exactly is this guy planning? The feeling of being watched was very uncomfortable. Dad often said that when facing sudden changes, always strike first and don't give the opponent a chance to make a move. Or should I find a way to kill him? Zhang Fuxing quickly dismissed the thought. He had seen his dad handle corpses and even helped him, but when it came to killing, he had never done it in either of his 2 lifetimes. Why did I suddenly have this thought? Zhang Fuxing's mind was racing. Was it because of the grim white bone observation? He shuddered. 51 years of cultivation in the white bone observation had made him habitually view all beings as white bones. Had he become somewhat cold-blooded? Lost in these chaotic thoughts, he noticed that most of the students were present in the martial arts room. With a brief glance, it seemed there were 1 or 2 new faces in addition to the 30 or so people from yesterday. A woman stood at the front, clearly the instructor for this class. The woman had a delicate oval face, but the almond eyes beneath her long lashes conveyed sharpness. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her red hair, which swayed in the occasional breeze like a flickering flame. She appeared like a sheathed sword ready to strike, elegant, solemn, and dangerous. Zhang Fuxing blinked, slightly taken aback. That seemingly simple-looking young man was actually the senior brother? But in my view, Chen Yuk began to speak leisurely. Zhang Fuxing and 2 other new trainees stepped out. Chen Yuk nodded briskly. Sit over there, and then follow me to practice the compassion stance. She then took on a highly challenging and unusual posture. Her right foot half squatting on one leg, left leg resting on her right knee, as if sitting on a non-existent chair, legs crossed in an excessively proper manner, while her left hand floated under her abdomen in a flower-picking gesture, and her right hand lightly tapped her brow with clenched fingers. Zhang Fuxing and the other 2 trainees followed suit. He managed to hold the stance for a few seconds, while the other 2 almost immediately fell over. Chen Yuk's voice came calmly. If you can hold it steady within a month, it's not bad. As she spoke, she pulled out a short stick from somewhere. Now, get back in the flower-picking stance, and I'll guide you through the feeling of standing successfully. She pointed the short stick at Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing stepped forward, bent one leg, and took a half-squat, half-seated stance, one hand in the flower-picking gesture and the other tapping his brow. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chen Yuk slightly nodded. On the 4th second, as Zhang Fuxing struggled to maintain his balance and was about to fall, the red-haired woman's short stick lightly brushed against the top of his head. Yet, just this one light touch of the short stick. Zhang Fuxing could feel the overwhelming and irresistibly subtle force from the stick, forcibly adjusting his posture, the bend of his knee, and his center of gravity. The flower-picking stance seemed not so difficult to hold anymore. The short stick was pulled back, and senior sister Chun looked at the other 2 trainees applying the same method. Combining it with the contemplation technique, a spark of inspiration flashed in Zhang Fuxing's mind as he struggled to maintain the posture, envisioning himself as a rigid and grim white bone. The sensation of instability abruptly vanished. He truly felt like an ageless skeleton, with fatigue and soreness gone, even experiencing a refreshing feeling as he stood there. At this moment, the other 2 new trainees persisted for about 10 seconds before they collapsed to the ground, while Zhang Fuxing stood steady, unmoving. 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute. Not far away, Zhou Quan and the other senior trainees looked at Zhang Fuxing with a hint of bewilderment in their eyes. Chen Yuk was somewhat surprised, observing Zhang Fuxing closely. 5 minutes later, he was still maintaining an almost perfect flower-picking stance. Not bad, she nodded. No, Zhang Fuxing responded. Chen Yuk raised an eyebrow, walked up, and without hesitation, squatted down, reaching out to pinch Zhang Fuxing's calf. Really haven't practiced. That's interesting, Chen Yuk said calmly, She stood up. Spring thunder. Its imagery is the end of winter, a clap of thunder awakening all hibernating things, breaking the silence, shattering shackles, everything reviving, complementing the grim white bone observation. Zhang Fuxing listened intently, and Senior Sister Chun was very responsible, explaining the spring thunder technique while tapping a short wooden stick on the three of them, each tap landing on a key point of the spring thunder technique. Regulate your breath, synchronizing with the rhythm of the first thunder of early spring. Chinyuk put down the short stick, took a slight breath, and exhaled through her nose. The airflow collided and cooperated with the sound of tendons and bones, actually produced a real thunder sound. Chinyuk spoke eloquently. Of course, the breathing technique is just supplemental, not as important as the contemplation technique. The spring thunder breathing technique can only be cultivated to great success. Zhang Fuxing then stood silently in the flower-picking stance, performed the grim white bone observation, adjusted his breathing, attempting to subtly match the rhythm of the thunder sound. This was his thought, but suddenly he sensed something was off. Wait a moment. Meanwhile, Chun Yuk had already turned to the side, guiding the senior trainees one by one on the flower-picking stance and spring thunder technique. Not being able to master the breathing technique is understandable. If the root bone is inadequate with blocked energy and blood and poor meridian flow, it's all understandable. She moved among the trainees, and if anyone's movement was slightly off, she'd immediately correct it with a stick. Your name is Wang Xiangnan, right? During the instruction, there was a faint thunder sound from tendons and bones, echoing in the martial arts hall. Chun Yuk commented casually, a standard spontaneous thunder sound. If you can make it continuous, that's a minor achievement. She suddenly realized something was wrong. This thunder sound was not emanating from among the senior trainees. Another faint thunder sound, and everyone in the martial arts hall simultaneously looked towards the corner where the three new trainees stood separately, looking at the delicate young man standing in a perfect flower-picking stance. From his body, a third faint thunder sound emerged. Chun Yuk rubbed her forehead. Chapter 9. Entry Level. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Entry level. The large martial arts training room was silent, with only the occasional faint sound of thunder. In the silence, Zhang Fuxing was completely unaware of this. While practicing the spring thunder breathing technique, he thought of the words of Senior Sister Chun, Coach Chun, spring thunder technique, flower picking stance, grim white bone observation, combined as one, especially the spring thunder technique and grim white bone observation, are essentially complementary. One births, the other annihilates. The most crucial element is that the essence of the spring thunder technique lies in the bones. It uses breathing to drive the body's 206 bones, coordinating them to the rhythm and pace of the first thunder of early spring, and further advancing all the body's blood and energy, propelling the mysterious factor, bone. Zhang Fuxing didn't even contemplate bone generating light, merely observing his decayed and withered body, transforming it into ancient white bones, and then shaking the bones with the spring thunder technique. With that, he immediately entered the entry level of the spring thunder technique. The thunder-like vibrations of bones and muscles were continuous, as the mysterious factors around swept him like the wind, infiltrating through 36,000 pores into his body. And then, at intervals with the thunder-like vibrations of the bones and muscles, they were sent throughout his body in a rhythmic manner, truly retained and stored within Zhang Fuxing's body. He was silently transforming. No, it's not just that. Thoughts spun rapidly in Zhang Fuxing's mind. He repeatedly envisioned his own body decaying to white bones and then regrowing flesh, repeatedly using thunder sound to scatter his blood and energy, and then exploding with vitality. The mysterious factors gathered more and more, merging into flesh and blood amidst the vibration of bones and muscles. He didn't know how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes, the martial arts training room was once again empty, with only a young woman with red hair, arms crossed, quietly watching him. Maintaining the flower-picking stance, Zhang Fuxing quickly stood straight. Chen Yuk looked Zhang Fuxing up and down, nodding approvingly. I checked the records and found you only came to the martial art hall yesterday, learned the grim white bone observation yesterday. She paused, clicking her tongue. To master white bone observation in a single day, master spring thunder technique and flower picking stance within minutes, yet another little genius. Zhang Fuxing's mouth twitched. Talented ones? Could he someday also be called a talented one? Chen Yuk glanced at her watch, calmly saying, I'll inform the master about you. But the master might not take you as a disciple. Talent isn't the most important thing on the path of cultivation, so don't become arrogant because of it. Zhang Fuxing hurriedly clasped his fists. Heaven beyond heaven. There are people beyond people. Chen Yuk nodded slightly. She wasn't usually talkative, but she had spoken more today, perhaps because there was a chance this young man could become her junior martial brother, although that possibility seemed slim. After taking in a heaven-defying little junior sister, the master was reluctant to accept more disciples. Thinking of that true genius, Chen Yuk sighed softly. There's no cultivation class this afternoon, so take some time to consolidate on your own. After the first refinement for a martial artist, you need only to simply integrate mysterious factors into the skin membrane, after which consideration of cultivation techniques becomes necessary. She instructed, the shorter the time between completely integrating the mysterious factors into the body and entering the first refinement, the greater the benefits later on. Chen Yuk nodded succinctly and turned to leave. After she left, Zhang Fuxing stood alone in the martial arts training room, taking a deep breath, his eyes suddenly brightening. He pondered for a moment, gaining clarity in his heart. He still had 51 years of breathing technique cultivation time left. It was time to use it. As he pondered, he walked out of the martial arts training room and was slightly taken aback. His two doormates, Zhou Quan and Wang Xiangnan, were waiting outside. Zhou Quan came forward, enthusiastically slinging an arm over Zhang Fuxing's shoulder, smiling warmly. Didn't expect Fuxing brother to be a martial arts prodigy too. Zhang Fuxing was about to refuse, but upon hearing food supplement, his heart stirred, and he nodded woodenly, a naive look spreading across his face. Zhou Quan's smile grew even brighter. In the second-floor cafeteria, as the trio settled into a small cubicle, Zhou Quan called over the cafeteria's helper. 3 servings of premium food supplements. He handed over his student card, then smiled brightly. He glanced at the silent Wang Xiangnan, who showed a clear hint of envy on his face. Zhou Quan waved his hand, speaking magnanimously. As for the special supply, it's slightly better, using star beast meat. Zhang Fuxing was truly stunned this time. Tens of thousands? He naturally knew about star beasts, which are barbaric beasts living in the cosmic star sea. But hearing of them was one thing. He'd never seen them, let alone eaten them. Zhou Quan casually waved his hand. Nothing much. If Fuxing brother partners with me in some business deals, what's a special supply food supplement? He paused, patting Zhang Fuxing on the shoulder, grinning widely. Zhang Fuxing offered no reply, just maintaining his simple demeanor, casting a casual glance at Wang Xiangnan. The latter tightly pressed his lips together. What exactly did Zhou Quan see in him? And what sort of business was this? Never mind. First, enjoy the meal. Top floor of the martial arts hall. The old hall master recalled. Oh, it's that young kid from yesterday, managing to get into white bone observation. He looked indifferent, with an expression accustomed to seeing such things, unwavering. Chen Yuk served him a cup of tea, smiling. You're not considering taking him in, master? Despite the young junior sister being a precious gem, gaining white bone observation in just a day and night. The old hall master waved his hand. Not lacking for 1 or 2 more. Having you 3 is enough. Chen Yuk had an expected look. The old hall master nodded solemnly. Contemplation technique is the foundation of cultivation, yet also critically important. Chen Yuk shook her head. Those outside, boasting entering, I should see myself as such at 20 or even 18 or 19. The so-called geniuses are merely taking shortcuts to pseudo-great success, for instance. The old hall master gave a slight hum, shifting the conversation. By the way, your senior brother's distant cousin, who works as a helper in a martial arts hall, apparently got quite frightened yesterday in the hall, became lost and dazed, and was sent to the hospital by his family for treatment. Chapter 10. Who? Evil God? Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Who? Evil God? 3 servings of the dietary supplement were quickly brought out. Zhang Fuxing looked at the broth in the dish and fished around with a spoon, finding an abundance of various herbs. As for the meat, he struggled for a while before finally fishing out a slice of meat truly as thin as a cicada's wing. It was almost transparent. The gold reserves in this world are substantial. It's plentiful out in the starry skies. But merchants cautiously control the market supply, so gold prices remain relatively high, around 100 Federation coins per gram. So, a gram of the cheapest star beast meat costs as much as 10,000? Although Jiangzhou City is a small city, the average wages are considered quite high across the Federation. Yet even so, an ordinary person in Central 3 districts or the 7th district earns about 3,000 to 4,000 a month. For instance, my mother, an elementary school teacher, earns around 3,600 a month with all the odds and ends included. It takes 3 months' salary to buy just 1 gram of star beast meat. Zhang Fuxing was a bit taken aback, cautiously sipping the broth, chewing on some herbs. The herbs mixed with the broth went down, secreting a large amount of the mysterious factor, and although 90% of it dissipated, he managed to retain some of it. He quickly drank the supplement that was almost equivalent to a semester's tuition fees. A large amount of the mysterious factor filled his body, and under the effect of the herbs, his qi and blood began rushing forth rapidly, evenly distributing the mysterious factor throughout his body, with a bowl of soup finished. And after eating up all the herbs, Zhang Fuxing finally stuffed that paper-thin star beast meat into his mouth. The star beast meat itself had no special taste, but once swallowed, it released mysterious factors 10 times more intense than the entire bowl of broth. The qi and blood surged wildly, and Zhang Fuxing's skin visibly reddened. Even his exhale became scalding hot. He gasped, his eyes turning red, feeling as if his 5 internal organs had been ironed, laying docile, and every one of his 36,000 pores felt as if he had consumed an immortal fruit, all of them content. The most crucial thing was Zhang Fuxing noticed the contract paper in the ancestral acupoint at his brow was rapidly glowing. Originally, he would have to wait nearly another month to use it again, but now the progress had jumped ahead by over 10 days. In half a month, it could be used for another transaction. Zhou Quan leaned in, smiling as he asked. Zhang Fuxing propped his hands on the table, feeling unprecedented comfort, sensing the faint glow on the contract paper. He gave a thumbs up. Zhou Quan's smile grew even more radiant, while Wang Xiangnan sighed, gently beside them. People who practice martial arts, especially those obsessed with it, can't go back after tasting star beast meat. Just like how I was back then. Zhang Fuxing clenched his fist, feeling the noticeable increase in strength. Zhou Quan snapped his fingers, summoning a cafeteria worker, handing over a student card. Soon, another bowl of red soup was brought up, and without a word, Zhang Fuxing downed it, swallowing the paper-thin slice of star beast meat. His limbs and bones seemed fully opened, and he unconsciously operated the spring thunder technique, his muscles and bones resonating with his breath, producing a faint thunderous sound, his skin gradually becoming more resilient. Strength, continuously born a new strength. And also, the contract paper in the ancestral acupoint at his brow began to shine brightly once more. The contract could be used again. Zhou Quan whispered softly, like a brothel keeper tempting an innocent girl to sign a lifetime contract. Zhang Fuxing pulled out a tissue, wiped his mouth, and burped. He smiled brightly, while Zhou Quan's smile suddenly froze. By the time Zhou Quan reacted, Zhang Fuxing was already patting his bottom and walking away. The silhouette of the young man disappeared like the wind at the cafeteria entrance. Zhou Quan sat in his seat, falling silent. For a long time, Zhou Quan's usual friendly demeanor vanished, and he coldly stared at Wang Xiangnan. The latter suddenly fell silent. For a long time, Zhou Quan stood up and said softly. He patted Wang Xiangnan on the shoulder and returned to his smiling self. "Your cousin works at the front desk of the martial arts hall, doesn't she?" Wang Xiangnan's lips moved, but ultimately he said nothing, nodding lightly. Zhang Fuxing grinned into his phone. On the video call, old Zhang pulled the phone away to show off the thick down jacket he was wearing, prepared long ago. His mom squeezed into the frame, giving old Zhang a good pinch before launching into a myriad of questions and concerns for Zhang Fuxing. From clothing and food to skincare, no detail overlooked. Zhang Fuxing was helpless. Teacher Zhou sighed. Old Zhang chuckled as he guided Teacher Zhou away from the camera, and once Zhou Guifang was out of earshot, old Zhang's expression turned serious, his voice grave. Zhang Fuxing shook his head. Old Zhang acknowledged, advising, "I left in a hurry and forgot about an important task. The clinic fee is due at midnight on the 1st of the month." Zhang Fuxing agreed. He had handled this task several times before when his father was busy. "By the way, for the next few days, it's best not to come home, and definitely don't go to the 8th or 9th districts." Zhang Fuxing's instincts were piqued. He glanced around before speaking. On the video, old Zhang furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before replying, "I'm not entirely sure. The information came from an old friend. Some cultists are planning a gathering in the lower 3 districts." Zhang Fuxing was thoughtful, knowing that while the Federation cracks down on evil cults heavily, they simultaneously provide scan information to the public, never revealing any details. In all his 18 years, he'd never even heard the names of these so-called evil cults. "Oh, Dad, do you know what the name of this cult is?" Zhang Wentao considered briefly, cautioning first. After a pause, he continued. Zhang Fuxing almost choked on his breath. "What? The 3 pristine ones? Evil God? I want to be a cultist." Chapter 11. Half a step beyond the end of the path, I call forth the first thunder of spring. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Half a step beyond the end of the path, I call forth the first thunder of spring. When he got home, Zhang Fuxing was still somewhat in a daze. No matter what, he couldn't associate Taoism, the 3 pristine ones, with the evil cult and evil God. Reincarnated for 18 years, this was the first time he heard about matters from his past life, or should I say, gods? Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, "Is this 3 pristine ones the same as that 3 pristine ones? If it is..." He turned on the computer, instinctively wanting to search for the 3 pristine ones in Taoism, but forcibly stopped this impulse. Since the Federation is so stringent in guarding against this, unwilling to even release the names of the deities or gods, there must be a reason. He shut down the computer, pacing back and forth, gradually calming his chaotic thoughts. Zhang Fuxing took out a piece of white paper, scribbling and sketching on it, contemplating the next transaction target. Since contracts have a cool down, it's obviously better to complete transactions as soon as possible. Chen Wanyu's talent? For now, I have no clue how to make her agree to a transaction. After pondering for a while, Zhang Fuxing wrote down the word hospital. The comprehensive hospital of the 7th district was a few kilometers away, but it wasn't the first choice. Zhang Fuxing's first choice was an oncology specialist hospital located in the 8th district. Those who suffer from cancer. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Fuxing shook his head. Truly talented people. How could they lie idly waiting to die in the cancer hospital of the 8th district? It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon right now, just in time to first use those 50 years of breathing technique cultivation time, and then make a trip to the cancer hospital. After planning a day's itinerary, Zhang Fuxing opened the home safe, took out the handgun hidden by his father, tucked it in his waistband, and then sat down cross-legged. Uncle Wang's 51 years of breathing technique cultivation time suddenly melded with Zhang Fuxing. In the first year, thanks to my great success in white bone observation, my progress in the spring thunder technique was swift. In the 4th year, I cultivated the spring thunder technique to minor achievement. The continuous rumble of muscles and bones was unending, but the weakness of my root bone was ultimately exposed, and I could no longer advance. In the 5th year, an idea flashed upon me, but it was not clear In the 6th year, amidst the repeated rumbling of muscles and bones, it seemed that some of my congested meridians were shaken open. In the 7th year, I hit a bottleneck. In the 19th year, the slight thunder in my body grew louder. My meridians were completely cleared. The root bone was improved. Indeed, the spring thunder technique can enhance one's aptitude. In the 22nd year, during the deep winter, I saw a lightning bolt streak across the sky. All things revived as spring arrived. I seemed to have an epiphany. In the 23rd year, in an otherwise unremarkable cultivation session, I opened my mouth and unleashed the roar of the spring thunder, successfully breaking through to great success in the spring thunder technique. In the 24th year, although the spring thunder technique can only be cultivated to great success, I was not deterred, trying to cultivate at the path's end. In the 25th year, I gained nothing. In the 26th year, I gained nothing. Zhang Fuxing digested the newly acquired memories, feeling somewhat helpless. As Chun Yuk had once said, the white bone observation can be cultivated all the way to breaking limit. The spring thunder technique can be cultivated only to great success and lacks perfection or breaking limit tiers. What a pity. In the 27th year, I gained nothing. In the 28th year, I gained nothing. In the 49th year, like before, I awaited the first thunder of spring. Each year, I only had this single chance to observe the first thunder of early spring. It was an otherwise unremarkable day. Thunderbolts flashed, piercing through heavy clouds. Sunlight poured through the resulting breaches, spreading layer upon layer across the entire world. The scene looked as if the spring thunder had torn open a celestial gate. I was entranced. In the 50th year, I seemed to have truly found a direction to blaze a new trail. In the 51st year, I tried to seal the rumbling thunder of muscle and bone within my body. The more I accumulated, the more fierce it became. One by one, the rumbles of muscle and bone entwined into a real thunderclap, and then were released with a roar. The thunder reverberated within my body. I stood at the end of the spring thunder technique path, but took half a step forward. I succeeded. The memory of 51 years of cultivating the spring thunder technique was exceptionally clear in Zhang Fuxing's mind, as if he truly had arduously trained in the breathing technique for 51 years. The moment he opened his eyes, Zhang Fuxing exhaled a foul breath, ejecting a thunder sound. Though far from a true celestial thunder, it was nevertheless deafening. He clearly perceived that his congested meridians were instantly cleared, and his blood flow became smooth again, with each breath resulting in a thunderous rumble of muscles and bones. And these rumbles were implicit and unmanifested, accumulating within his body, the subtle rumbles eventually coalescing into one, and then erupting with a tremendous blast. Boom! The thunder sound gushed out through every pore and nostril. This time, it resembled a celestial thunderstrike from the heavens, as if for 51 years he had witnessed the first thunderous sound of early spring. The enormous booming resonated in the living room, shattering cups and mirrors into pieces, the sound of spring thunder breaking the window, reaching further out. Next door, Uncle Wong, who was blissfully sensing the mysterious factor, was startled by the thunder and jumped. An elderly person in the neighborhood glanced up at the clear sky. A bolt from the blue. This summer rain always arrives without warning. Once the thunder sounds, the rain follows quickly. Pedestrians hurriedly made their way home. In a room where the window glass was shattered to pieces, Zhang Fuxing still sat quietly cross-legged, unmoving. From the 36,000 pores all over his body, a faint black substance was seeping out, the old filth within his body, either in the viscera or clinging to the bones at this moment. It was all shaken loose by that one holler of thunder. Spring thunder technique. He had merely taken half a step beyond the end, so it was only minor perfection. If he had taken a full step, that would have been the true perfection level. He exhaled a clear breath, murmuring to himself. The vast mysterious factor converged within, surging, and had long since, with that sound of spring thunder, been shaken into the skin and membranes. In a brief moment, he had gained 500 pounds of strength. The first refinement of the martial artist was completed. Outside the window, drizzling rain began to fall. Chapter 12. Fist Power, 1 ton. Chapter 12. Fist Power, 1 ton. Such places as martial arts halls actually exist in the 7th District as well. But those in the 7th District are called martial arts halls, while those in the 3rd District are called martial arts dojos, which makes a world of difference, though it's just one character off. The former are mostly places that teach striking techniques. In terms of fees, environment, and so on, there is naturally no comparison. Honji Martial Arts Dojo occupies 5 floors, with several young ladies at the front desk and nearly 100 attendants serving the students, while the Snake Fist Hall in front of me looks more like a large gym. A young and bright female salesperson enthusiastically greeted me as soon as I reached the entrance. Our Snake Fist Hall is an old brand martial arts hall. The hall master is a super expert of the second refinement. Zhang Fuxing silently bypassed the lady salesperson, clearly a student working a summer job, with cliched and awkward pitch. After paying a one-time entry fee at the door, the female salesperson persistently caught up again. Sir, our single entry fee is as high as 100 yuan, and you can only enjoy the basic facilities of the martial arts hall without combat guidance and personal trainer, she said enthusiastically. Zhang Fuxing looked at the persistent salesperson, helplessly said. Zhong Yu quickly covered her mouth. Zhong Yu showed a bitter expression. Sir, why not get an annual card? Having just become a genuine martial artist, Zhang Fuxing was in a good mood and said with amused interest, Then you wouldn't earn anything. The girl fidgeted, said softly. Zhang Fuxing rummaged through his pockets, shrugged, and said, Zhong Yu seriously thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Zhang Fuxing couldn't help but laugh, looking at the name tag on the girl's chest. Zhong Yu. He said no more and walked into the martial arts hall. There were quite a few people in the central training area, about 20 students, following a young man practicing punches and kicks. Zhong Yu bounced along, as if particularly fond of her first customer at work. The one teaching punches is our lead coach at Snake Fist Hall, Senior Brother Wong, the hall master's top disciple, and he's almost reached the first refinement in martial arts. Zhang Fuxing didn't reply, standing still to observe. This so-called lead coach certainly looked the part when throwing punches, with fists and feet cutting through the air, but abundant in technique, lacking in power, giving a somewhat superficial impression. Zhong Yu tentatively asked, Isn't Senior Brother Wong impressive? Zhang Fuxing glanced at her. He didn't like this dogged type of pitch. Zhong Yu's little face fell. If you're truly not interested, then you can't linger here long. She sighed. Zhang Fuxing waved his hand. All right then. Zhong Yu made one last effort. Senior Brother Wong is proficient in Snake Fist. Even 3 to 5 people can't get close. Zhang Fuxing was getting buzzed by the noise, irritably said, His form is good, but lacks strength. If really surrounded by 3 to 5 people, it wouldn't require martial skills. Zhong Yu saw Senior Brother Wong frown slightly and inwardly cried that it was bad, laughed awkwardly. Senior Brother Wong coolly stopped them. Zhang Fuxing knew he had misspoken. People were teaching martial arts, and he had just disrupted at the side, appearing like he was there to undermine them somewhat. He smiled a little apologetically. The young man remained stern, glanced at the onlookers, and had a thought. Calmly he said, Since you've come to a martial arts hall, you must have some foundation. Practicing form is indeed pointless. Actual combat is key. Zhang Fuxing raised a brow and repeated. He was speaking the truth. Having not attended any combat technique class, he naturally did not know any form of martial arts. He only had the strength of the first refinement. The young man strolled over, one hand behind his back, the other hand slightly raised. He gestured to Zhang Fuxing smilingly. I'll give you one hand and let you have the first 3 moves. He emphasized the words, wild punches heavily. A bit petty. Zhang Fuxing's lips twitched. He came to the Snake Fist Hall just to use the force testing machine, to see how strong he currently was. But indeed, he was wrong first, and it's not like he could just beat the other party. However, seeing the lead coach's persistent look, it seemed hard to dodge. Zhang Fuxing said nothing, moving towards the force testing machine on his own. The young man's face turned stern, stepping rapidly and leaping forward, still shouting, "Brother, perhaps you're here to challenge." Zhang Fuxing planted firmly, twisted his waist, swung his arm, and struck with a punch. His fist landed on the soft pad of the force testing machine. The numbers on the LCD soar, the electronic voice calmly reporting the score. Senior Brother Wang, rushing forward, came to an abrupt halt, his face of coldness replaced by a warm smile. The fist chopping down turned into a fist clasped in respect, performing a very standard gesture. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. 1. Someone muttered in bewilderment. Zhong Yu blinked blankly, swallowed. Sweat beaded on the young man's forehead. He could tell at a glance that Zhang Fuxing's exertion was very non-standard. Yet, under such circumstances, the punch's impact was half a ton. This was absolutely a first refined martial artist. First refined martial artists aren't actually rare in the Federation. Excluding children, about 1 in 100 is a first refined martial artist. But the problem is, among them, 90% are middle-aged, over 30 or even 40 years old, achieving it through time and effort. A first refined martial artist around 20 years old would either be a direct disciple of a famous expert or a martial arts student from a prestigious school. With these thoughts, the young man respectfully clasped his fists again. Zhang Fuxing remained silent. The rapid, smooth shift in attitude. That's also a skill. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement to the young man, not paying much attention, since he wouldn't be coming back here again anyway. Mulling over it, Zhang Fuxing tried adjusting his punching angle and force application steps, then raised his fist again, swinging it. The force testing machine emitted a loud noise. Your punch force value is 1,387 pounds, the electronic voice drolly reported. Stepping into the first refinement, Zhang Fuxing's arm strength likely increased by 500 pounds, plus his original strength and a special enhancement from dietary supplements, making his arm strength perhaps 700 pounds. Here, this refers to the sustained force, like in a bench press. For instantaneous force when punching, it's quite a bit more. Doubling wouldn't be difficult if the force is applied properly. After adjusting his posture again, Zhang Fuxing slightly employed the spring thunder technique, took a deep breath, and threw a third punch, along with a barely noticeable thunderous sound in his muscles and bones. The training ground was already so silent that you could only hear breathing. Even after Zhang Fuxing had gracefully left, no one spoke, still staring mindlessly at the display screen at that terrifying number. Someone muttered, "Chapter 13, Monster." Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Monster walking out of the snake fist hall. Zhang Fuxing was deep in thought, the last punch weighing 2,000 pounds, entirely reliant on employing the spring thunder technique at the minor achievement level. His striking skill could not achieve 3 times the force and punch power. But precisely because of that, it was far from being his own limit. By learning the correct force-exerting techniques and fully activating the spring thunder technique, reaching the minor perfection level, he estimated it could break 3,000 pounds, perhaps even higher. In his swirling thoughts, Zhang Fuxing slightly furrowed his brow, turned into a small alley, discreetly reaching into his waist to grip a gun. He asked lightly. A moment later, a hoarse voice sounded, and then an old man who looked like he was about to die, wearing martial attire, slowly emerged from the shadows. Zhang Fuxing slightly bent his waist, ready for a fight, quietly disengaging the gun's safety. Martial artist before the 4th refinement, meaning before refining the flesh, cannot withstand bullets. Chen Wanyu took a bullet that day. The elderly man coughed slightly, seeming very weary, and said in a low voice. The old man seriously shook his head. Zhang Fuxing remained vigilant, speaking with a cold tone. He slightly furrowed his brow. Just now he didn't directly make a move, he really went just to measure strength. Does managing a martial hall mean being this sensitive? Rules, what rules? But thinking about it, it seems so. A first refined martial artist going to someone's gateway to measure strength sounds somewhat unreliable. The snake fist hall master coughed violently again, wearily saying, "Finally," he added, Zhang Fuxing squinted, thought for a moment, and ultimately released the gun. The white bone observation technique has reached great success, reaching the stage of I should see myself as such, making his mind extremely sensitive. He can clearly sense at this moment, this old man indeed harbors no great malice. The most crucial point is, the old man exudes a decaying aura all over, truly on the brink of death. He might not be an adversary. The old man was silent for a moment. Second refinement? Now, it is, the old master, will make the first move. He didn't give Zhang Fuxing any chance to say more, even though he looked like he was about to die, abruptly crossing over 10 meters to approach. Fast. So fast. Zhang Fuxing was stunned. His pupils contracted sharply. The old man's fist enlarged in his vision, growing larger. He couldn't fight and could only follow his instincts, crossing his palms, trying to block the wrinkled fist, but the old man suddenly turned the fist into a palm, changing the strike into a jab. The forefinger jab pierced through the gap between Zhang Fuxing's blocking hands, directly aiming for his face. Too fast. Zhang Fuxing only felt a blur before his eyes. The jab stopped steadily before his nose. As he spoke, he made no extra movement, launching a simple straight punch, this time with no change, striking directly, but in Zhang Fuxing's eyes, it seemed impeccable, impossible to avoid or parry. His entire vision was firmly captivated by that single fist, unable to shift. Damn! The punch hadn't arrived yet, but the words were already out, and while the old man hadn't finished speaking, the young man, whose spirit was captivated by the fist, suddenly showed anger. His aura plummeted to freezing point, like a dead person. Dead people don't have spirits, nor can they have their minds captured. He just lightly dodged the punch. The old man expressed slight surprise. Is this almost the great success in the white bone observation technique? The old man chuckled. He suddenly became solemn, with a touch of sigh. 18. Almost great success in the white bone observation technique. Zhang Fuxing paused, suddenly realizing this old man and Hall Master Hong know each other, seemingly opposing figures. At this moment, there must be a misunderstanding. Wait. Hall Master Hong is a figure beyond the 12 refinements, a legitimate martial arts master. Can a second refined martial artist be his opponent? As Zhang Fuxing quickly calculated, the old man launched another floating palm. The aged palm was like a wind sweeping through 1,000 peaks, combining gentleness and fierceness, also bearing an inescapable element. Another unavoidable move. The punch earlier, and now this palm. Both seemed related to spirit. Contemplation technique. Zhang Fuxing recalled what the earnest Neo Dali said in the contemplation class. Contemplation technique is the most fundamental thing, yet it is also the most important, far more crucial than tempering the body. Tu kokt sveld, lightning fast. He resonantly shouted, stirring internal muscle and bone reverberation, barely escaping as a thunderous half-shout echoed in the alley, shattering the old man's hand and finger stance of inescapable, unavoidable essence. Surprise flashed on the old man's face. Zhang Fuxing sidestepped, dodging, attempting to counterattack. He used full force. He practiced the contemplation technique, seeing himself as white bones, the bones giving rise to muscle and light, and under his skin, faint light indeed emanated. The Snake Fist Hall Master was truly startled, exclaiming in shock, "Great success in white bone observation!" All over, 206 bones emitted a faint glow. Zhang Fuxing reignited the muscle and bone reverberation, staying unspoken, building up within, weaving until forming a real spring thunder sound afterwards. Punching. The spring thunder sound brewing internally surged through 3,000 pores along his fist, like a punch launching a bolt of thunder. Boom! The thunder sound resonated within the alley. Spring thunder technique? The old man seemed incredibly familiar with the Hongji martial arts dojo's techniques, yelling without slacking. From his lips, even exhaling a thunderous sound. The two thunder sounds clashed. The old man advanced, slapping Zhang Fuxing's punch aside, first pointing a finger at his brow, then chopping a palm at his neck. All stopped short. Cold sweat surfaced densely on Zhang Fuxing's back. Those two moves, he genuinely didn't know how to evade or block. If the strikes landed, his life would surely be over. The old man retreated. Even though he won, he didn't show a trace of joy. His face was like having tasted poop. He shouted angrily, staring at Zhang Fuxing for a long while, making his hair stand on end. After a long time, the old man cursed again, turning sharply to leave, not dragging his feet at all, as if he never wanted to see Zhang Fuxing again. He left, and faintly could still be heard were words like lucky bastard, why, and unfair heavens resonating, his curses intertwining with the alarms of cars outside the alley, startled by the thunder sound. Zhang Fuxing wiped his sweat. Monster, he declared confidently. The old man, leaving the alley, also let out a sigh. Monster. Chapter 14, Cancer Man. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, Cancer Man. Zhang Fuxing sat down heavily in the alley, panting heavily, recalling the thunderous sound emitted by the Snake Fist Hall Master. He saw it all clearly. Then a violent thunder exploded forth. No, it wasn't just the sound of thunder. Zhang Fuxing swore that at that moment, he really saw streaks of lightning between the old monster's mouth and teeth when he shouted. Thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but mimic the old man's actions, forming a hand seal, stamping his foot, and shouting loudly. The stray cat passing by looked at him like he was an idiot. Zhang Fuxing frowned, unable to recall the specifics for the time being. Or had he seen it before? It was a very vague impression. Zhang Fuxing shook his head, putting aside thoughts of that eccentric old man for now. This old thing was definitely more than a second refinement. Maybe his strength was about the same as a second refinement, but he remembered what the Snake Fist Hall Master had said. Second refinement? Touching the gun at his waist, Zhang Fuxing exhaled a breath of clean air, glanced at the brick walls on both sides of the alley that had cracked from the loud sound, and left sullenly. Oncom Tumor Hospital is the only hospital in the lower 3 districts that can treat cancer. It may not be able to cure it, but it can extend life. The living conditions in the lower 3 districts are relatively poor, and the residents can be considered a high-risk group for tumors. So Oncom Hospital is always crowded. Dean Long looked at the dark gun muzzle, paused for a moment, and deliberated. Quasi-morgue means, as it implies. Our lower 3 districts are quite poor. He glanced at the security guard who had fainted and then cautiously looked at the surveillance that no longer blinked red dots. The masked young man widened his eyes. Dean Long's lips trembled, but he remained silent. Zhang Fuxing stared at this bald old Dean for a long while. Sighing, Dean Long laughed dryly. Zhang Fuxing fell silent. With one hand, he pointed a gun at the bald Dean, and with the other, he moved the mouse, checking the patient files on the computer. There were over 30 patients in the quasi-morgue, the oldest being 98 years old, in the late stage of liver cancer. Zhang Fuxing pulled up all the patient files from the hospital, checking each one. This one is 142 years old. He pointed at the computer screen. Dean Long cautiously glanced at it, nodding like a pecking chicken. I remember this patient very. Zhang Fuxing found it strange, carefully reviewing the case file. Huang Qiuxian, male, date of birth, January 23, 2000. Today is June 30th, 2142. A series of densely packed primary cancers. Primary means that this over 100-year-old man has multiple cancers simultaneously, not a single cancer spreading throughout the body. Zhang Fuxing glanced at it. The case filled with dense information. It was densely packed indeed. Every place on his body that could have cancer seemed to have it, and they were all primary cancers. Is this say? He was confused, continuing to scroll down the file. Admission date, October 9th, 2140. Treatment plan, Nadine Long whispered. When he was first admitted, he was found to have more than 13 kinds of primary cancer, all in mid to late stages. Zhang Fuxing was greatly shocked. Dean Long weakly nodded. That's why I said he's very. Zhang Fuxing was dumbfounded. Is this even human? Is this still human? Years old. Either he injected a longevity gene potion, or he was a cultivator, but to extend life as a cultivator one must reach the level of a martial arts master. Such a person wouldn't come to Kong Hospital. As for the gene potion, TSK, only the upper 3 districts have access to such a thing. Hey, Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself. Dean Long nodded cautiously, smiling ingratiatingly. The dean shook his head. Elder Huang found the hospital's disinfectant smell unpleasant, so he went home to await death 2 months ago and comes once a month for checkups. Zhang Fuxing, being thoughtful, continued to review Huang Qiuxian's file. Unlike others, there were no phone numbers or home addresses, and the occupation section was blank. Aside from the birth date and name, nothing was left. The dean silently shook his head. Zhang Fuxing frowned, puzzled. This was too strange. He silently committed the name Huang Qiuxian to memory and somewhat regrettably continued to review the other patient files. He couldn't possibly wait a month doing nothing. As Dean Long described, the patients in the quasi-morgue have been abandoned by their families, fully resigned to a state of waiting for death. Though it was a bit unsettling, it had to be said that these people were the easiest to deal with in transactions. In fact, any transaction, because they have no hope at all, but surely still have things they long for. Zhong Mountain, 82 years old, martial arts instructor. Zhang Fuxing's eyes lit up slightly, pointing at this name and asking. Dean Long leaned forward to take a closer look and nodded affirmatively once more. Yes. Zhang Fuxing was taken aback. Dean Long lowered his voice humbly. That's unclear. I heard after he became gravely ill, his children were preoccupied with the inheritance, so? Zhang Fuxing understood, having a clear idea. This was a perfect trade target. But this time, he wasn't just going to buy Zhong Mountain's various skills and cultivation time. He also wanted to buy his person, or rather, identity. Zhang Fuxing had a faint sense of crisis, growing very quickly. Within just 2 or 3 days, he had gone from being an ordinary person to becoming a first refined martial artist, also achieving great success in contemplation technique, pushing the spring thunder technique to minor perfection. Moving forward, as he grew stronger, he'd encounter trade targets of higher value, and his speed of growth would only accelerate. By then, he would undoubtedly attract attention. Chapter 15. The Second Transaction. Chapter 15. The second transaction. The cramped little room was filled with various foul smells. He came the day before yesterday. In almost 2 days, 4 or 5 people died in the little room, including an old man who passed away yesterday, and his body hadn't been taken away yet. So hungry, so thirsty. The old man coughed, trying to get up, but he was too old. Every inch of skin, every bit of flesh on his body was in intense pain. He couldn't even sit up. The old man asked his sick companion beside him, but there was no response. Another gone. No food, only some water delivered daily. For these already critically ill people, surviving 2 or 3 days was considered fortunate. So much pain. In a small room, it seemed, was he the only one alive? Zhong Mountain sighed softly, not really blaming his sons, just a bit worried if his granddaughter was okay. What a sin. He closed his eyes, quietly waiting for death to come. Creak! The door to the makeshift morgue was pushed open. Is it time to deliver water? Why so early today? Zhong Mountain pondered. Whether to drink or not seemed to make little difference. Only a matter of dying tonight or tomorrow morning. Every extra minute of living was a torment. The old man continued to lie quietly, but soon heard footsteps coming towards him. He struggled to open his eyes and looked at the approaching figure. It was a masked person, and in the dim little room, their form was indistinct. The masked person rasped. Zhong Mountain asked curiously, not fearing them. He wasn't even afraid of death. You may call me. Zhang Fuxing spoke in a low voice. True Man was a code name he casually adopted after learning of the existence of Taoism. Originally, he wanted to call himself Celestial Venerate, because the name Fuxing fit well with Celestial Venerate. Fuxing Infinite Celestial Venerate, a Taoist prayer phrase, similar to monks chanting Namo Amitabha. But then he thought it better not to adopt such code names arbitrarily in this world. So, True Man was quite nice, not transgressing anything. Zhong Mountain paused. An unexpected glimmer appeared in his cloudy eyes. This time, it was Zhang Fuxing who was surprised. Zhong Mountain knew about Taoism? Well, an 80-year-old man and a martial artist, it made sense he would know. After all, even his dad heard about Taoism and the three pristine ones from friend. He didn't directly answer Zhong Mountain, instead spoke in a low voice. The old man lay on the sickbed, shaking his head with effort. I came into contact, but am not familiar, true man. Zhang Fuxing was a bit confused. Was there an east and west distinction? He spoke in a low voice. Zhong Mountain managed a difficult smile. Eastern Taoism, eminent figure. Western Taoist, evil cult, sinister follower? No, it should be Western Taoism, but Zhong Mountain labeled it as evil. What was the relation with Onkong Hospital? Zhang Fuxing was thoughtful, gazing at Zhong Mountain. Deal? The masked person's voice suddenly grew solemn, accompanied by a trace of thunder. Zhong Mountain looked at him in astonishment. In a daze, it seemed as if this self-proclaimed true man, masked man, was glowing? Not just glowing, but radiating an essence of life and death, decay and renewal, exuding a unique solemnity and dignity. You have lived 84 years. Your fate is at its end, and your lifespan is terminating. The whispered words, laced with thunder, drifted into Zhong Mountain's ears. His muddled mind cleared slightly. Zhang Fuxing used the spring thunder technique and white bone observation, uttering sounds like thunder, his bones glowing faintly, contemplating the cycle of life and decay within himself, momentarily a skeleton, then in an instant, whole with flesh, skin crystalline. Zhong Mountain listened blankly, inexplicably feeling a chilling sense of dread. He coughed violently again, spitting out dark black blood. As he spoke, Zhong Mountain saw this masked man, whose aura was constantly coming to life and fading away, and whose skin radiated a bright glow, shake his head. Your fate is sealed. Your lifespan is over. Your name has been erased from the book of life and death, and the soul-hooking impermanence is on its way. He didn't understand what these were, but they sounded mysterious and unfathomable. Zhong Mountain asked again. Zhang Fuxing pondered for a moment, and then nodded slightly. Zhong Mountain's eyes brightened. He unexpectedly felt that this masked man could truly by his past and true name, perhaps because he sensed the end was near, or perhaps because of Taoism. Zhong Mountain didn't understand Taoism, but he knew that any sect strong enough to trouble the Federation for hundreds of years despite suppression must be incredibly powerful. This time, Zhang Fuxing shook his head. A lifetime is too long, and you can't afford the price. Zhong Mountain was silent for a moment. Zhong Mountain's eyes sparkled slightly. She just got into Jiangzhou University this year, and although it's not the martial arts department, then her future will be smooth. In the end, Zhong Mountain added with hope, that child, her breathing technique has reached minor achievement, but she's always struggled with the contemplation technique. Zhang Fuxing thought seriously for a moment, then nodded. Zhong Mountain's breathing became a bit labored, and he coughed violently, trying to sit up but failed. He saw the masked man extend his hand. In the next second, a parchment appeared out of thin air. This time, Zhang Fuxing didn't write with a pen, but with a slight thought, words naturally appeared on the contract. In one section, there was his purchase item, Zhong Mountain's true name, appearance, identity, as well as his past cultivation time in the breathing technique, contemplation technique, and body refinement. After the first refinement, a martial artist needs to cultivate a cultivation technique to break through to the second refinement. The purchase item section of the contract showed the word for fist technique cultivation time, and after a thought, Zhang Fuxing changed it directly to tiger roar fist progress. He himself wasn't skilled in any fist technique, so rather than taking the technique itself, obtaining the progress of the fist technique from the old man was more beneficial. Zhang Fuxing was self-aware, admitting his own aptitude in fist techniques might not surpass Zhong Mountain's. Zhang Fuxing was taken aback, remembering that annoying, persistent person. Could it really be that much of a coincidence? The same name? He didn't think too much about it. Whether it's the same person or not, it didn't matter. In the sell items section, Zhong Mountain's request appeared immediately. Zhong Yu, entry-level in contemplation technique within a month. Zhang Fuxing explained calmly, supporting the contract, and finally asked. Zhong Mountain nodded warmly, sighing lightly. She originally had the opportunity to get into the martial arts department. The money the child earned all went to her father and stepmother for my medical expenses. Zhang Fuxing fully understood. After a moment of silence, he added an item to the contract. Clear the door. Willing. Zhong Mountain nodded vigorously. In an instant, only Zhang Fuxing and the old man could hear the sound of a great bell and large drum resonating abruptly. Almost instantly, the old man on a hospital bed had his face blur and completely became a faceless man, and then his body began to fade until it completely disappeared, as if he never existed. He had sold his true name, appearance, and identity, no longer being Zhong Mountain, losing his face and fundamental existence. In his place, Zhang Fuxing stood in the stench-filled near morgue, sighed gently, and a thought moved. In the next moment, his body hunched, aged, and when he removed the black cloth covering his face, beneath it was Zhong Mountain's face. But the face appeared ruddy, no longer terminally ill. Write single quotation mark. Chapter 16, Granddaughter. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Granddaughter, 8th District, Hong Kong Tumor Hospital. The old man walked out wearing hospital clothes, and no one stopped him. The hospital isn't a prison. Nobody controls the comings and goings of patients. In fact, many patients shamelessly wish to stay. The spirited old man stood on the street, lost in thought. Zhang Fuxing was somewhat troubled. Is my granddaughter really Zhong Yu? What a headache. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, decisively rejecting the idea. It looked too strange. A person marked as nearly dead in hospital records suddenly full of life. He pondered whether he had left any traces. All the surveillance cameras were turned off, his face was always masked, and only Dean Long was still alive. But even he didn't know who I am. He glanced at the time. It was just 5 in the afternoon. As long as he reached the clinic by 11, it was fine. That's when the dark alley starts getting lively and when payments are due. Zhang Fuxing bought a cheap wooden cane from a small street shop and headed towards the direction of the Snake Fist Hall. In fact, just the image is enough. The real name and identity aren't necessary, but on the way, Zhang Fuxing's mind was racing. The levels of this world are probably quite high. Just the top-tier martial artists of the 12th refinement possess over 10,000 kilograms of immense strength, and the great success of the contemplation technique already has the ability to influence reality. Zhang Fuxing did not know what levels are above martial arts masters. But there must still be a road, perhaps a long one. In such a world, there might be... Looking at the scenery outside the taxi window, the old man, Zhang Fuxing, seemed thoughtful. Because I bought Zhong Mountain's identity, or rather, his cause and effect. He planned to trade as Zhong Mountain in the future. So if exposed, he could also just abandon this identity. Zhang Fuxing calculated silently. The progress of the Tiger Roar fist and body refinement time could be directly merged, but the other two had to be taken slowly. With the breathing technique, it's unlikely that even with 60 years of practice, I could push the spring thunder technique to perfection. It's the same with the contemplation technique. My aptitude is still poor. Using it now would be somewhat wasteful. These two could be kept as trading chips for now. Of course, there's also the necessity to complete the transaction with Zhong Mountain within a month, which means making that girl named Zhong Yu start on the contemplation technique. Zhang Fuxing planned to first try to guide her into it on his own. If that didn't work, he'd have to sell her the contemplation time. This is what Zhang Fuxing gifted to Zhong Mountain. As his thoughts raced, the taxi came to a slow stop. He paid and got out of the car. Outside the Snake Fist Hall, some salespeople were still handing out leaflets, one of whom was the little girl named Zhong Yu. Zhang Fuxing didn't actually know if this was Zhong Mountain's granddaughter, but he decided to try it out. Fine. She was indeed Zhong Mountain's granddaughter. He saw Zhong Yu already noticed him, standing still in her spot. The little girl rushed over like a gust of wind, throwing herself into the old man's arms, not caring about the eyes of passers-by, crying loudly. Zhongyu sniffled, lifted her head, and stared at her grandfather's familiar, flushed face, her eyes reddening even more. The old man didn't respond. He softly patted her head. Zhongyu wiped away her tears. She ran back to the martial arts dojo and soon hurriedly returned, pulling Zhang Fuxing's hand. Zhang Fuxing stopped her, calmly saying. Zhongyu paused, her eyes once again turning red. She held Zhang Fuxing's hand, narrating every single thing happening around her as they walked. From her college entrance exam results to the 2 jobs she recently changed, then last night's crescent moon, this morning's butterfly, to the mysterious customer she met earlier, rude and tough, but capable of exerting 2,000 kilograms of strength. She told everything, poured out everything, just like anyone who meets again after a long absence. They walked all the way to an old noodle shop. Zhang Fuxing smiled. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of noodles were served. The boss patted his chest, very generously, then knowingly stepped away. Zhang Fuxing tried a small bite. The chili was a bit too much, not quite to his taste, but he didn't show it, slowly eating the noodles. Zhongyu also slurped down her noodles, the steam from the freshly cooked dish making her eyes turn red again. She spoke indistinctly between bites, recounting every detail, while Zhang Fuxing listened patiently. After finishing their noodles, the grandfather and granddaughter strolled side by side on the street. It was past 7, the sky darkening, the evening sun casting its glow on the long street, and the early summer night breeze cooling down. Zhongyu held her grandpa's hand, walking from one end of the street to the other, and then back again. Zhang Fuxing patted her head gently. Zhongyu nodded vigorously, then once again tightly hugged the old man. For a long time, she whispered, "Grandpa." Zhang Fuxing's pupils contracted sharply. Just as he was about to say something, the young girl sniffled. But the words Zhang Fuxing was about to utter froze. She didn't ask who Zhang Fuxing was, or why he looked exactly like her grandpa, or why he would impersonate her grandpa. For another long while, the young girl didn't reply, only softly asked. She turned and ran off. It was the true boundary between day and night, with only half of the sun remaining, and the moon had already appeared on the other side. She ran towards the moon, not looking back. The old man felt his nose sting, his eyes redden a bit, his heart heavy. This wasn't his emotion, it was Zhong Mountain's. Zhang Fuxing sighed softly. Chapter 17. Perfection Level Fist Technique, Secret Organization. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Perfection Level Fist Technique, Secret Organization 4th District, General Hospital. The current diagnosis is mental disorder and consciousness disruption, the doctor said with his head slightly lowered. Chen Yuk responded with a slight carefully observing the young man on the hospital bed. He just stared blankly, ignoring everything around him. He's the cousin of the senior disciple, a janitor at the martial arts dojo. Chen Yuk muttered, pondered for a moment, and placed her hand on the young man's forehead, silently contemplating herself and him, both as a set of white bones. The contemplation technique involves the mind, intention, and even soul. She wanted to try to probe into the changes in the youth. The doctor backed away a bit. Time slowly passed by. Chen Yuk was naturally gifted. If not for the perfection level of I should see myself as such, requiring at least 10 years of nurturing the spirit and at least 10 years of practicing white bone observation, she would have already achieved great success in the grim white bone observation. Right now, what she lacked for great success was just the passage of time. In her contemplation, her own body gradually decayed, and so did the young man on the hospital bed, until they both turned into 2 grim white skeletons. She gradually sensed the young man's spiritual fluctuation and found herself tuning and even slowly linking to him at some level. That is, seeing what he sees, thinking what he thinks. This was a long process. Half an hour later, the red-haired girl whispered, her vision blurred, seeing the things constantly stimulating the young man's spiritual will. A skeleton. A skeleton sitting cross-legged, with 5 hearts facing the sky, Indifferent pure, its crystal-clear bones emitting a hazy light. Beside it lay countless corpses, some intact in flesh, some half-decayed, some just mere skeletal remains. They were bowing to it. In worship, it seemed as if endless corpses abruptly lifted their heads, fixing their eyes on Chen Yuk, roaring, howling, rushing up with a fierce aura. Chen Yuk felt a chill on her scalp and quickly ran the grim, white bone observation, violently tearing away from the spiritual illusion. She stepped back several steps, staggering, gasping heavily. Chen Yuk was drenched in cold sweat. The young man encountered someone secretly cultivating the grim, white bone observation and was ensnared by the other's overflowing spirit. But the issue is bone-generating light. Chen Yuk hurriedly made a call. Master, General Hospital, 4th District. Dark alley, a nondescript small clinic. Basement. The young man was practicing punches, every punch and kick full of force and power, the generated gust whistling like a low growl of a mountain tiger. Tiger roar fist. The sound of the fist wind mingled with the tiger's roar, echoing in the not-so-spacious basement, stirring up the dust accumulated in the corner. The dust floated up, rolling and tumbling in the fist wind, as the young man stood firm, one hand supporting the abdomen, the other clenched in a fist, suddenly striking between the palms, a closing move, or rather a final move. The dust and the fist wind collided together, exploding into the shape of a roaring tiger's head before him. Once the dust settled, unexpectedly, to Zhang Fuxing, Zhong Mountain truly practiced this fist technique to an extremely high level. Perfection. A fist technique at the perfection level. He breathed out a turbid breath, his muscles and bones emitting a thunderous sound. It felt as if he had truly practiced the tiger roar fist for over 10,000 days and nights, imprinting every detail of his fist technique in not only his mind, but also his body. Before Elder Zhong passed, he'd already touched upon the true intent of Tiger Roar Fist. Zhang Fuxing carefully savored the details of Tiger Roar Fist. Tigers typically hunt by ambush, not by roaring, akin to a sneaky assassin striving for a hit. In fact, feline animals tend to favor sneak attacks. Yet when a tiger roars in the mountains, it's often to assert its dominance, intimidate foes before it, or engage in direct combat. Tiger Roar Fist is essentially a fist technique focused on frontal combat, open and expansive. Zhang Fuxing murmured. He resumed practicing Tiger Roar Fist, the fist wind lifting dust to gather into an indistinctly roaring tiger head before him. Though the dust-formed image was blurry, it contained details of an actual tiger. Even the king character on the tiger's forehead could be faintly discerned. He closed his moves, struck his palm with his fist, causing the tiger head to explode, turning back into minute particles that scattered to every corner of the room. Sitting down, he gulped down a mouthful of water, panting lightly. Half an hour till 11. What to do about Zhongyu, that girl? Zhang Fuxing pondered silently. She knew he wasn't her grandfather, and he knew she wasn't his granddaughter. Yet she still asked when he'd visit her next. She missed her grandpa too much. Zhang Fuxing sighed. How could Zhou Mountain's son, such a bastard, raise such a daughter? Come to think of it, Zhongyu is a freshman at Jian University. Surely she wouldn't be from Lishu Middle School, too? He shouldn't encounter her at the mid-July Jiang banquet, right? Zhang Fuxing got a shiver, quickly sent a message to Zhu Xiaoming. A moment later, Zhu Xiaoming, what's up, ready to go? Zhang Fuxing, is there a Zhongyu at the mid-July Jiang banquet? Zhu Xiaoming, you asked the right person. Zhu Xiaoming, my dad just sponsored the Jiang banquet. Hold on, I'll check the guest list for you. After a short while, Zhu Xiaoming, yes, kiddo, yes. Zhu Xiaoming, a girl from class 9, admitted into the same computer science department as you. Zhu Xiaoming, from a photo, she's quite pretty. Are you planning to make a move early and end your single life? Zhu Xiaoming, by the way, how's it going with the martial arts dojo? Zhang Fuxing, progress is good, already at first refinement. Zhu Xiaoming, you're right. Zhu Xiaoming, so are you into that Zhongyu? Need me to be your wingman? Reading Zhu Xiaoming's stream of messages, Zhang Fuxing rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache, but then thought that he hardly planned to study seriously anyway, so it didn't matter. A platform to meet geniuses, a platform for buying, selling, trading. The reason why he worked hard to create an identity for Zhong Mountain was primarily inspired by Jiangzhou University. In his previous life, many prestigious universities had fraternal organizations. Initially, these clubs were student-founded, but later grew into massive entities lurking in the shadows, even infiltrating upper-class societies worldwide. The most famous being Yale University's Skull and Bones. Not limited to universities alone, his past life also had a renowned secret society called Illuminati, or known as Illuminati. Before reincarnation, Illuminati had just regained fame due to an island incident. Zhang Fuxing pondered if he could create a similar organization. After all, relying solely on personal power was too weak, and trading efficiency was extremely low. But what about a collective? Although the contract requires cooldown after each use, Starbeast meat can shorten or even eliminate this waiting time. It's entirely feasible. His thoughts wandering, he casually sent Zhu Xiaoming 2 messages, arranged to get together for the following day or the day after, and then it was 11 o'clock. Upstairs came noises, along with the sound of conversation. Zhang Fuxing suddenly sat upright. This voice, Zhouquan. The next moment, the clinic door upstairs was knocked, accompanied by another person's shout conversing with Zhouquan. Doctor. Chapter 18, Windfall Profits. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, Windfall Profits Creek. The door slowly opened. Doctor, halfway through, the tattooed man collecting the fee paused slightly in surprise. The person who opened the door wasn't Dr. Zhang, but a young man with an innocent, gentle appearance. The young man smiled and spoke. Zhou Quan, standing beside the tattooed man, was clearly taken aback. This is my father's clinic. I didn't expect to meet Brother Zhou here. Zhang Fuxing stepped aside and gestured for them to enter. Zhou Quan and the tattooed man exchanged glances. The three entered the cramped clinic, and Zhou Quan surveyed the small space. An old, rusty examination table, with a similarly rusty metal cart beside it filled with tweezers, scalpels, and other items. In the moldy corner stood an old, humming refrigerator. No monitoring equipment, no examination lights, only the mixed smell of mildew, stale blood, and disinfectant. Cramped, oppressive, dim. Zhou Quan's gaze fell on the gentle-looking young man, the smile usually on his face now gone. I've heard of Dr. Zhang, neutral, fair, keeps secrets, a very competent and excellent underground doctor. Zhang Fuxing didn't answer, silently counted out 20 to 100 and handed it to the tattooed man. The latter accepted it. Zhou Quan stared at Zhang Fuxing, smiling. He didn't plan to leave. Instead, he pulled over a wooden chair and sat down. Zhang Fuxing nodded slightly. Zhou Quan spoke slowly. Then there's nothing more to say. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. Were they asking him to transport drugs? He didn't care where it was transported to, nor why he was chosen, because he wouldn't do it. In his past life, Zhang Fuxing had a deep hatred for drugs, and in this life, influenced by his father, he wouldn't touch even a bit of it. Zhou Quan, playing with a silver coin in his hand, calmly said, residents from the lower and central 3 districts aren't normally allowed into the upper 3 districts, but Brother Fuxing can. After a pause, he continued. Zhang Fuxing frowned. Zhou Quan looked at him like he was an idiot. We at Chai Gate want to make money, not die. Zhang Fuxing furrowed his brows. Zhou Quan lit a cigarette, explaining patiently. But we at Chai Gate don't want to plant a flag in the central 3 districts. Zhang Fuxing lowered his eyelids. No, it's just convenient. Zhou Quan puffed on a cigarette. So it's settled. Tomorrow, Bao, will teach you how to do it. Each trip with 10 pounds of goods. We'll give you a commission of 300,000. Zhang Fuxing asked patiently, I don't touch that stuff. Zhou Quan didn't answer, speaking gently instead. A few days ago, we at the fire hall lost 40 pounds of goods. He stood up, exhaling smoke in Zhang Fuxing's face, pinched out the cigarette, speaking softly. Zhang Fuxing's mouth twitched. Yes, that was indeed the case. It's just that Zhou Quan obviously didn't know and was threatening him. But as long as he was willing, that person could be his father. Zhou Quan emphasized the words Uncle Zhang heavily, then gestured and left with the tattooed man named Bao. Zhang Fuxing stood there for a long time. He returned to the basement, silently transformed into Zhong Mountain's appearance, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately changed back. It wasn't worth wasting this identity to kill Zhou Quan, and it might implicate that girl. If Chai Gate killed Zhong Yu, the deal would fail immediately. The most crucial thing was Zhang Fuxing wasn't a good person, but neither was he a complete villain. He couldn't just stand by and watch the little girl lose her life for nothing. After a long silence, he stepped out, left the dark alley, and hailed a taxi. Oh, what does the saying go? The two walked through the dark alley, collecting the protection fees from door to door. Zhou Quan smiled and said, Bao nodded in agreement. He paused, somewhat regretfully saying, It's a pity that such mules are hard to find. The difficulty for people from the lower 3 districts to enter the upper 3 districts is absurdly high. Relatively speaking, the easiest method is getting into Jian University. Zhou Quan placed the last protection fee into the cart, with a dark alley spanning the entire lower 3 districts, housing thousands of businesses, 1,000 of which were under the fire hall's control. A month's protection fee amounted to 2 million. Not much, but it had strong symbolic meaning. Whoever collected the fees held authority over these 1,000 businesses. Before, it was the elder brother, but a few days ago, the beloved elder brother was slapped dead by the woman who hijacked the goods, so the task fell to Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan sighed lightly. Indeed, these top-tier mules can only be used for 2 months. Who knows who these mules might meet at Jian University, or which prestigious family they might end up associating with. So every year, only in these more than 2 months of summer vacation can a huge profit be made. If it could be maintained long-term, Zhou Quan couldn't help but swallow his saliva, then instructed again. Zhang Fuxing's situation is quite special. His talent is strong. Although it's unlikely for him to be taken as a disciple by Hongji, better safe than sorry. Bao not that daisi si vin. While speaking, they walked back to the 8th district through the dark alley, a section mainly populated by prostitutes, though none were so impertinent as to solicit them. Zhou Quan licked his lips. Even if allowed temporary entry into the upper 3 districts due to carrying passengers, these taxi drivers weren't supposed to linger, especially at night, and they're monitored in real time by Celestial, not even permitted to leave their cars. Zhang Fuxing handed over the money and got out of the car. In front of him was Hongji Martial Arts Dojo. He had contemplated whether to just murder Zhou Quan outright, but that was too risky. So, Zhang Fuxing strode into the dojo, heading straight for the 4th floor, accessible only to the master's disciples. Chapter 19, Pervert. Chapter 19, Pervert. The students staying at the martial arts dojo, even if they weren't sleeping, were quietly cultivating, with only a few night guard occasionally patrolling. Zhang Fuxing stood at the staircase leading to the 4th floor, hesitated for a moment, then marched up. Unexpectedly, the 4th floor, accessible only to the master's disciples, looked no different from the 3rd floor, with a few martial arts rooms, several small rooms, and the only difference being that the floor was made of some kind of metal. It looked very hard. The entire 4th floor was dim and silent, seemingly devoid of people. 5th floor? After thinking about it, Zhang Fuxing walked towards the stairs of the 5th floor. An abrupt, crisp voice rang out. He was stunned, turned around, and through the dim moonlight outside the window, he could see a small figure standing in the corridor, tilting its head to look at him. A little child, about 7 or 8 years old, probably the master's granddaughter, or perhaps a relative of other personal disciples. Zhang Fuxing walked forward, squatted down, looked at the 7 or 8-year-old girl, and said with a smile, or perhaps the other senior brothers and sisters? Zhang Fuxing was taken aback. Do you know where they went? He rummaged through his pockets, found a balloon, and said with a grin, Brother can make balloon animals. The little child stared at Zhang Fuxing expressionlessly. Zhang Fuxing was startled, Filled with childishness, the little child leisurely said, all right, young lady, Zhang Fuxing patiently said. So do you know where the master went and when they'll be back? He waved the flat balloon in his hand. The corner of the little child's mouth twitched. After a while, she spoke softly. Firstly, Master and the second senior sister went to the hospital, and the eldest brother went to teach someone a lesson. Master? Zhang Fuxing was bewildered. 2 meters tall, and looking no more than 8 years old, gritted her teeth. Secondly, I'm 19 this year. She swung her hand towards him with a fierce wind. Zhang Fuxing's scalp tingled. What's going on? 19? 2-meter tall little child is 19? A year older than me? Zhang Fuxing was initially stunned, but suddenly realized and bent his legs to dodge the small swinging hand. The little child squinted, took a fierce step forward, and the metallic floor made a massive boom sound. She charged forward, her small fists punching straight. However, she was too short. 2 meters. A straight punch to a rather tricky spot. Zhang Fuxing was genuinely shocked, narrowly avoiding it, cold sweat rising on his back. And in anger, he horizontally intercepted the little child, big hand to small fist. He felt a huge force surge towards him, sending him flying and crashing heavily onto the metal floor. 1,000 pounds, no, not just that. Zhang Fuxing got up in embarrassment. A martial artist at the first refinement adds 500 pounds of force, and from entry to the peak of the first refinement, there's about another 500 pounds of force, totaling about 1,000 pounds of force. 1,500 pounds of force means second refinement. This little child is a second refinement martial artist? Zhang Fuxing's heart tightened, watching the ferocious charge of the little child. He didn't dare to confront her directly. Her strength was double his. He inhaled, his body filled with a rolling thunder sound. The little child was surprised. Not holding back, she leaped 2 to 3 meters, her immature fists aiming at Zhang Fuxing's ears. But suddenly they heard a real thunder sound, accompanied by a tiger's roar. Spring thunder technique, minor perfection, thunder shock. Tiger roar fist, third form, tiger eating people. The spring thunder echoed between Zhang Fuxing's palms, and a perfect level tiger roar fist generated fierce winds, compressing the air so violently that visible folds appeared, which gathered into a roaring tiger head shape. With 700 pounds of force, he struck with nearly 4,000 pounds of impact. The little child, caught off guard, was suddenly pressed on the chest by Zhang Fuxing's palm and hammered into the ground. The gigantic collision sound intertwined with spring thunder and tiger roar, blasting throughout the entire martial arts dojo. Simultaneously bursting out was the little child's embarrassed scream. Comprehensive Hospital, 4th District. Old Hall Master Hong joined his fingers and lightly tapped the air 3 times, producing 3 talk sounds that echoed in the ward. On the bed, the dazed look on the young man's face faded somewhat, but he still appeared a bit confused. Old Hall Master Hong frowned and said, "It's not simple. The person exerting mental influence has a very high spiritual strength." Chen Yuk asked curiously. Old Hall Master Hong said succinctly, "The person has cultivated contemplation techniques for several decades. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such profound spiritual accumulation." Chen Yuk contemplated. Old Hall Master Hong rolled his eyes. After a pause, he added, Chen Yuk twirled her hair with her fingers. Hong Tianbao, angry, gave the girl a flick on the head, glaring. She covered her head, grinning sheepishly. After a while, Hong Tianbao said in a not-so-great mood. Hearing this, Chen Yuk understood. Hong Tianbao nodded slightly. Like Hong Tianbao, who can cause people to become lost, falling into spiritual illusions. Chen Yuk pondered for a moment. Hong Tianbao shook his head. Saying this, he waved his hand. Without further ado, they immediately headed back to the martial arts dojo. White Bone observation. Not long after, the two arrived back at the martial arts dojo, and all was silent. I wonder if the little junior sister is asleep. Chen Yuk hadn't finished her sentence. Thunderclaps, collision sounds, and faint tiger roars burst out from the martial arts dojo. along with the little junior sister's embarrassed scream. The two's expressions drastically changed. Chapter 20, Beyond Entry Level, Beyond Minor Achievement. Chapter 20, Beyond Entry Level, Beyond Minor Achievement. 2 meters were entangled together like this. To be precise, the little child had viciously locked the tall man's limbs, while the tall man's body continuously unleashed a series of thunderous sounds from his muscles and bones, trying to shake off the little child. This was the scene Hong Tianbao and Chen Yuk saw. The two of them stared at each other, eyes wide. "You are Zhang Fuxing?" Chen Yuk hesitantly spoke, a bewildered expression on her face. This guy, he just grasped the pile skill and breathing technique this afternoon. How could he become a martial artist by evening and spar with a junior sister like this? She felt somewhat disillusioned with life. "Master," the little child erupted in anger, letting out a howl and biting Zhang Fuxing on the back. Her teeth pierced through the clothes and into the muscle, twisting his face in pain. The little child spoke in shame and anger, locking Zhang Fuxing from behind like an octopus, then exerted force, jumped up with him, and slammed down again. The metal floor let out a loud, muffled sound as Zhang Fuxing gasped in pain. Chen Yuk massaged her forehead, quickly stepped forward, grabbing one with each hand, lifting both the big and the small. "So, what exactly happened?" Zhang Fuxing was startled at heart. He was being lifted by senior sister Chan like a chick, without any chance of resistance. There was a surge of mighty power in her fair hand, like the great tide of a big river. The little child gritted her teeth. Her little face turned exceedingly red, eyes almost spitting fire. Zhang Fuxing felt a toothache. Chen Yuk looked at the little child in her hand, also at a loss for words. After a while, the old master coughed. He casually defined the situation, but his gaze moved up and down, judging Zhang Fuxing. The old master still had some impression of this student, sitting right in the first row without knowing his limits the day before yesterday. But back then, he was still a completely ordinary person, not having even cultivated the contemplation technique, yet in just 2 days he could go toe-to-toe with Dongxi. Difficult to separate parody? The thunder and tiger roar just now, perhaps. The old master's eyes brightened slightly. Chen Yuk let go at this moment, putting down the two, looking at the puffed-up little child, feeling a headache. Upon mulling over the master's little thing, Zhang Fuxing understood. Oh, this little child. Turns out her name is Dongxi. What bizarre name. The commotion downstairs indicated that the other students had been awakened by the loud noise earlier, and outside the martial arts dojo, there was the sound of sirens. Hong Tianbao slightly furrowed his brow. "Yuk, you go check the surveillance for the past 2 days. Dongxi, go and calm the students." He took a good look at Zhang Fuxing, speaking mildly. Receiving the order, Chen Yuk and the little child both responded, while Zhang Fuxing followed obediently behind the master. The old master walked straight downstairs, leaving the martial arts dojo. By now, it was already the early hours, the night wind slightly cool, streetlights on both sides gathered clusters of moths. A hovercar slowly landed at this moment. Zhang Fuxing's eyes widened. These hovercars, he's only seen them on TV. In both the lower 3 districts and central 3 districts, patrolling and responding to incidents were done with regular police cars. Hovercars like these were more often seen in mega and large cities. Hovercars were rare in a third-tier small city like Jiangzhou. With the unique hum of its engine, the hatch slowly opened. A valiant female officer stepped down, bearing 3 silver stars on her shoulder. Zhang Fuxing's expression changed slightly. This is a senior inspector. The Director General of Jiangzhou's Public Security Headquarters was merely a junior inspector. In other words, this female officer was only 1 rank lower than the Director General. The female inspector greeted politely. The old master nodded slightly. The policewoman glanced at the shy young man cowering at the back. Seemingly indifferent, she smiled. Pausing for a moment, she cautiously asked. The old master spoke leisurely, calmly folding his hands behind his back. He stood there, seemingly bringing immense pressure to this deputy director. The deputy director forced a smile. "I see, I thought, Why would those sewer rats dare cause trouble near you? The old master nodded slightly. The deputy director wasted no more words. Returned to the hover car. The hatch closed. The hover car turned off its siren and soared into the sky. Zhang Fuxing swallowed hard. The deputy director of Jiangzhou Public Security Headquarters. Why couldn't she speak clearly in front of the old master? The status of a martial arts master is actually this high? The old master turned around, looking up and down at this young man, lightly asking. Zhang Fuxing dared not lie, confessing honestly. Hong Tianbao said playfully. Zhang Fuxing didn't answer. After a moment of silence, Hong Tianbao sighed. Hong Tianbao's eyelids twitched. Hong Tianbao nodded slightly, feeling a bit of heartache. In half a day, learning breathing technique in the morning and achieving first refinement by the afternoon, this kid only took half a day. From introducing the mysterious factor into the body to achieving first refinement. The shorter the time spent, the better. Completing this within 3 years is considered normal. Shortened to within a year, and you're a bit of a genius. If done within a month, then your future is bright. My little apprentice was a complete prodigy, spending half a month on this step. And this boy, half a day. He coughed slightly, nonchalantly asking. Thinking for a moment, Zhang Fuxing added. Hong Tianbao's stroking hand shook, lowering his eyelids. His tone was calm, but his voice unconsciously rose. The boy honestly confessed. Hong Tianbao abruptly raised his head. Simultaneously, an uncontrollable cry rang out again from inside the martial arts dojo. It was Chun Yuk, who went to check the surveillance. Chapter 21. Monster, Monster. Chapter 21. Monster. Chun Yuk clutched her chest, rubbed her eyes fiercely, and watched the surveillance again. The surveillance video was from the night of June 29th, Room 2 at the martial arts dojo. In the high-definition footage, the handyman, currently lying in the general hospital, pushed the young boy curled up on the meditation mat, seemingly in great pain. Chun Yuk could even see the lines of wrinkles that appeared on the boy's face due to distortion. The next second, this damn monster straightened up, sat in the lotus position, palms facing up, and then he started to glow. The bones emitted a faint light, signifying the great success of the white bone observation. I should see myself as such. She went crazy, tugged at her wine-red hair, and suddenly a surge of grief and indignation came over her. Why? Wasn't it supposed to take 10 years of spiritual accumulation? How did he achieve great success in just one day? It's not fair. This is not fair. Chun Yuk felt overwhelmed with a strong sense of helplessness, muttering to herself. She slumped in the chair, then suddenly jumped up and ran out of the martial arts dojo like a mad woman. Long street. Swarms of moths circled the street lamp as if trying to extinguish its radiant light. Occasionally, a breeze brought rare coolness to the hot summer night. The moon quietly hung in the sky. Upon hearing the gas from his second apprentice, Hong Tianbao vaguely started to believe it. He believed, yet he didn't want to believe. Are you saying? He stared at the delicate-looking young boy. Spiritual. Zhang Fuxing blinked, puzzled by what that was. Wasn't Chen Wanyu at the great success of the contemplation technique too? He vaguely realized that the significance and difficulty of achieving great success in contemplation seemed much greater than he had imagined. After a moment of silence, Zhang Fuxing hesitated and said. Hong Tianbao took a deep breath. He no longer hesitated, suddenly widened his eyes, and a divine light shone in them. Zhang Fuxing instinctively met the gaze of the old hall master. Suddenly, the mild summer night breeze vanished, and the dim street lamplights on either side of the street, shrouded by swarms of moths, also disappeared. Behind him wasn't the martial arts dojo, nor were the roads on either side wide. Replaced by were bloody mountains and wailing skeletons. The skeletons surged like tides. Zhang Fuxing raised his head to look at the sky of this illusion realm. Where was the sky? There was only the hall master's giant face. The surging tide of skeletons was already near, roaring and howling, as if to tear the boy apart, and the chilling sensation swept over him. Zhang Fuxing breathed out a clear air, silently contemplating himself. The next moment, he began to decay, rot, gradually turning into a skeleton no different from the bone monsters. The boy muttered to himself. Then his 206 bones indeed began to shine with treasure light. The roaring, howling, and wailing, all sounds ceased at this moment. The skeletons prostrated, knelt, and crawled towards the boy, uniformly uttering an unpleasant chant. In the worship, the boy lifted his head again, looking at the boundless face filling the sky, meeting its gaze. The purgatory illusion realm was pierced by the faint light of his bones, then shattered, and all scenes before him dissipated, returning to the peaceful long street. Before him stood the old hall master. The old hall master slowly lowered the hand that was stalled on his long beard, wordlessly putting a handful of white beard hairs into his pocket. He nodded and said, "Not bad." Zhang Fuxing looked at the calm and indifferent old hall master, once again puzzled. Did I guess wrong? Is the great success contemplation technique not so difficult? Or is it that many people are born with thick spirits? He couldn't quite grasp it, but he understood one thing, that he wasn't born with a thick spirit. It was because he truly had 50 years of accumulation. If he added the contemplative time from Zhong Mountain, this accumulation would go directly over 100 years. What's the use? Zhang Fuxing didn't understand, nor was he aware of the implications. He just felt a bit uneasy because the hall master was just too calm. Aren't all martial arts masters having such high vision? Just a few days to reach the first refinement, and it's considered ordinary? As his mind raced, Hall Master Hong said with restraint, "The accumulation of mental strength from birth is substantial, and your enlightenment is acceptable. Your root bone doesn't look very promising, but that can be compensated for postnatally." After pausing for a moment, he said lightly, "Thus, I should be able to take you as my apprentice, but you must remember, do not become arrogant because you have decent talent." Zhang Fuxing was joyfully surprised. "Master?" Hong Tianbao nodded, stroking his long beard with profound insight. "Don't be arrogant, but also don't underestimate yourself." He didn't finish his sentence. A flash of fiery red burst out from the martial arts dojo, and the newcomer couldn't repress a shout. "Master!" Chun Yuk screeched to a halt in front of the two, and though she lowered her voice, she couldn't hide her excitement. Pointing at Zhang Fuxing, Hong Tianbao pulled another thread from his beard, closed his eyes, and sighed deeply, not daring to look at Zhang Fuxing's bewildered gaze. All previous efforts were in vain, all in vain. An hour later, the martial arts dojo once again fell silent, as the students residing there returned to their dorms one by one, unsure of what had happened, but all seeing a young man follow the master to the 4th floor. The students wondered. Wang Xiangnan recognized Zhang Fuxing, but found it hard to believe the 4th floor. Did he get accepted as the master's personal disciple? No way. Wang Xiangnan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the martial arts dojo, Little Child glanced at Zhang Fuxing, full of displeasure. After a moment of silence, she shifted, staring at Zhang Fuxing. 3 pairs of eyes locked onto his face. Zhang Fuxing remained calm and composed. "It was a fist manual I found when I was young, called Tiger Roar Fist. I've been practicing it since I was a kid, not quite sure if it's perfected." He waved his hand, nonchalantly stirring up a cloud of dust. In the breeze of his fist, the dust swirled and briefly formed the shape of a tiger's head. The quiet room on the 5th floor lapsed into silence once more. A moment of quiet. Hong Tianbao's expression was calm, this time genuinely calm. "Ha! Fist technique perfection. Is that peculiar? Is it more impressive than achieving great success in white bone observation in one day?" "Oh, half a day." He discreetly patted his chest, calmly asking. This time, genuinely calm, not an act. Hong Tianbao felt that in just over an hour, his capacity for patience had exponentially increased. Besides, a thunderclap. Indeed, there are methods for a low-refinement martial artist to produce such a sound. Though rare, it isn't unheard of. Zhang Fuxing hesitated briefly, then decided to be honest. Hong Tianbao's hand trembled slightly, then returned to normal, and Chen Yuk was also numb. Oh, great success. After a pause, she asked confusedly. Zhang Fuxing scratched his head, honestly confessing. The elder nodded. Breathing technique is important, but when compared to contemplation technique, it doesn't matter much. Spring thunder technique, indeed, can only be cultivated to the great success level. For some reason, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, the young man shyly spoke. The quiet room was a bit silent. For a long time, Chun Yuk abruptly stood up, calmly saying, "I'm going to get a life-saving pill." The elder calmly replied. Chapter 22. Fight without breaking, kill without leaving. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Fight without breaking, kill without leaving. It's getting late. Second senior sister Chen Yuk pulled third senior sister Lin Dongxi away, leaving the spacious quiet room with only Zhang Fuxing and the master who had not yet held the tea ceremony. Contemplation techniques, breathing techniques, pile skills, although all are cultivation, they're not true cultivation techniques. Even in the classification of the contract, they are considered skills. Zhong Mountain originally had the opportunity for second refinement, third refinement, and even higher, but was hindered by the lack of cultivation technique, stuck at the first refinement for life. The Federation does not prohibit martial arts, but only publicly releases some basic contemplation and breathing techniques to the public. As for cultivation techniques, they can only be taught at formal university martial arts departments or some qualified martial arts dojos. Hong Tianbao asked. Zhang Fuxing honestly shook his head. The old man understood and explained gently. The 12 refinements are actually a process of laying a foundation and strengthening the body. 108,000 gene. I just entered the first refinement and only increased by 500 gene. Hong Tianbao continued his description without pause. In the 3 skin refinements, refining the skin to be like fine copper, each breakthrough can add 500 gene of strength, and from initial entry to full perfection, another 500 gene can be added. Zhang Fuxing listened attentively, couldn't help swallowing. A martial artist of the 12 refinements, 108,000 gene of strength. Even at 3 times the exertion, a single punch would have an impact of 300,000 gene. Tons. Tearing down a building might be as easy as drinking water or eating food. And even so, it still falls within the category of human in the Federation certification. Then what scene would a non-human martial arts master be like? Hong Tianbao paused. Zhang Fuxing inwardly ridiculed the mundane and unrefined name Great Sun True Scripture, while curiously asking. Hong Tianbao was silent for a moment. His gaze wandered. Zhang Fuxing persistently asked. The old man lowered his eyelids, took a slight breath. Zhang Fuxing nearly choked on his saliva. The old man said compassionately, "When I first heard the full name, I reacted just like you." Zhang Fuxing didn't respond, silently counting. 36 characters. He gave a thumbs up. Hong Tianbao covered his old face. After a while, this overaged old man finally uttered 3 words. Zhang Fuxing praised. Hong Tianbao sighed, then changed the topic. Indeed, a vague, lofty realm. Hong Tianbao splayed his hands. Evidently, he wasn't sure either. Zhang Fuxing chewed on the words true saint. Hong Tianbao shook his head. Zhang Fuxing was even more puzzled. Cross a river in 4 steps? The River of Stars, the elderly master of the dojo, casually added. Zhang Fuxing closed his mouth and fell silent. 4 steps to cross a galaxy. He initially didn't believe, but then his heart began to beat fiercely. Zhang Fuxing murmured. Hong Tianbao shook his head. I don't know, it seems more like your master ancestor's idle words. After finishing his speech, Hong Tianbao turned and said. Zhang Fuxing retracted his imagination and exhaled. He recounted the whole situation briefly. Zhou Guan. Zhang Fuxing hesitated for a moment and answered honestly. To be frank with you, Master, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Hong Tianbao remained non-committal. Zhang Fuxing clasped his hands. Though he has lived through 2 lifetimes, the total age of both might still be less than his master's. Hong Tianbao spoke calmly. The conflict between you and Zhou Quan is not large, nor very small, definitely not a life-and-death enmity. On this starry night, Hong Tianbao patiently explained, a martial artist must strive, but ultimately, you are human, and being human, you cannot escape social interactions and exchanges. After all, a lone wolf doesn't go far. Zhang Fuxing listened attentively. Hong Tianbao did not answer, but instead asked, Zhou Quan's father is the fire hall master. Hong Tianbao shook his head. Zhang Fuxing froze. The elder continued, if you kill Zhou Quan, won't his father come after you? Zhang Fuxing pondered, so? Hong Tianbao shook his head again. Zhang Fuxing felt his mind was somewhat overwhelmed, but he still vaguely understood something. Master, I seem to know what to do, struggle without breaking. Hong Tianbao nodded slightly. It is a method barely considered struggle without breaking. Zhang Fuxing curiously asked. Hong Tianbao naturally nodded. Slaughter everyone in Chai Gate, leaving none. Not even the elderly, women, and children. Chapter 23, Woe. Familiar Faces. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Woe. Familiar Faces. 2 methods, 2 paths. Just a Zhou Zhang Fuxing looked at his chubby, round-faced master, who wore an expression of compassion like the Buddha himself, and couldn't fathom hearing such words coming from him. There are tens of thousands of members in the Chai Gate, and if you include their relatives... Zhang Fuxing swallowed hard and looked again at his master, yet all he saw was compassion on his face. After a moment, Hong Tianbao spoke gently. Zhang Fuxing snapped back to reality. His lips trembled, and suddenly he realized. The white bone observation. In the previous life, the Buddhist sect also had this technique, using the image of white bones to break one's ego, seemingly evil yet not. But what he learned here is the grim white bone observation, which is somewhat similar, yet fundamentally different from the Buddhist family's white bone observation, going in opposite directions. This is not a good technique. How can one who practices this technique be a person of great compassion? He asked. Hong Tianbao calmly said. Zhang Fuxing unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. And then, kill without leaving any behind, the old man said. He lowered his eyes, looking compassionate. Zhang Fuxing's lips trembled as he listened attentively. Hong Tianbao spoke gently. Upon entering my sect, I will provide you with resources, but not for free. Zhang Fuxing listened quietly and couldn't help but ask. Over 200 students? Tianbao wavet, Zhang Fuxing understood. The old dojo master gazed at him. An income of around 2 million per term, 70 to 80,000 per month, is not little. But for cultivation, listening to his master, Zhang Fuxing nodded. Hong Tianbao smiled. Zhang Fuxing was stunned. 30 to 50 million a month? Even in bad years? And barely enough for cultivation? He couldn't help but ask. Hong Tianbao gave him a strange look. Each person receives 30 to 50 million. Zhang Fuxing swallowed hard. 12 refinements. All are at 12 refinements. But Zhang Fuxing still found it hard to imagine. Hong Tianbao shook his head. Zhang Fuxing became silent. Even in Jiangzhou City, there is a hierarchy, with the upper 3 districts and lower 3 districts being worlds apart, and within the Federation, there is naturally a hierarchy as well. Small cities, medium-sized cities, large cities. Moreover, giant core cities. To travel between them, one needs to obtain a special pass. And for people from smaller cities, such as Jiangzhou City, obtaining a pass to a large city is more difficult than moving from the lower 3 districts to the upper 3 districts. Zhang Fuxing has never understood why this is the case. The Federation is not only the Federation of Blue Star. Though there is little news about outer space, it can be concluded that the Federation's territorial scope includes what is within sight. At night, the stars visible in the sky are all under the Federation's jurisdiction. And Blue Star is the mother planet of the Federation. In such a situation, why is there still a need to differentiate levels and restrict the activity areas of different classes. He seldom pondered over it before, but now that he thinks about it carefully, he feels a bit apprehensive. This Central Federation, which considers everything within sight as its territory, why can't it even eradicate the cultists on its mother planet? He doesn't understand. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard his master speak softly. Zhang Fuxing snapped back to reality, honked Tianbao and nodded slightly. There was already a conflict between me and that old thing from the Chai Gate, and now it's a good time to settle it together. He pondered for a moment. Hong Tianbao made a decision. Before swallowing the Chai Gate, do some work under the second. In the 3/10 that she submits, I will allocate 1/10 to you. Zhang Fuxing nodded vigorously. The business in the second senior sister's area brings in tens of millions alone each month, and taking 1/10 would still mean several million. This was a number he dared not even imagine. Star beast meat can seemingly be freely obtained now. Zhang Fuxing cautiously asked. Chun Yuk entered with a smile. The little junior sister is asleep? Huh? Lending? Zhang Fuxing blinked, wondering what kind of lending takes place in a place like the lower 3 districts, where even in bad years, you could earn tens of millions every month. He realized that although the Hongji Martial Arts Dojo was located in the upper 3 districts, it was probably a colossal entity underground in the lower 3 districts, right? How high must the interest be? Hong Tianbao nodded slightly. I'm going to rest now. Tomorrow, after the tea ceremony and learning the cultivation technique, we will discuss other matters, including the issue of the Chai Gate. Chun Yuk asked curiously. She had just arrived and did not know about the previous conversation. After watching the elder leave, Chun Yuk plopped down across from Zhang Fuxing and yawned. Well, I'm not as long-winded as master. Here's the deal. I'll send you a list of people who owe debts. You choose one to start with. Zhang Fuxing quickly added his second senior sister as a friend, and soon, a document was sent over. Chun Yuk flipped her red hair back and left nonchalantly, leaving Zhang Fuxing alone in the quiet room. He exhaled, still feeling a bit surreal. The influence of Hongji in the lower 3 districts could at least be compared to the Chai Gate. The Chai Gate is one of the 5 giants in the lower 3 districts. What about Hongji? Which one of those is it? He couldn't help but smile wryly, wondering how he was going to explain this to his parents. Learning martial arts, only to become an underground boss? What a headache. Shaking his head, Zhang Fuxing opened the document on his phone, and a long list of names appeared before his eyes. He quickly scanned it, his heart skipping a beat at the dead amounts following the names. Huh? Zhang Fuxing's expression tightened, rubbing his eyes and looking again. He hadn't seen wrong. He stared at 2 familiar names. One was Zhu Dashan, Zhu Xiaoming's father. Chapter 24. 8 Forms of Form and Spirit, Peak of Second Refinement. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. 8 Forms of Form and Spirit, Peak of Second Refinement. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, the sky outside was barely breaking dawn. Chun Yuk sang the ceremony in a drawn-out tone. After the 3 cups of tea were given, the apprenticeship jade letter was presented, and with that, the ritual was complete. In this tranquil and quiet room, there were no distinguished guests, no celebratory lion dances, just ordinary, bland 3 cups of coarse tea. The elder held the jade letter offered by the young man, his fingers rubbing over the words Zhang Fuxing, and said with a smile, Chongyang City is about 300 to 400 kilometers from Jiangzhou, both within the Golden Province. But one is a small city, while the other is one of the 7 medium-sized cities in the Golden Province. The entire Golden Province has only 1 large city, 7 medium-sized cities, but an unusually large number of small cities, about 60 in total. Hong Tianbao gently stroked Zhang Fuxing's forehead 3 times. Then his smile faded. He lightly tapped the void with his knuckle, eliciting a dual sound. Zhang Fuxing saw that purgatory-like spiritual illusion once again. The full name of the cultivation technique was somewhat hard to speak, so the elder simplified it slightly, softly saying, So, this spiritual illusion is called the divine realm. Zhang Fuxing contemplated this while performing the grand ceremony, quietly listening to his master's explanation of the cultivation technique. He gradually immersed himself as if enchanted, sometimes clapping his hands, sometimes frowning, and sometimes rejoicing, all in act. He couldn't actually get immersed. Out of 10 sentences, he could barely understand one, and yet he had to feign complete enlightenment. What misery! An hour later, Hong Tianbao finished explaining the cultivation technique, then left the divine realm, leaving Zhang Fuxing alone to ponder in the quiet room. Ponder what egg? He could only mechanically memorize the entire volume of the cultivation technique, but upon reflection, his head throbbed with pain. Fortunately, this volume of Great Sun illuminates the 72 Great Snow Mountain scripture at the beginning stage of cultivation is not too difficult to understand. Otherwise, this Zhang Fuxing could understand. Surely one wouldn't truly teach the fundamental contemplation technique for $10,000 tuition. The contemplation technique he learned before was incomplete, although it truly could cultivate to the breaking limit level. Ultimately, it was not complete. With this Great Sun scripture supplement, when contemplating, besides perceiving oneself as a skeleton, one also envisages the Great Sun illuminating all directions above the head, with 72 snow-covered mountains below, under frost and frozen ground. And the completed white bone observation has 8 forms of form and spirit, which are 8 different self-contemplation forms, advancing layer by layer, growing more mystical. Namely, life, light, phase, new death appearance, giant form, blood painting form, decaying form, beast devouring form, bone scattering form, and finally the ancient tomb form. When connected completely, it's the entire process from birth to death, and finally sealing the coffin and entering the tomb for a person. Each form of form and spirit carries mysticism. He smiled bitterly, for these 8 forms of form and spirit in the white bone observation. Only the first form, life, light, phase, and second form, new death appearance, are somewhat normal like the third form, giant form. It requires truly contemplating oneself as a giant expanded due to decay, with black hair entwined with grass roots and exhalation emitting decay fog. This is not merely a simple contemplation. It will truly reflect in reality, just like bone generating light. Imagining the appearance of himself as a rotting giant, Zhang Fuxing shivered. Damn, I've definitely joined the demon sect. Master is definitely an old demon. He smiled bitterly and restrained his thoughts. Zhang Fuxing pondered. What level is the melting furnace realm? A martial arts master? He selected content that he could understand and comprehend, recalling and observing closely, gradually gaining some enlightenment. At least he knew how to transition from the first refinement to the second refinement. He stood in the flower-picking stance, breathing to draw spring thunder, gradually truly immersing himself in cultivation. 1 hour, 2 hours. After 2 hours, he rubbed his forehead. Following this pace, even practicing for 8 hours a day would increase at most 2 ounces of strength, while 1 refinement perfection requires adding 500 pounds of strength. Would take about 7 years. 7 years. He communicated with the ancestral acupoint between his eyebrows, activating the dim contract, which stored Elder Zhong's 50 years of body refining time. Accurately, cultivation time. This time the contract actually requires a cooling period of over 2 months. Zhang Fuxing pondered, but didn't care. Star beast meat can directly reduce the cooling period. 50 years of cultivation time suddenly lay upon him. In the 7th year, I reached the perfection of first refinement, with the strength of my hands reaching 1,200 pounds. In the 49th year, trapped by the bottleneck of the body, I was still stuck at the peak of the second refinement. Memories of cultivating and refining the body each day for 50 years surged like tides. Along with it came a surge in strength. 1,000 pounds, 1,500 pounds, 2,200 pounds. The tendons and bones resonated like thunder, fists weighed like steel buckets. Zhang Fuxing exhaled a turbid breath, as if expelling the dust accumulated in his organs over 50 years, as if expelling time-worn sentiments. As he contemplated, he silently began practicing Tiger Roar Fist. The dust gathered into a tiger, emitting a deep roar that echoed in the quiet room on the 5th floor. Root bone. The desire to swap for an excellent root bone had never been as intense as now. After completing a set of Tiger Roar Fist, he finished the stance. His fist pressed against his palm, the tiger head roared, and the dust gathered into visible circular ripples, spreading around and crashing against the walls. Zhang Fuxing stood motionless for a long time. Knock, 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 the sound of knocking came, and the second senior sister walked in. Little junior brother, did you look at the list I sent you yesterday? As she spoke, Qin Yuk looked Zhang Fuxing up and down, frowning slightly. In just a few hours, why does it seem like the little junior brother has changed again? Zhang Fuxing contracted his muscles and bones, hiding over 2,000 pounds of strength, explaining the progress in contemplation technique and breathing technique with enlightenment is acceptable, but the serious progress in body refining cultivation? His root bone is evident right there. Zhang Fuxing nodded. I want the deck called Chun Wan Yu. He paused, then explained. Qin Yuk thought for a moment. She smiled slightly. She, a little genius who took shortcuts, borrowed nearly 20 million altogether. With interest, now she owes about 30 million. According to the rules, you have autonomy to decide whether to waive part of the interest within a certain range and whether to extend the repayment period. Qin Yuk winked at Zhang Fuxing with a wide grin, revealing 2 small tiger fangs. Chapter 25. What a coincidence. Chapter 25. What a coincidence. Zhang Fuxing shivered. He smiled bitterly. Qin Yuk sneered. Zhang Fuxing shook his head helplessly. He was somewhat confused. Senior sister Chun sneered coldly. She sat down cross-legged, flicked her wine-red long hair. Her well-proportioned thighs had not a trace of excess flesh, smooth as silk, and so white that it was almost dazzling. Normally, achieving great success in the contemplation technique requires over 10 years of spiritual accumulation. Zhang Fuxing asked curiously. Senior sister smiled and said, Chun, when you spent most of her loan money on spirit potions, forcefully boosting herself to the level of pseudo-great success. As she spoke, she casually sent Zhang Fuxing the detailed profile of Chun Wanyu. Qin Yuk waved her hand nonchalantly. By the way, the teacher asked you to prepare. Also tomorrow, the teacher will announce your entry-level status. Are you still joining the combat technique class at 3 in the afternoon? Zhang Fuxing pondered for a moment. Thinking of the little child teaching, Zhang Fuxing shook his head vigorously. The combat techniques learned by regular students don't involve anything too profound. After achieving perfection in Tiger Roar Fist, he has already mastered many striking techniques and force application skills. After watching senior sister leave, Zhang Fuxing opened Qin Wanyu's detailed profile on his phone and browsed with interest, occasionally clicking his tongue. The phone buzzed slightly. Zhu Xiaoming, are you there? Zhang Fuxing raised his eyebrow. Zhang Fuxing, not logging in. Zhu Xiaoming. Get lost, Zhu Xiaoming. I have something tomorrow. Can we switch to dinner tonight? Zhang Fuxing. Sure, where to? Zhu Xiaoming. Just some random place next to Jiang University. I'm planning to stroll around Jiang University in the afternoon. Want to join? Zhang Fuxing pondered for a moment and gave a definite answer without chatting further with Zhu Xiaoming. After confirming Chun Wanyu's profile again, he exhaled lightly. So this is... He was amused and helpless. Qin Wanyu's talent is indeed high, but not that high. At least her enlightenment might not be that high. There's not much to say about her root bone. Even though she bought many supplements with loans in 3 years of high school, her actual cultivation time might be less than 2 years, yet she still reached the level of 3rd refinement. As second senior sister said, she is a little genius. Zhang Fuxing's gaze grew deep. Thinking of second senior sister's bright, yet lazy demeanor, he shivered all of a sudden. Not a good person. 1 in the afternoon. Zhang Fuxing casually closed the clinic door and said calmly. Bao replied casually, placing 1 large and 1 small tote bag on the table. No wonder Bao didn't know the change in his status that has already occurred. Bao explained in detail. Once you enter the 3rd district, head straight to the cluster of villas in the east. Villa 19 is a bar. Go there and find Mr. Zhang Fuxing did not respond. Instead, he opened the 2 tote bags, took out a large bag of powder, and walked to the sink under Bao's bewildered gaze. Ripped it open. Poured. Bao was first stunned, then realized what was happening and pulled out a gun to point at Zhang Fuxing. After hesitating for a moment, he aimed the gun at the boy's leg, about to pull the trigger, but saw the boy had somehow turned around, staring calmly at him. In a moment of daze, he saw his reflection in the boy's deep eyes, an eerie skeleton. Bao shuddered sharply and suddenly snapped back to reality. But before he could react, everything blurred. The gun fell apart. The madman was already in front of him, and a somewhat rough hand grasped Bao's throat, lifting him gently into the air. Bao exerted all his strength, but could not break free. Zhang Fuxing released his grip, and Bao fell to the ground, coughing violently. He squatted down, stared at Bao, and smeared the thick layer of longevity powder on his hand across Bao's face. The hall master of the fire hall is called. Bao dared not breathe heavily, not out of fear, but because he was afraid of inhaling the longevity powder on his face and his nostrils. That would be troublesome. He stared intently at Zhang Fuxing. Bao had seen Zhang Fuxing's profile and had thoroughly investigated him. An ordinary student from Lishu Middle School, lucky enough to get into Jiang University's computer science department. Other than that, there was nothing special. How could he be a martial artist? Zhang Fuxing clapped his hands, shaking off the remaining longevity powder. Go back and make the arrangements. In a few days, I want to meet Zhou Xianmin. As for who I am, Bao's expression changed drastically. He watched the young man, who was entirely different from earlier, lightly pat his own cheek, smearing the remaining bit of longevity powder from his hand onto his lapel. Oh, by the way, tell Hall Master Zhou, I have some information about the 40 pounds of goods that went missing from the fire hall recently. Bao was stunned for a moment, struggled to get up, dared not say a word, and fled the clinic in embarrassment. Zhang Fuxing stood up and exhaled. 40 pounds of longevity powder was not a trivial amount for the Chai Gate, but it was not enough to cause lasting harm. What's important is their reputation. The Chai Gate had been searching the lower 3 districts recently. Losing money, losing goods, it's all right, but losing face and prestige means some wolves might start having bad ideas, and the Chai Gate's real troubles would begin. Therefore, they must catch the thief. Zhang Fuxing turned on the faucet, washed his hands, and made a phone call. Master, I plan to meet with the hall master of the fire hall, Zhou Xianmin. On the other end of the line, Hong Tianbao's gentle voice came through. There's no need to report everything. The Chai Gate is both a resource for you and a training ground. After a pause, the elderly man continued. Before that, you must take each step on your own. You're free to borrow the name and influence of Hongji, and if you encounter someone you can't handle, you can pay to have your senior brother act. Zhang Fuxing nodded silently. He hung up the phone. His senior brother's business is about getting paid to handle affairs. An assassin? A hitman? Thinking of Niu Dali's honest and naive appearance, Zhang Fuxing gave a bitter smile. People cannot be judged by their appearances. He shook his head, walked back to the basement, and turned on the gas stove in the corner. During lunchtime, his dad always cooked at the clinic, so there were plenty of pots, pans, and dishes, and of course, spices and other ingredients. He took out a piece of star beast meat he had advanced from the martial arts dojo cafeteria, tore off the packaging, and carefully put it in the pot to fry and boil. Zhang Fuxing clicked his tongue. His mindset hadn't quite adjusted yet. 200,000 was still an astronomical number in his eyes. Moments later, the cooked meat pieces were taken out of the pot. Zhang Fuxing didn't rush to eat them, but rather use a knife to evenly divide them into 20 parts and then weighed them with an electronic scale. A small piece of meat, weighing 1 gram, went down the hatch. His pores expanded, his whole body felt comfortable, and a massive amount of mysterious factors broke out in his belly. But it didn't benefit him. He had hit a bottleneck. He couldn't send the mysterious factors to the deepest layer of his skin to complete the final refinement of Skin 3 refinements. Zhang Fuxing wasn't too distressed about the wasted mysterious factors. His thoughts were focused on the contract. As 1 gram of Star Beast meat dissolved in his stomach, it seemed that some unknown substance was flowing into the contract, and the dim contract also regained some luster. Zhang Fuxing continued to eat the Star Beast meat piece by piece, gram by gram, while accurately measuring the reduction in charging time. By the time all the Star Beast meat was consumed, there were 23 days left until the contract could be used again. At the rate of 1 gram per 2 days, it should have only been 22 days left. Zhang Fuxing didn't look happy, murmuring to himself, "What's the specific reason?" He picked up the packaging and took a look. Level 1 Star Beast Copper-Horned Giant Rhinoceros. Tenderloin. Net weight 20 grams. Zhang Fuxing calculated silently, vaguely suspecting that the reason Star Beast meat could charge the contract was likely because of some unknown substance contained within the meat. If the hypothesis is correct, does the unknown substance vary among different levels and species of Star Beast meat? Is the weakening effect because the contract has eaten enough of the mysterious substance in this type of Star Beast meat? He exhaled, rhythmically tapping the bowls and dishes with his wooden chopsticks, lost in thought. A long time passed. Ring, 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 the phone vibrated. He picked up the call, and Zhu Xiaoming's duck-like voice came through. "Hey, old Zhang, I'm downstairs at your place." "Nothing, it was shattered by thunder the day before yesterday. I forgot to fix it." Zhang Fuxing exhaled, nearly forgetting to have someone come to repair the window. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain when his mom and dad return in a few days. On the phone, Zhu Xiaoming seemed puzzled, but he didn't think much of it. He seemed to remember something and added, "By the way, I heard from Lu Yao that Chen Wanyu is also at Jiang University's library recently." Zhang Fuxing paused, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. "Is that so?" Chapter 26, Taoism, 5 Thunders Technique. Chapter 26, Taoism, 5 Thunders Technique. The honest-looking young man, who had returned to the martial arts dojo without anyone noticing, sat cross-legged steadily opposite the elder. He spoke calmly. The old dojo master glanced at the honest young man and said lazily, Neo Dali, with bandages wrapped around his arms, spoke softly. "Recently, old Ghost Chai seems to be in contact with those people." Hong Tianbao chuckled. Neo Dali was silent for a moment. "In any case, I think now is not the right time to annex Chai Gate." The two exchanged glances in silence. For a long time, Hong Tianbao rotated his prayer beads and spoke dully. "I know about old Ghost Chai's contact with Taoism." He placed down the prayer beads. The Eastern and Western sects stem from the same source but operate very differently, and their deities are seemingly similar. Neo Dali spoke seriously. "I've received news that people from the Eastern sect are also in Jiangzhou. Master, if you really want to take down Chai Gate, it's best to wait until the Eastern sect's upper envoy clears out those Western sect cultists." The elder lowered his eyelids slightly and remained silent for a long time. In the stillness, he let out a breath. Neo Dali was startled and raised his head abruptly. "You're—" Hong Tianbao nodded faintly and said, "My old friend is covered with incurable growths, uncontrollably turning into a flesh monster. The last time I saw him, Huang Qiuxian, once a renowned martial sect master, had fallen to the level of a martial artist." Hearing his master's words, Neo Dali opened his mouth, remained silent for a while. Hong Tianbao yawned. "I didn't even think about looking for him. As for the Chai Gate, it's decided. Your junior brother's talent is said to be unmatched through the ages." Pausing, Hong Tianbao spoke in a deep voice. "Chai Gate is the best touchstone. The path of cultivation is nothing but competition. If one only knows how to cultivate, but not how to compete, they won't get far." The elder stood up and left, with Neo Dali calling out behind him. The bald Zhu Xiaoming patted the red sports car beside him. Smugly said, Zhang Fuxing chuckled, "It is cool." He pointed to the big earrings on Zhu Xiaoming's ears and the large gold chain around his neck. Zhu Xiaoming lifted his head and said, I specifically got my ears pierced the day before yesterday, chose skull earrings, paired with the gold chain, and my bald head. Zhu Xiaoming beamed. University is a place with new people and a fresh start. Very few know about my past. He patted his chest, full of ambition. Zhang Fuxing was silent for a moment. Zhu Xiaoming jumped in frustration. The two got into the bright red sports car. He began to wonder. He's indeed Uncle Zhu, with debts even higher than Chen Wanyu's, a full 40 million. But from the financial brief and the information, it seems paying it off wouldn't be impossible, as Uncle Zhu used that money to front a large batch of materials. Although the loan interest is quite high, paying it back shouldn't be too hard, though not easy either. Zhu Xiaoming chuckled. He pressed the accelerator, and under the curious eyes of passers-by, the sports car zoomed like a fiery meteor on the asphalt, but it didn't head directly towards Jiang University. Zhang Fuxing was a bit puzzled. Zhu Xiaoming replied cheekily, Today you have to be my wingman once. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. He noticed that the surrounding buildings were becoming more familiar. Zhu Xiaoming held the steering wheel with one hand and patted his chest with the other, looking rather smug. My dad sponsored the Jiang banquet, and didn't the school just let me be responsible for this meal? He winked at Zhang Fuxing. I invited her to visit Jiang University today under the guise of the event. Isn't this giving you a chance? Zhang Fuxing was speechless. At this moment, the red sports car screeched to a halt in front of Snake Fist Hall. The window rolled down, and Zhu Xiaoming waved to the young girl who had just stepped out on leave and was standing outside the martial arts hall. Zhong Yu curiously eyed the vibrant red sports car, took 2 steps closer, and suddenly stopped in her tracks. She saw the handsome young man in the passenger seat. It was him. Not only did Zhong Yu see him, but the little old man in a traditional jacket, leisurely swaying outside the martial arts hall, also spotted Zhang Fuxing, hands behind his back. He narrowed his eyes. Zhang Fuxing's gaze passed over Zhong Yu and met the eyes of the Snake Fist Hall master, causing a chill in his heart. The moment their eyes met, the little old man seemed displeased, with a faint glow in his eyes. In an instant, Zhang Fuxing noticed the surroundings change dramatically. He was no longer sitting in a sports car, but on a bright yellow meditation mat, with vast clouds beneath, the world silent, just him and the old man. A mental illusion, or perhaps a divine realm. Zhang Fuxing felt tense. The divine realm, according to his master, belonged to the capability of he should see me as such, apart from briefly touching this level at the initial stage of the great success in contemplation technique or relying on a flash of spiritual light. At other times, one needed at least minor perfection in contemplation technique to create a divine realm. The most critical point is his master still had to tap 3 times, yet this Snake Fist Hall master of merely the second refinement just lifted his eyelids. Perfection. Contemplation technique perfection. Absolutely a figure at the true. He should see me as such level. The old man stood atop the clouds of the divine realm, each word like the vast heavenly echo. From the thick clouds all around, warriors armored in gold and wielding bows and knives emerged, hundreds and thousands of them. He said, thousands of armored soldiers simultaneously stepped closer to Zhang Fuxing, clearly fictitious beings in the illusion, yet the majesty and momentum were undeniably real. The warriors raised their bows. 1,000 bows were drawn like full moons at this moment, being targeted by 1,000 great bows. The sharp aura made Zhang Fuxing's breathing difficult, his chest tight, and his brow in pain. Under the 1,000 bows, arrows had not yet left the strings, yet the sharp aura had already pierced Zhang Fuxing's brow, causing blood to trickle down. Zhang Fuxing stood firm, knowing it was merely an illusion. Back in the days when trapped in an illusion, he had been gnawed by skeletons for days on end. He was long accustomed, naturally unafraid of these 1,000 bows and armors. Zhang Fuxing repeated. His fists vibrated. His body suddenly transformed into white bones, which emitted a faint glow. The fist wind gathered the cloud beneath him into a tiger's head behind him. The huge tiger head floated behind the young man, roaring. The old man's mouth twitched, the coldness on his face dissipated, and he suddenly fell silent. He muttered to himself, touched his chest, then suddenly lowered his hand. The fake warriors lowered their longbows. I really can't show my face to see him. Huang Qiuxian. The name sounds so familiar. And Taoism. Five Thunders technique? Zhang Fuxing was stunned for a moment, blood flowing from the cracked brow, seeing the elderly figure wave a hand. This part of the spirit divine realm collapsed by a quarter. The collapsed part turned into a beam of light, hitting into his body. He was suddenly jolted awake, still inside the bright red sports car. Zhongyu was already in the car somehow. Oh! Zhu Xiaoming looked at him in horror. Zhang Fuxing instinctively looked outside the car, but the Snake Fist Hall master had disappeared, and his forehead felt warm. He reached out and touched it. It was blood. Every hair on his body stood on end. Chapter 27. The Heavily Indebted Female Bandit. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. The Heavily Indebted Female Bandit. The last chapter has been released. The machine audit must be seriously ill. Zhu Xiaoming frantically handed over some tissues, and Zhongyu, who was sitting in the back row, looked dazed. Zhang Fuxing took the tissue, pressed it against the crack on his brow, and hoarsely asked. He said worriedly. Zhang Fuxing's eyes were deep. Then he smiled and said, Zhu Xiaoming retorted, at a time like this, have you messed up while practicing contemplation technique recently? Zhang Fuxing waved his hand. He said this with a smile on his face, but the hair on the back of his neck was still standing on end. It was the wound in the spirit divine realm, pierced by the thousand Bao Qi mechanism. It was obviously an illusion, yet the wound manifested in reality. So, what if he had died in that illusion? A chill ran through Zhang Fuxing, realizing that the illusion was not just an illusion. There was also Taoism, the Five Thunders technique. He suddenly remembered that day in the alley when he sparred with the Snake Fist Hall master. At that time, the old man formed seals with his hands, stomped his feet while pulling forward, shouted strike, and then lightning flashed between his teeth, accompanied by rumbling thunder. Now that I think about it, wasn't that just like the movies from a past life, where Taoists summoned heavenly thunder? Those hand seals, weren't they just like the Taoist five thunder seals from a past life? Zhu Xiaoming touched his bald head and spoke worriedly. He advised. Zhang Fuxing nodded absent-mindedly, and in the back row, 3 question marks popped up on Zhongyu's forehead. Zhu Xiaoming patted Zhang Fuxing's shoulder and sincerely said. More question marks appeared on Zhongyu's forehead. Her expression turned a bit peculiar. Martial artist? She blinked, recalling the 2,000 pounds on the force measuring machine. Zhang Fuxing regained his senses and said with a laugh. Zhu Xiaoming rolled his eyes, pressed the accelerator. Sure, you're a martial artist. You're at 3rd refinement. Sitting in the back, the girl with the peculiar expression nodded simply. Zhang Fuxing glanced at this, in some sense his granddaughter, through the rearview mirror, and suddenly asked, Classmate Zhong, is your Snake Fist Hall master named? He had already remembered who Huang Qiuxian was. The one the director of Onkong Hospital called extremely tenacious. Riddled with a dozen types of primary cancers, all in the late stages, not to mention numerous complex illnesses, aged 142, the cancer man. That's right, his name is Huang Qiuxian. She cautiously asked. After a pause, Zhu Xiaoming coughed. You let me tell you, old Zhang is quite something. Haven't you not started contemplation technique yet? He started chatting with Zhongyu, confidently describing Zhang Fuxing as a delayed genius, while winking and making faces at Zhang Fuxing. Yet, Zhongyu didn't doubt him at all. Instead, she nodded very seriously. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his forehead. The 3 of them chatted casually, and before they knew it, they had passed the checkpoint. The bright red sports car entered the 3rd district, and Jiangzhou University was almost in sight. As the best university in Jiangzhou City, although located in a small city, it's nothing within the entire federation, but in this piece of land in Jiangzhou, it's one of the most important. In fact, Jiangzhou University ranks in the top 10 within the Golden Province, even higher than the ranking of the best university in some medium-sized city. See that place ahead with Celestial Treasure written on the wall? Zhu Xiaoming led Zhang Fuxing and Zhong Yu along the tree-lined path, pointing to the building ahead, clearly well prepared. That entire building is the library, funded by a trustee of our Jiangzhou University, and it's named after the trustee, called Celestial Treasure Tower. Zhang Fuxing scratched his head. Master? He grinned, thinking how widespread Hongji's business is. Martial arts dojo, lending, possibly managing an assassin organization, and also a trustee at Jiangzhou University. Arriving at the base of Celestial Treasure Tower, Zhu Xiaoming excitedly pulled out his phone. Eating melon? Is Chun the great genius that popular? Oh, got slapped flying? Zhang Fuxing and Zhong Yu gave curious glances. A moment later, Zhu Xiaoming hung up the phone, regretfully saying, "Damn, late by a step, missed a good show." Zhang Fuxing felt a toothache, and Zhong Yu asked curiously beside him. Zhu Xiaoming explained. Lu Yao said that just now in the library, an upperclassman confessed to Qin Wanyu publicly, but Qin the great genius slapped his face to pieces. He excitedly headed into the building. Can't get the fresh melon, but we can still get some leftover scraps. The three entered the 7 or 8-story tall Celestial Treasure Tower. Without even needing to call Lu Yao, they immediately found the scene of the incident. The location was on the first floor with dozens of onlookers. It was hard not to spot. Lu Yao, Zhu Xiaoming shouted, drawing curious glances from students, who looked at this bald guy with big earrings and a thick gold chain like he was a fool. Zhang Fuxing and Zhong Yu both moved a little further away from Zhu Xiaoming. While among the crowd, a pretty girl also covered her face and looked down. Zhu Xiaoming seemed to realize it was a bit abrupt, twerking a little, then precisely pinpointing the girl covering her face, dragging Zhang Fuxing and Zhong Yu over. Lu Yao, Lu Yao! Zhu Xiaoming squeezed into the crowd. In fact, he didn't even need to squeeze. As he approached with his shiny bald head, the crowd parted, making way for him. Zhang Fuxing quietly pulled up his collar, trying to cover his face. Lu Yao spoke with a toothache, politely greeting Zhang Fuxing and Zhong Yu, then covered her face and said. Zhu Xiaoming chuckled sheepishly. Aren't they all chattering anyway? And besides, isn't this urgent to find you? He looked around. Lu Yao pointed with her mouth. The three of them looked in the direction. Not far away, a student lay on the ground, his face covered in blood, evidently unconscious. Next to him, a girl with wine-red hair sat calmly, under the watchful eyes of dozens of people, flipping through a thick book quietly. Sunlight streamed through the glass window, just spilling onto her, like a fairy untainted by the mundane world. Zhang Fuxing noticed the snow-white clavicle beneath her neck, raised an eyebrow. Where's the wound? Healed so quickly? Didn't look like any concealer. Was it some expensive medicine? Or perhaps a special constitution? The fairy seemed to sense something, glanced over, and when she saw Zhang Fuxing, she clearly hesitated, then also raised an eyebrow. Under everyone's eyes, she rose gracefully, holding her book, and walked over slowly. She lifted her chin, her neck long and slender, softly asking Zhang Fuxing, her voice crisp and sweet like a frost-kissed peach, though a hint of unnoticeable anxiety flashed in her expression. The crowd all stared intently. Chapter 28, Number 19 Bar. Chapter 28, Number 19 Bar. Although it's summer vacation, there are quite a few students and teachers remaining on campus. A teacher who looks quite young hurried over to deal with an emergency. The fainted student was carried away. As for Chun Wanyu, a verbal warning and education. This is the treatment for seed-level students, an older student watching exclaimed, and still a seed level who has achieved great success in both contemplation and breathing. Tisk just graduated from senior year. That monster just left, and now another successor has arrived. Definitely more than that. The fainted one is a third-year student, peak first refinement, with a power of 1,000 pounds. Second refinement, freshman. Amidst the whispered discussions, eyes lingered on the ethereal fairy-like girl and the delicate boy. In these past few days, Chun, the great genius, has been coming to the library every day. With her seed-level student status and her good looks, it's hard not to attract attention. In fact, the discussion posts about Chun Wanyu on the university forum have been increasing exponentially. College students are always the most leisurely. Wherever there's gossip, they'll be there. Chun Wanyu asked for the second time, ignoring everything around her. A light breeze blew, making her dress flutter, and her burgundy hair swayed slightly, like dancing flames. Zhang Fuxing shrugged his shoulders and replied. He glanced at Chun Wanyu's red hair and then carefully examined her delicate face, pondering deeply. He hadn't thought of it before, but now observing Chun Wanyu seriously, her eyebrows and eyes somewhat resemble those of second senior sister Chen Yuk, and both have naturally red hair. They shouldn't be biological sisters, maybe cousins? Chen Wanyu asked again. Beside him, Zhu Xiaoming and Lu Yao exchanged glances, wondering when old Zhang got to know Chan the great genius, keeping a low profile. Yet Zhongyu looked as if it was all quite natural. Chun Wanyu pondered for a moment. She paused, speaking calmly. Her tone was unwavering, commanding, and left no room for doubt. The crowd murmured in surprise, with many taking out their phones, stealthily snapping pictures, posting them on the forum at once. Chen Wanyu took Zhang Fuxing's wrist and peacefully said, but only Zhang Fuxing understood. Chen Wanyu wasn't just holding his wrist, it was a lock, or rather a grasp, that resembled handcuffs. Following that, she pulled Zhang Fuxing away, forcefully in public. The bewildered trio left Celestial Treasure Tower. Lu Yao questioned. Zhu Xiaoming just smiled wryly. I really don't know. Old Zhang was just... He glanced at Zhongyu, who blinked in confusion. Lu Yao rubbed his forehead. Zhu Xiaoming asked curiously. Lu Yao opened his phone and pointed with his lips. Zhu Xiaoming and Zhongyu leaned over, seeing the top post on the forum. They clicked into the post, finding a detailed breakdown of the library incident, ending with a photo of the red-haired girl holding old Zhang's hand. Zhu Xiaoming took a glance. In just 10 minutes, the replies had exceeded 300, with 30 new responses each refresh. In one reply, someone even posted Zhang Fuxing's basic information directly. Damn, old Zhang just got exposed like this. Lu Yao sighed helplessly. There are all kinds of people among the students, the city's elites, outsiders, and someone mentioned Lishu Middle School earlier. Zhong Yu curiously asked. Lu Yao nodded seriously. Contemplation of breathing reached a great success, and before the college entrance exams, he was specially recruited by Jiang University as a seed-level student. She paused and shrugged. Zhong Yu said enviously. Zhu Xiaoming withdrew his gaze from the forum, touching his bald head. I better interrogate old Zhang later. Lu Yao glanced at him and rolled her eyes elegantly. Zhong Yu nodded in strong agreement. After getting out of the taxi, Zhang Fuxing looked around the villa area, a bit curious. Chun Wanyu spoke sparingly. Although he had been heading to the 3rd district these past few days, apart from the martial arts dojo, Zhang Fuxing hadn't visited other places, and now he followed Chun Wanyu with curiosity. This villa area was quite serene, with a vast area, but not many houses, each of which had a garden of at least 1,000 square meters. These villas seemed more like ultra-small estates. He even saw artificial lakes next to some of the larger villas. The two walked through dense tree-lined paths and soon stopped in front of one of the larger villas in the area. Compared to other villas that looked like ultra-small estates, this one in front was clearly a small estate, covering nearly 10 acres. The iron gate of the small estate was open, with the number 19 on the gate post. 19. Número 19 Villa? Zhang Fuxing remembered that a few hours ago, Bao had told him to deliver goods to number 19 villa in the villa area. Chen Wanyu said casually, leading Zhang Fuxing through the iron gate, and they were immediately greeted by waiters dressed in black suits. Is Mr. The waiter led the way, passing through a small bamboo grove and an artificial lake, and the two stopped in front of the main building. The waiter opened the antique-styled redwood door, revealing the scenery inside. It really was a villa converted into a bar. The bar was centered around the bar counter, with small round tables set up in front, and there were not many guests. On the side, a woman dressed formally was playing the piano. The two walked to the bar counter, and the bartender, dressed in a tailcoat, turned around. Zhang Fuxing was taken aback. This was Black Eye? He was absolutely certain, because the bartender's eyes were entirely black, with no visible pupils and no white part, which looked extremely eerie. Noticing Zhang Fuxing's surprised gaze, the bartender gave an elegant smile. Hongji Martial Arts Dojo. Wang Xiangnan said calmly. Zhou Quan sat slack on the dormitory bed, as if he had lost his backbone. Being Elder Hong's disciple, that's no big deal. But they just fallen out with each other, and he doesn't know what kind of person this Fuxing brother truly is, whether he's vindictive. Not to mention, Zhang Fuxing also inexplicably wanted to see his father. Zhou Quan kept cracking his knuckles, his expression a bit pale. He's not his father's only son. His eldest brother was killed by that female bandit, and that's how he took over. Now he's the young master of the fire hall, but his father could easily replace him with one of his younger siblings. Power is like a drug. Once you get hooked, it's hard to quit. In fact, power is more addictive than drugs. Fuxing brother. Zhou Quan took a deep breath and asked. Wang Xiangnan shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. Zhou Quan paced back and forth for a moment, gritted his teeth, and made a call. Find a blank account and transfer all the money to it, just a Jiangzhou bank account. After hanging up, he decisively left the dojo and headed to the nearest Jiangzhou bank. Shortly after, he came out with a bank card in hand. Holding the bank card, Zhou Quan found Zhang Fuxing's number, hesitated a bit, but still dialed it. Hey, senior brother Zhang, it's me, Zhou Quan. Chapter 29. I'm begging you. Chapter 29. I'm begging you, number 19 bar. Abyssal Black Eye. Eternal Burning Heart? Zhang Fuxing was greatly intrigued and sincerely shook his head. The bartender explained with a smile. He spoke eloquently. Of course, special physiques aren't entirely innate. They could be developed postnatally. Zhang Fuxing suddenly understood, just like the first form and spirit after achieving great success in grim white bone observation. The life-light phase? According to what Master said, once the bone generates light, it can slowly transform into dead man's bone. He sincerely said. Chun Wanyu nodded slightly, her tone relaxing. The bartender snapped his fingers, and a server quietly approached, gesturing an invitation. They walked to the second floor and entered a room that appeared quite ordinary, with a sofa, a coffee table, and dim lighting. But the door was made of a whole piece of metal. Zhang Fuxing reached out and knocked on the wall. It was also made of some kind of metal. The server brought 2 cocktails and some desserts, and after leaving, gently closed the door, accompanied by the sound of it locking. The room was left with just the two of them. In the dim light, Chen Wanyu leaned back on the sofa, raised her glass, and said calmly. Chen Wanyu sipped the bright red drink, as red as her long hair, her gaze clear. She spoke lightly, staring at Zhang Fuxing. I originally thought I wouldn't see you or your father again. Zhang Fuxing owed, curious, and asked, Classmate Chen plans to kill and silence here. Chen Wanyu was expressionless. She put down her glass and scrutinized Zhang Fuxing. No. After pondering for a moment, Chen Wanyu calmly explained. Chen Wanyu frowned. Why was this young man's reaction so strange? She spoke coldly. Zhang Fuxing suddenly realized. So classmate Chen also needs to join forces for strength, to be a faction leader. Chen Wanyu was even more puzzled, but just responded with a nasal Zhang Fuxing smiled broadly. Actually, I'm more curious about what the eternal burning heart is. The phone suddenly vibrated. He nodded apologetically, answering the call. Hey, senior brother Zhang, it's me, Zhou Quan. Listening to the voice on the phone, Zhang Fuxing smiled. I happen to want to find you. Just come over directly. It's a bar, number 19 bar. You should know where it is. How long will it take? 10 minutes? After hanging up, he said warmly. Chen Wanyu frowned. Zhang Fuxing leaned on the sofa. Chen Wanyu's brows furrowed more tightly, but she didn't say anything, curious about what this peculiar guy was really up to. She felt a bit of a headache. Time passed bit by bit. The phone vibrated. Are you here? Zhang Fuxing put down the phone and looked up at Chen Wanyu across the coffee table. But at some point, The red-haired girl was already sitting upright, staring intently at Zhang Fuxing like a hungry tiger about to pounce, her fierce killing intent locking onto him. Zhang Fuxing remained calm, as usual. She asked coldly, her eyes locked onto the young man. But the young man just smiled shyly. Suddenly, a sense of unease surged in Chen Wanyu's heart. The door was knocked, and the server's polite inquiry was heard. "Mister," the server could call out the surname, indicating they were a regular here. This thought flashed through Chen Wanyu's mind, and she responded. The sound of unlocking was heard. The metal door opened, and a young man walked in with a big smile. Chen Wanyu glanced at him twice and didn't recognize him. The metal room door closed again, and the waiter left. Zhou Quan glanced at the red-haired girl on the corner sofa, a flash of amazement in his eyes before turning his gaze back to Zhang Fuxing with a hint of flattery. He got straight to the point. What happened yesterday was really a misunderstanding. Chen Wanyu's eyes widened. How much? Zhou Quan bent over, lowered his head, carefully holding out the bank card with both hands, and continued. An anonymous account. Most of the money earned is from the hall. Zhang Fuxing's smile widened. Brother Zhou, you're too kind. As he spoke, he took the card and skillfully slipped it into his pocket, finally saying with a cheerful smile. Zhou Quan was taken aback. A seed-level student from Jiang University is indeed impressive, but more importantly, she's a friend of senior Brother Zhang. Chen Wanyu suddenly clenched her fist, barely suppressing her murderous intent. Zhang Fuxing said with a cheerful smile, Old Zhou, you can go now. Zhou Quan pushed open the door and left. The room fell into a dead silence. Zhang Fuxing ignored Chen Wanyu, whose expression was extremely unpleasant, opened his phone, and looked at a string of messages from Zhu Xiaoming. Zhu Xiaoming. Holy crap. Old Zhang awesome. Zhu Xiaoming. When did you become friends with Chun, the great genius? And such good relations, too. Zhu Xiaoming. This is going to be interesting. If Wang Cheng finds out, he'll be furious. Haha, there's going to be some fun to watch at the Jiang banquet. Wang Cheng, also a student from Lishu Middle School, was admitted to the martial arts department of Jiang University. Previously, he was a middle school classmate of Zhang Fuxing and Zhu Xiaoming, but they parted ways in high school as he joined the elite class, the same one as Chen Wanyu. Since middle school, he didn't really get along with Zhang Fuxing and Zhu Xiaoming. After replying to a few messages, Zhang Fuxing put down his phone and looked at the red-haired girl. Her expression had become extremely cold. The murderous intent she was trying to suppress completely erupted, and a knife appeared in her hand, seemingly out of nowhere. In the next instant, Chen Wanyu saw the young man extend his 2 fingers together and lightly tap on the coffee table. The glass coffee table cracked. He then clenched all 5 fingers into a fist and tapped on the cracked table a second time. The glass coffee table shattered into countless small, crystal-like fragments, which exploded between the two like a mist. The next moment, before the countless fragment particles fell, through the fog-like fragments, Chen Wanyu saw the elegant youth flick his fist, causing a gust of wind that swept the fragments into a ferocious tiger head, hovering beside the youth. 1 second, 2 seconds. By the 3rd second, the gust faded, the tiger head disintegrated, and the fragments rained down densely, scattering all over the floor. The room fell into dead silence. Zhang Fuxing said sincerely. Chen Wanyu's eyelids twitched, her expression growing colder. After a moment, she let go of the knife, allowing it to fall to the floor, close to fist intent. It must be the perfection of tiger roar fist. The girl placed her hand over her own heart, staring at him. Enunciating her words one by one, Zhang Fuxing asked curiously, Is it because of that so-called? After pausing for a moment, he shook his head. That's not important. Actually, I'm more curious. Classmate Shin, why did you borrow so much money to buy a spirit potion? Is taking shortcuts for pseudo-great success? Chen Wanyu's expression froze, and she suddenly stood up. Zhang Fuxing said with a cheerful smile, Oh right, I forgot to mention, second senior sister handed your account over to me, and I'm in charge now. If I'm not mistaken, Chen Wanyu was stunned in place, silent for a while. She stepped closer, causing Zhang Fuxing to suddenly become vigilant, silently gathering strength. But in the next second, the girl crouched in front of him, lowering her head, her exquisite, otherworldly face pointed down. She trembled as she asked, with sweat trickling down her forehead, sliding off her flawless white cheeks, as if all her pride and dignity were utterly shattered by the words overdue. Zhang Fuxing remained silent. So, what happens if it's overdue? What makes this girl, who dares to rob the Chai Gate and is so proud, fear to such an extent, even... He watched the red-haired girl shift from crouching to kneeling. Chen Wanyu knelt in front of the young man, gently lifting her head. Her crystal-clear eyes were filled with terror. She said with difficulty. Zhang Fuxing did not answer, extending his hand to gently touch the girl's delicate face, pinching it slightly. The girl's tender face became slightly flushed from the pinch. Chapter 30. 6 Ding Divine Fire. Chapter 30. 6 Ding Divine Fire. Target number 1 went to know. 2 people. Identification of the companion is underway. Results are out. Zhang Fuxing, prospective freshman at Jiang University. Father Zhang Wentao, underground doctor in the 7th District. Mother Zhou Guifang, an ordinary primary school teacher. His last contact with Chen Wanyu should be on the night of June 28th, when target no. Listening to the report, the rugged man with a big beard flicked his cigarette ash. Hongji, the rugged man pondered, then do not monitor him for now, lest we offend Hong Tianbao. The inspector nodded decisively, but then questioned. He extinguished the cigarette, but continued to follow up. As for this Zhang Fuxing, is not out of lust, compassion, or the thrill of desecrating the once pompous. Simply because, curiosity, curious to see if this silky smooth face could be pinched to swell. People, in the face of perfect things, always harbor an irrepressible destructive urge, which can vaguely be summed up in psychology as cute aggression or cute destructiveness. It's like seeing a porcelain doll-like child, feeling uncomfortable unless you make them cry, or like seeing a beautiful little cat, needing to stroke it hard a couple times. Zhang Fuxing continued to knead the face of the red-haired girl. It was really pinchable, smooth, and tender, surprisingly good to the touch. He contemplated himself, transforming into a white bone, the sharp energy within him slowly receding, another wonderful use of the white bone observation. When viewing one's self as bones, as a dead thing, one's vitality, spirit, and energy indeed settle and quiet down, appearing as an ordinary person, not seen through by outsiders, also calming the ripples of the heart, observing the white bones, and gaining true purity. He asked again. Chen Wanyu remained silent. Zhang Fuxing reached out, hooked the girl's chin, lifting her head slightly, scrutinizing the confusion in her eyes. To seek medicine, she softly spoke. Zhang Fuxing was puzzled. You injected the spirit potion, advancing the contemplation technique to pseudo-great success as a shortcut for... She spoke lowly. Achieving great success in the contemplation technique can completely liberate my heart, the eternal burning heart. They said if I achieve it, they would give me a golden core. Detected an element. A first-turn golden core. Is this right? Could it be there's also a 9-turn golden core, or something like Taishan Laojun, where eating one makes you immortal? Zhang Fuxing pressed his lips. After another silence, Chen Wanyu took a deep breath. Zhang Fuxing's gaze suddenly became sharp. Again, Taoism. As he caressed the girl's cheek, he fell into deep thought. The Snake Fist Hall Master, that Huang Xiuxian, is a Taoism follower who also implanted something in his body, claiming it was the Five Thunders technique to be passed to his master. His dad also mentioned a few days ago that cultists of Taoism would be gathering in the lower 3 districts. And Zhong Mountain once said Taoism is divided into Eastern and Western, seeming that one is righteous, the other evil. He asked. Chen Wanyu was bewildered, shook her head. Zhang Fuxing chuckled. Still don't understand why you're so afraid of overdue. Chen Wanyu clenched her fists, pressed her lips. She trembled. Those who break the promise will have their soul extracted, thrown into endless purgatory, enduring unbearable torment, thus earning a 3-month extension. Breaking again will keep them in purgatory forever. Until Zhang Fuxing's heart stirred, thinking about his master's spirit divine realm, thinking about those skeletal monsters. Although the monster's gnawing was painful, it was not unbearable, certainly not enough to make the girl fear like this. Indeed, he was undergoing training, practicing the contemplation technique, not genuinely enduring torment. But if her so-called purgatory was the master's spirit divine realm, Zhang Fuxing slightly narrowed his eyes. Were those skeletal monsters in the divine realm once real, living people? He felt a bit of horror. Chen Wanyu took a deep breath at this moment. Recalling past experiences made her body tremble more violently. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow and then reached out with both hands to pinch the girl's cheeks. Second senior sister? Chen Wanyu's speech was slurred. Zhang Fuxing let go of his hands, feeling a bit unsatisfied, and carefully examined the girl. Yes, handed it over to Mr. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his chin, thinking it's a bit of trouble. The eternal burning heart. He was really interested in having it, but how could he persuade her to trade? Save her mother's life? Upon hearing this, Chen Wanyu placed her hand on her heart and looked up at the delicate young man, half of whose face was shrouded in shadow. She said, "It continually improves my aptitude and nourishes my body. As the name suggests, it harbors a flame, an eternal flame. The cultists say it's called the six-ding divine fire, and it seems to be a key to unlocking something." Zhang Fuxing's eyes widened. Six-ding divine fire. In the mythical stories of his past life, the fire burning in the 8 trigrams furnace once forged the golden cudgel and the 9-toothed nail rake, scorched Avalokitesvara's willow branch, and gave the monkey brother the fire eyes golden gaze. Zhang Fuxing was a bit confused. Are there really gods and immortals, and even a supreme Lao Jun? No, that's not right. If deities were truly reclining in the 9 heavens above, a roaring celestial thunder would have long split the Federation into pieces. After all, the Federation classified Taoism as an evil cult. He calmed his breathing. Zhang Fuxing pressed further. Chen Wanyu replied somberly, "I don't know." Understanding dawned on Zhang Fuxing, and his mind began to churn with thoughts. Could he purchase health and then sell it to Chen Wanyu's mother? This approach seemed a bit cumbersome, requiring multiple transactions to ultimately acquire the eternal burning heart. The problem was the effect of star beast meat was diminishing. No, that's not right. A sudden flash of inspiration hit him. Why buy an extra health? Why not purchase her mother's mysterious illness directly? As this idea surfaced, Zhang Fuxing felt as if he had opened a brand new door. In the silence, the red-haired girl suddenly placed her chin in his palm, much like a docile kitten. She softly asked, "Can I get an extension?" The girl trembled slightly, her eyes filled with irrepressible fear, clearly having endured unimaginable suffering in purgatory. There was a moment of hesitation. Chen Wanyu clumsily extended her tongue, gently licking Zhang Fuxing's palm. Zhang Fuxing came to his senses, staring at this demon-level face, the dim light casting over her features, making her appear even more breathtakingly stunning. He chuckled. "Do I look like someone who's in a charity?" The light in her eyes faltered instantly. Chapter 31, Assault. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Assault, redemption, and suffering can breed loyalty, and naturally, it can also create a profound emotional debt, but it's still a path. The only one who can make the deal is Zhong Mountain. So he won't play the good guy, and doesn't mind pushing a bit to let the girl fall into an even deeper inferno in more difficult circumstances. He muttered to himself, "Indeed, I have the authority to extend this time, but why should I help you? With this overdue time, you'll be completely thrown into purgatory, and your mother should be." Zhang Fuxing calmly stared at the tender face. Chen Wanyu remained silent for a moment, seemingly understanding his meaning, her face showing a look of humiliation, but eventually, she trembled, lowered her head, and then awkwardly and clumsily stuck out her tongue to gently lick his palm. Zhang Fuxing's mouth twitched slightly, with no extra movement, although that wasn't what he meant. But indeed, it was necessary to completely tear down the girl's pride and self-esteem. He needed someone desperate, like Zhong Mountain lying in the quasi-morgue, quietly waiting to die. The young man coldly looked at the girl kneeling before him. The latter trembled slightly, lowered her head, thinking about things unknown. After a while, as she hesitated and struggled, Zhang Fuxing stood up, calmly said. He knew that tearing down the pride of an arrogant person couldn't be done instantly, unless extreme measures were used, but those measures would yield a heavy and indelible hatred. That wasn't what he wanted. A pseudo-genius built on potions. The girl shook her head blankly, seeing the faint treasure light emanating from the man's skin. Zhang Fuxing said indifferently, "Apart from an eternal burning heart and an extraordinary face, there's nothing noteworthy about you." He reached out, condescendingly stroking the girl's head. "Chen Wanyu murmured." Zhang Fuxing turned around and left decisively, as if she really wasn't worth mentioning or any sentiment. The door opened, and the bright light in the corridor spilled in, falling on the young man's body. Under the illumination, an iron mountain-like shadow loomed over him, collapsing with a roar, covering Chen Wanyu. After he walked away, the shadow dispersed, and she remained kneeling on the ground, staring dazedly at the light outside the door, unable to speak for a long time. After using the restroom, pressing 5 pumps of hand soap, and seriously washing his licked palm. Walking out number 19 bar, Zhang Fuxing pondered uncomfortably. No formal learning, clueless himself. Was his act acceptable? Didn't feel very satisfactory, but couldn't go any further. He sighed softly. Answering the phone, Zhu Xiaoming's loud voice came from the other end. "Old Zhang, we found a treasure restaurant and are having a meal. I'm not coming. I have some things to do tonight. Before the Jiang banquet in mid-month, isn't there a farewell dinner for our class teacher?" As he spoke, Zhang Fuxing furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a bizarre, stinging sensation on his body, but not intense. Zhu Xiaoming smacked his lips. "Actually, Lu Yaon, I don't really want to go to the farewell dinner. There'll definitely be loads of people fawning over us. It feels weird." After hanging up the phone, he looked around for a moment, unable to identify the source of his discomfort, didn't think much, walked on a shady path, and made another video call. In the video, Dr. Zhang, evidently in a changing room or similar place, glanced around, then frowned. "I was about to call you." Zhang Fuxing's expression turned serious. Zhang Wentao shook his head. He paused, then continued. "Why don't you leave the martial arts dojo, buy a train ticket, and come to Dongling Snow Mountain too? The uncle's family lives in another city." Zhang Fuxing shook his head. "There's no need. I'm at the martial arts dojo every day." As he spoke, he rotated the camera to show his dad the surrounding villas occupying vast areas, almost like little estates. Dad clearly thought the dojo was nestled in this nearly inaccessible villa area, smiled and cursed, then said, "All right, just be careful. It's best not to leave the dojo at all. By the way, I'll give you old Yu's number, my friend. If you really run into something and need to return to the lower 3 districts, contact him." After hanging up again, Zhang Fuxing furrowed his brow. Cultist Taoism. He still couldn't connect these two terms. His eyes flickered slightly. Chen Wanyu was indeed a good means to engage with Taoism. Precisely because of this, he didn't plan to discard the girl after the transaction. Isn't Taoism recruiting her? Perhaps it could be developed into a connection. The identity of Zhong Mountain should be truly utilized. This was also why he wanted to drag Chen Wanyu deeper into the swamp. Zhang Fuxing once received feedback from the contract that loyalty couldn't be directly purchased, but one could turn the other into an absolutely obedient, completely controlled puppet. But he didn't want a puppet. So, to gain loyalty, a ray of light, a helping hand in despair and hardship, is probably the fastest method. Secret society? Recalling some organizations from novels and movies in his previous life, he muttered. Zhang Fuxing talked to himself, recalling the high-table meeting in a certain film series. Suddenly, he stood still. That strange, stabbing sensation abruptly became intense, not physically. It's mental. Is it a premonition? Suddenly a strong pain, as if his brow was about to split again. He quickly turned his head, and in the next instant, with the sharp sound whistling past his ear, a hole blasted into the trunk behind him, his hair standing upright. Zhang Fuxing quickly dodged into the shade of the trees, silently counting down. 1 second, 2 seconds. Upon counting to the second, a faint muffled sound came from the distance, one that normal people couldn't possibly hear. But with Zhang Fuxing's current hearing, he could catch it, a sniper rifle with a silencer. Though not capable of hearing a fly's wings fluttering 100 meters away, when concentrating, his heightened senses could detect a fly passing 20 meters away. 2 seconds, the gunman was over 600 meters away, to the west. Coincidentally, there happened to be a villa there, hidden behind the tree trunk. Zhang Fuxing suddenly felt his scalp go numb again, rapidly rolling sideways, and in the next instant, the trunk blasted out a small hole. Another 2 seconds later, a massive roar echoed. Change guns. Damn it. What kind of gun can blast through a tree trunk nearly half a meter thick? Twice narrowly escaping death, the feeling of panic mixed with inexplicable excitement enveloped him, causing his breathing to falter slightly. A third wave of stabbing pain surged through his body. Roll. A bullet hole was left there, then followed by a huge gunshot echoing. Zhang Fuxing suddenly looked up, stomped hard, and struck out with vigor, kicking up the fallen dead leaves, sweeping into a massive tiger's head, perfectly covering every angle of that spot. 650 meters away, atop the villa, the gunman raised an eyebrow. Through the scope, he locked onto the target the moment the dead leaves scattered, firing immediately. But just before the trigger was pulled, the target had already rolled away once more. The gunman's pupils shrank, watching as the boy in the distance once again whipped up the dead leaves, enveloping the forest floor. This time, the swirling dead leaves lingered longer. The boy seemed to be boxing in the forest. The fierce gust from his punches kept smoke and leaves swirling incessantly. Attempted shooting blindly a few times. He shook his head. If he lingered any longer, the Public Security Bureau would arrive. This wasn't the lower 3 districts. Just as he was about to retract the sniper rifle, through the scope, the gunman saw the smoke in the woods 600 meters away suddenly tear apart. With a silhouette rushing forth at unbelievable speed, each footstep cracked the ground like a spider's web, then darted tens of meters in distance. He pulled the trigger, and again. The third shot fired as the silhouette crossed the 600 meters, now at the foot of the building. Chapter 32. Minor Perfection. Martial Artist's Third Refinement. Divine Realm Formed. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. Minor Perfection. Martial Artist's Third Refinement. Divine Realm Formed. The next chapter is under review. Please wait a moment earlier. Beneath the trees, the young man stood here, practicing the tiger roar fist, the wind from his fists stirring dead branches and leaves, covering the ground. He practiced his punches, but it was too dangerous, each time narrowly perceiving, narrowly avoiding. He needed a stronger spirit. The 60 years of contemplation from Zhong Mountain, pervading his soul like rain and mist, bit by bit, as if I had personally experienced it. I recall my master's words, 10 years of nurturing and refining could glimpse great success. 100 years of accumulating spirit could then see perfection. In this form, I had no sense of pain, no bleeding, hard to perceive and detect. In the 59th year, I could already construct the divine realm as I willed, but it could not give birth to the skeletal creatures in my master's divine realm. My divine realm was empty. 60 years of dots and drops, all gathered upon this moment, adding wholly to this body. The tiger roar fist had not yet been fully practiced. Zhang Fuxing opened his eyes, though I was still myself. The world seemed vastly different. He spread his hands, embracing the invisible mysterious factors surrounding him. These mysterious factors madly rushing into his body, following the path of great sun illuminates the 72 snow mountains. Swiftly coursing through his whole body, they still couldn't penetrate the deepest layer of his skin, unable to complete the third refinement. But the spirit, Zhang Fuxing, using his spirit to interfere with reality, bound all the mysterious factors within his body, turning them into a sharp sword, piercing fiercely into the deepest layer of his skin. The third refinement was thus achieved. The mysterious factors thoroughly soaked into his skin, adding a force of 500 pounds, his total strength reaching 2,700 pounds. The next second, the force of 2,700 pounds sank into his foot. The ground shook heavily. The woodland cracked, the dead branches and leaves echoing with a burst. Under the tremendous recoil, Zhang Fuxing shot out like a cannonball, leaping nearly 100 meters. Step and step again. Leaping 100 meters in a step, after several flashes, he had already covered over 600 meters. He raised his head, locking eyes with the gunman on the rooftop whose face was filled with horror. It was too fast. The gunman swallowed. Second refinement. No, it was third refinement. The gunman's scalp tingled. He moved the muzzle, aiming at the young man below. The young man slightly tilted his head, the bullet grazing past his ear. Bang! 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 The gun fired shot after shot, but the young man didn't even move his feet, just tilting his head, shifting his body, raising his hand. Bullets that could pierce through big trees, laced with anticoagulant toxins, just kept narrowly missing him, not even brushing his hair. Cold sweat slowly climbed over the gunman's entire body. Being hundreds of meters away could be explained away by intelligence on great success contemplation technique, acute spirit, danger perception, but at this distance of 10 meters, it could only be that before he even pulled the trigger, the young man had already sensed it and started to make evasive maneuvers. Sweat beaded down the gunman's forehead. This was something the spiritual strength of the great success contemplation technique couldn't possibly do. He threw down 2 grenades, turning and fleeing without hesitation. Amidst the explosion, a shadow leapt up high and then descended heavily, landing accurately, blocking the gunman's escape route. The gunman trembled slightly, retreated, and stared at the seemingly gentle but excited young man. Indeed, he was excited. The gunman took a deep breath, his expression indifferent, about to crush the capsule in his teeth, locking eyes with the young man. The next second, the sky went dark. He bit down hard, again and again, but the poisonous capsule in his gums had disappeared. The sky turned a deep black, and beneath his feet was no longer the villa's rooftop, but a withered, cracked, and scorched earth, desolate on all sides, with only the occasional sight of a decaying tree, and at the end of the black sky, a blood-red sunset. The gunman's heart pounded wildly as he stared intently at the young man in front of him, who was decaying, deteriorating, and turning into a grim skeleton. Zhang Fuxing said, stepping forward, walking up to the gunman, and speaking gently, "Was it?" The gunman gritted his teeth, remaining silent. In the guise of a skeleton, Zhang Fuxing stood within the mental illusion he constructed, closely scrutinizing the gunman's face. Shaking his head, he said, "No, it's not Zhou Quan. He's not that stupid." The gunman still remained silent. Zhang Fuxing chuckled. He snapped his fingers, and the desolate, broken earth disappeared, replaced by 72 snow-capped mountains, and above them was a blazing great Sunday. With the great sun scorching, sweat dripped from the gunman's forehead, yet the icy 72 snow mountains froze his lower limbs stiff, the sensation of heat and bone-chilling cold coexisting upon his body. Of course, I could also... The gunman saw the grim skeleton speak thus, and in the next second, the snow mountains vanished, the great sun dimmed, supplanted by a massive mountain range, with fierce flames burning on the ground, blades protruding from the dirt. Soon, he felt an uncontrollable urge walking towards that mountain range. Taking a step, a blade tip pierced his foot, flames searing his skin. He howled in agony, yet had no control over his own body, stepping across the mountain of blades and the sea of fire. Zhang Fuxing commended such strong willpower. The world transformed into a gigantic oil pot, and the gunman fell into it. Boiling oil flowed through his 7 orifices, filling his body. He longed to howl, but immersed in the boiling oil, no sound could emerge, and he could not die. The divine realm shifted with Zhang Fuxing's thoughts, as the 18 levels of hell manifested one after the other. Each form of punishment played out in turn. He himself expanded into a giant towering over 10,000 feet, holding up layers of hell in his hands, watching the man suffer within. This was his spiritual world, constructed and manipulated at will. 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes, the gunman, who had come on a mission with the resolve to die, was completely broken. "I'll talk," he wailed, tears streaming down his face. "I received the mission at number 19 bar. As soon as I accepted it, someone kidnapped my entire family, sent me the poison capsule and your information." The towering giant skeleton silently watched the man floating in the spiritual hell, sighing deeply. The gunman saw this terrifying world collapse abruptly. Sunlight, a gentle breeze, and the sirens wailing in the distance. Back on the villa's rooftop again, he knelt on the ground, trembling, opened his phone, and handed it over. Zhang Fuxing took it, glanced at it, and in the chat, someone had sent the gunman a video showing bound elders, wife, and child pleading for help, as well as dossier information about himself. His eyes sharpened abruptly. The sirens grew louder. Zhang Fuxing coldly regarded the gunman, who was visibly startled, then gave a bitter laugh. He crushed the poison capsule in his teeth, his complexion swiftly turning from white to blue, and within a few breaths he collapsed on the ground, twitching slightly, mouth foaming and bleeding, and in his final moments, Zhang Fuxing pulled him back into the spirit divine realm again. He needed to verify something. Once the gunman died completely in reality, his consciousness trapped in the spirit divine realm remained, though now dumbfounded and confused, like a residual soul, left with only an obsession. But this was also the first life in his divine realm. Indeed, whether it's skeletons from the Purgatory Illusion or ancient soldiers from Huang Qiuxian's divine realm, Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, his expression deep and pensive as the sirens drew nearer. It was time to leave. He looked at the corpse, sighing softly. The gunman couldn't live. Whether it was his entry into the third refinement or his mastery of the divine realm with a minor perfection contemplation technique, it all needed secrecy. Once confirmed the other was dead, Zhang Fuxing put away the phone and with a few leaps vanished from the scene. Chapitre 33, On tient pas haut, il restreint. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Hong Tianbao unrestrained the fact proved that the gunman was very professional. He had cut off all the surveillance in the vicinity. After confirming this fact, Zhang Fuxing quietly left the villa area but did not immediately return to the martial arts dojo. He opened a gunman's phone and repeatedly watched the video within. In the video, it was a rundown room where the gunman's parents, wife, and daughter were tied up and thrown into a corner. The window beside them was half open, and due to the violent shaking of the footage, the outside scene couldn't be seen clearly. He turned up the volume to the maximum, and apart from crying and pleas for help, there were car horns and vendor shouts. Zhang Fuxing carefully discerned the sounds. He raised his eyebrows. Prostitutes were illegal in Jiangzhou City, and openly soliciting only happened in the lower 3 districts. He listened to the audio several more times. Zhang Fuxing pressed his ear to the speaker, confirming there was a faint call for selling medicine, which sounded somewhat familiar. It reminded him of what he had heard outside Onkong Tumor Hospital. After recalling the scene outside Onkong Hospital and repeatedly confirming the audio, he squinted slightly. Should he investigate? He absolutely must. If the mastermind isn't found, today it's a sniper rifle. What about tomorrow? The day after? Open attacks are easy to dodge. Hidden ones are hard to guard against. He needed to investigate, but not alone. After pacing back and forth for a moment, Zhang Fuxing made a phone call. On the other end of the line, the originally cheerful, chubby old man's demeanor abruptly turned solemn, and the teacup in his hand cracked. The old man asked, "I'm not sure." The killer took a public job at No. As soon as he finished speaking, the other end of the call fell silent. For a long while, Hong Tianbao spoke softly. Zhang Fuxing inquired. So said the master. After hanging up, he looked towards the distant villa area, security officers, riot squads, and even 2 helicopters hovering in the sky. Zhang Fuxing shrugged his shoulders. Such efficiency. If it were in the lower 3 districts, a few gunshots and explosions, it would be a wonder if even one officer came. He waited silently. A few minutes later, he only felt a blur before his eyes, and the chubby old man had already appeared before him. Did you? Zhang Fuxing was stunned. The chubby old man wore a stern and cold expression, asking. Hong Tianbao pondered for a moment. I asked your 3 senior brothers and sisters. None of them leaked a single piece of your information, let alone the spring thunder technique. Zhang Fuxing shook his head, then thought for a moment and added. Hong Tianbao asked coldly. Hong Tianbao's cold expression suddenly dissipated. He froze for a moment, then shook his head after a brief silence. He didn't ask how Zhang Fuxing met Huang Qiuxian or how they crossed paths. Zhang Fuxing still gave a simple explanation and then said, I ran into him again this afternoon. He embedded a spell into my body, asking me to pass it on to you. Said it was an apology. Hong Tianbao's expression changed unpredictably. He sighed softly. Let's talk about this later. Are you sure the mission was posted at No? Zhang Fuxing handed over the phone and briefly described his findings. Hong Tianbao frowned, suddenly asking. Zhang Fuxing was taken aback. The chubby old man thought for a moment. A chubby old man, who looked amiable, and a clean-looking, gentle young man walked side by side, approaching the long line of security tape at the villa area. A security officer hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. His attitude and tone were very polite, without the slightest contempt for the plain-clothed old man and young man. This is the upper 3 districts. Zhang Fuxing felt emotional, thinking that the attitude of the security personnel changed completely in a different place. If it were the lower 3 districts, First meeting starts with 3 sticks. Even a little non-cooperation means emptying the clip, followed by an unexpected vacation. The Federation is a federation with clear class divisions. The security officer's expression changed. This tone, this demeanor, a VIP had arrived. He nodded and bowed while urgently calling through the intercom, and within half a minute, a middle-aged man hurried over. Zhang Fuxing glanced and saw 2 silver stars on his shoulder, an intermediate inspector, 1 level below the deputy director from that night. The Federation security system ranks from a most ordinary officer level to detective level, inspector level, supervisory level, and governor level. An intermediate inspector already holds a quite high position, likely a director of a district branch in the city. Even though they had never met nor interacted, the inspector still immediately recognized Hong Tianbao. Recognizing people and remembering photos are their most critical basic skills, even more important than forensic abilities. The inspector began speaking without hesitation, in a manner of reporting to a superior. It's preliminarily determined to be an assassination attempt. The deceased is the attacker, identified as an advanced painter from District 3, carrying a Type 1 standard sniper rifle and a Type 2 anti-martial artist sniper rifle. The cause of death was poisoning, with a poison capsule found in the molar. He continued fluently. The attacked individual hasn't been identified yet. Nearby surveillance was completely cut. Within 2 hours, we can analyze the attacked individual's power level and complete the model construction to reenact the process. Hong Tianbao raised his hand to interrupt. The inspector responded without hesitation. What? Shoot down what? Zhang Fuxing shivered. The inspector remained respectful. He left without a sideways glance, and the surrounding security personnel consciously cleared the area, leaving it empty. Zhang Fuxing swallowed. He was wondering if he should reset his understanding of a martial arts master. Hong Tianbao pointed to a spot in the sky and said calmly. Zhang Fuxing's lips trembled. Shoot down a satellite hundreds of kilometers up with an arrow? Are you Hoi? Is the gap between a martial artist and a martial arts master really that wide? Or is it that the master is actually more than just a martial arts master? While lost in these thoughts, suddenly Zhang Fuxing felt something stir in his heart. Someone was watching him. No, surveilling him. The minor perfection level contemplation technique brought about a powerful spiritual sense, already exceedingly close to the realm where an autumn wind doesn't blow without first alerting the cicada. He almost immediately locked onto the source of the surveillance, but forced himself not to look in that direction, because his master had already turned to look. Only with great success contemplation technique, he shouldn't have been able to detect it. He asked casually, following his master's gaze, and saw in the distance a white van quietly parked on the roadside. Target number 1, Chen Wanyu, has left number 19 bar. Captain, there's been some disturbance on the west side of the villa area, with explosions and gunfire, and the Public Security Bureau has arrived. Listening to the report, the rough man waved his hand dismissively. The west? The girl nodded, adjusting the screen to the side display. Suddenly, she paused. Captain, it has identified. The rough man was taken aback. Looking at the screen, the surveillance image enlarged, revealing a fat old man and a young man named Zhang Fuxing standing right inside the police line. After a pause, his voice grew urgent. Before he could finish on the surveillance screen, across a kilometer, the fat old man had already turned around, looking directly at the van's camera, as if locking eyes with them through the screen. The next second, in the footage, the chubby old man picked up the delicate youth with one hand, slightly bending his knees, shot off like a cannonball, suddenly breaking the sound barrier. The shockwave he created even overturned nearby police cars and security personnel. 1 second, less than 1 second, the chubby old man had already stopped in front of the white van, put down the youth, extended his hands, and tore. With the sound of metal twisting and breaking, the van was like a piece of soft toast bread, ripped into halves, with the people and equipment inside all falling to the ground. The rough man cursed, took off his headphones and tossed them aside, opened the car door, leaped tens of meters into the air, and floated lightly back to the ground like a feather. He spoke cautiously. Are you from the Investigation Bureau's Vanguard team? The fat old man raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly softening but then suddenly stern. Chapter 34, Master and Disciple. Chapter 34, Chapter 34, Master and Disciple Old Instructor? Zhang Fuxing blinked, recalling the rumor he had seen when researching before entering the martial arts dojo. His master had once served as an instructor for a special unit. Hong Tianbao glanced sideways. Hong Tianbao's smile didn't reach his eyes. The two chatted back and forth without much direction. Then the rugged man clasped his fists together, cautiously bidding farewell and taking his disheveled subordinates with him. They watched them leave. Hong Tianbao let out a breath. Zhang Fuxing couldn't help asking. The chubby old man squinted his eyes and said, when a vanguard team of the Investigation Bureau appears in a city, it indicates a large-scale eradication operation is about to commence. That person, if I remember correctly, is named Lu Jingbang, a former military trainee of mine. He came to Jiangzhou City this time, but didn't even pay a visit. Zhang Fuxing listened, confused, and tentatively asked. The old man glanced at him and said calmly, You're asking if I'm a cultist? Zhang Fuxing choked suddenly. His master was quite frank. After estimating the time, Hong Tianbao nodded slightly. The vanguard team should already have withdrawn. He led Zhang Fuxing to the large iron gates of Villa number 19 and, guided by an attendant, entered the bar. The bar had sparse guests. Upon seeing the chubby old man, many were startled, and the scattered murmurs gradually faded into silence. The bartender, polishing a goblet, set it down, his entirely black eyes revealing no emotional fluctuation. Hong Tianbao couldn't be bothered with unnecessary words. Someone has assigned a public task to kill my apprentice. Silence filled the bar. Black Eye said softly, Elder Hong, you know the rules of number 19. He paused and then smiled wryly. Hong Tianbao didn't speak, quietly staring at him. Black Eye sighed softly, facing his gaze fearlessly. One by one, the bar guests left, the atmosphere growing heavier, and Zhang Fuxing clearly felt the air around them becoming sticky with a sense of suffocation. Hong Tianbao tossed out these words lightly, chuckled, and left with Zhang Fuxing. Black, I let out a sigh of relief. After leaving the bar, Zhang Fuxing was full of questions, but the old man didn't give him a chance to ask. Instead, he explained calmly, that young man has trained 3 of the 5 viscera, which is quite good among martial arts masters. Zhang Fuxing pondered. They train divine techniques from within the organs, Hong Tianbao said, but mainly because of his pair of eyes. After speaking, he made a call. Strong. Have people seal off the area near Onkong Hospital in the lower 3 districts. Go there yourself, search house by house, break doors and dig. After hanging up, after Zhang Fuxing complied, he earnestly sought guidance. Master, is it really necessary to? The chubby old man laughed. He patiently answered Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing seemed to ponder. Hong Tianbao glanced at him and said earnestly, the conflict started because of you. If he comes to plead, he'll be pleading to me. Zhang Fuxing suddenly realized. You want me to form a good relationship with him? He said in a wistful tone, especially friends like Black Eye. The more the better. They have keen intel and extensive connections and could really save your life in the future. With such people, you must connect, utilize, and become friends with them. People are always closer to those they have helped, rather than those who have helped them. Zhang Fuxing remained silent. Was his master paving the way for him? He was confused, as it had only been a few days since he was a novice. Was his master's favor overly generous? Hong Tianbao seemed to notice the confusion in Zhang Fuxing's heart and smiled, speaking frankly. Indeed, your senior brothers didn't get this treatment. Master, please just tell me your instructions. Zhang Fuxing felt relieved. Reality isn't like stories. Where would there be unwarranted kindness? To such an extent, other than parents, most people, at least 99%, have ulterior motives. The great success contemplation technique is more important than you think. Zhang Fuxing nodded silently. If the great success contemplation technique is so, then what about perfection? At this moment, the master said, if there's a chance, I'll find some for you. In 20 years, no. 10 years, you may achieve minor perfection in the contemplation technique. Hence, in this life, you might glimpse true perfection. Zhang Fuxing remained silent for a moment. Remember, cultivation requires competition. Competition might result in loss, and to prevent that, you need to hold back. Never let anyone see your full strength. The more mysterious, the more they'll fear you. When fighting, use 30% of your strength. When killing, 70%. Additionally, young men are full of vigor, and this is the age when romantic feelings arise. Be cautious with women. Those 2? Are you kidding me? The second one maybe, but the third. 2 meters tall sneezed. When fighting, spare some lenience, but when killing, do it thoroughly. Hong Tianbao asked with a sidelong glance. Zhang Fuxing thought seriously for a moment, recalling a joke from a previous life, and replied, ask her if she hates me. Hong Tianbao laughed, but shook his head seriously, saying, the plump old man spoke earnestly. Often, those who suddenly appear like this are usually there to cover siblings or such. Zhang Fuxing's eyes widened. The old man taught carefully, while the disciple listened attentively. The master and disciple walked along a tree-lined path, not toward the public security blockade, but heading eastward. One old and one young, just like a pair of grandfather and grandson. Zhang Fuxing suddenly had a feeling akin to strolling on a tranquil street after dinner with his parents. Very relaxed. As they walked, they heard a courageously uttered duck-like voice. Zhu Xiaoming's shocking confession rang out. Chapter 35. If you're going to cheat, cheat big. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. If you're going to cheat, cheat big. An old man and a young boy crouched at the corner, watching from a distance. A red sports car with its trunk wide open, stuffed with flowers. Beside it, a burly boy was scratching his bald head, while Zhong Yu looked bewildered and Lu Yao was covering her face. Zhang Fuxing also covered his face, wondering if old Zhu was just a fool. Hong Tianbao asked with interest. Yeah, the guy's my best buddy, and the other two are also friends, Zhang Fuxing replied weakly, not really wanting to admit it. With a dull thud, the two of them looked over eagerly and saw the bald guy went bang and knelt on one knee. He had such a deep expression of affection. Idiot, the chubby old man commented. Zhu Xiaoming's loud voice rang out, startling everyone. Lu Yao became flustered, clearly losing her ability to think. Her face turned red, all the way to the tips of her ears, as she stumbled back a few steps and fled in a panic. As she ran, she fell face down, then got up and continued to run away. Zhu Xiaoming, that idiot, didn't help her up or chase after her, just sat there scratching his bald head in confusion. The chubby old man was amazed. Zhang Fuxing covered his face again, noticing that Lu Yao was running in their direction. So he emerged from behind the trees, pretending to have just seen her, and exclaimed, Lu Yao. Blushing and with her mind in a fog, Lu Yao was taken aback. Not knowing how to explain, she stomped her foot and wanted to run again, but Zhang Fuxing blocked her path and said with a wry smile, all right, I saw everything. After a pause, he added seriously. Lu Yao was both angry and embarrassed. It would be strange if he was that clever. After taking a couple of deep breaths, she reluctantly calmed herself and looked at the round and chubby old man beside her. Hello, Grandpa Hong. Lu Yao greeted grumpily, and the chubby old man walked over happily. Zhang Fuxing added a few more words of comfort. The chubby old man nodded in agreement. Lu Yao was silent for a moment and then muttered resentfully. She stopped running and followed Zhang Fuxing and Hong Tianbao back. Hey, Lu Yao, you came back. Zhu Xiaoming, sitting on the ground, said sadly as he was pulled up with a look of despair. He glanced at the trunk full of flowers and gasped. It was only then that Lu Yao noticed the large clusters of white chrysanthemums in the trunk and couldn't help but burst out laughing. With anger, Zhu Xiaoming was puzzled. These are chrysanthemums? Zhang Fuxing fell silent. After a while, he introduced wearily. This is Zhu Xiaoming. This is Lu Yao and Zhongyu. Hello, Grandpa Hong. Zhongyu greeted politely, but Zhu Xiaoming was shocked. Hey, old Zhang, when did you get a master? The chubby old man nodded with a smile. Zhang Fuxing closed the trunk, ending the farce, and the group of five strolled down the path, with Zhu Xiaoming on the far right and Lu Yao on the far left. The former didn't dare to get close, while the latter was still simmering with anger. The four teenagers chatted about various topics from all over, while the chubby old man watched the scene with a smile, occasionally chiming in with a word or two, as the sunshine bathed them, full of youthful vigor. Zhu Xiaoming asked boldly, having already put the failed confession behind him, acting as if nothing had happened. Lu Yao felt even more annoyed. Didn't I join the martial arts dojo? The three of them were clearly stunned, as a martial arts dojo was not just a martial arts hall, it taught cultivation. The master of a martial arts dojo had to be a top expert of the 5th or 6th refinement. They looked at Hong Tianbao with a newfound respect, but found the old man amiable and approachable, so they didn't feel too restrained. They were still innocent teenagers with no sense of social hierarchy. Zhongyu asked curiously. Yes, I initially thought of setting it up in the 4th district, but since the rent was about the same in both places, I chose the 3rd district, Hong Tianbao replied casually. Zhongyu seemed to half understand, expressing admiration. Hong Tianbao laughed and said, I think the salary for a martial arts hall handyman is 5,000. Zhongyu thought seriously for a moment, then shook her head. She demonstrated a rough stance and threw a couple of punches. Hong Tianbao raised his eyebrows, clearly recognizing the rough stance, looked at Zhang Fuxing, who nodded slightly. He understood now that Huang Qiuxian, that old snake, had opened a martial arts hall in the 7th district. The group continued walking and chatting, discussing rumors from the forest, dreams about Jiang University, occasionally asking Zhang Fuxing about Chun the great genius, as the chubby old man quietly watched the scene, feeling a certain nostalgia. Being young is great. More precisely, This pure youthfulness is truly wonderful. Hey, some big news just came in, Zhu Xiaoming suddenly said. Scrolling through his phone, there was a big explosion in the 8th district. He pointed his phone at a few people. Zhang Fuxing and the chubby old man looked over, their expressions turning serious. In the image, several residential buildings were clearly destroyed by explosions, flames shooting into the sky, smoke swirling around, and in the distance, the sign of Onkong Hospital was faintly visible. Just then, they returned to where the car was parked. Zhang Fuxing pursed his lips. My master and I need to head back now. Sure, I'll take Lu Yao and Zhou Yu home first. Watching the red sports car drive away, Hong Tianbao furrowed his brow slightly and made a phone call. After a moment, the call connected. The old man inquired. He didn't seem too worried about Niu Dali's safety. An explosion of such magnitude wouldn't easily harm a great martial artist of the 12 refinements. Over the phone, the voice of the eldest senior brother came through with a cough. I brought people, just found the place, and as soon as we entered, the explosion occurred. There was also another 12 refinements guy there. The chubby old man's voice turned serious. Never seen, he from the Eastern sect. I've already killed him. I found the no. Hong Tianbao kept a straight face. Are you sure it's the Eastern sect? I'm sure he used the Five Thunders technique. Luckily, I dodged quickly. He hung up the phone. Zhang Fuxing said quietly, among the 4 major evil sects targeted by the Federation, one is Taoism, which is divided into the Eastern and Western sects. Is the old man Huang from the Eastern sect? Hong Tianbao lowered his eyelids. Zhang Fuxing shook his head, then curiously asked. Hong Tianbao, lost in thought, responded. Zhang Fuxing was stunned. Confucian, Buddhist, Taoist. All right, since your eldest senior brother has already dealt with the mastermind, the matter is settled. Hong Tianbao said calmly. Since I've already approached them, number 19 will naturally withdraw the commission. After pausing, he added, the Five Thunders technique should be hidden in your bones. When you return, you can meditate and attempt to cultivate this technique. Also, don't wait for me, as I need to meet with people from the Investigation Bureau. Watching his master leave, Zhang Fuxing returned to the martial arts dojo and purchased 3 special nutritional supplements from the dining hall, eating them silently. With the over 10 million from Zhou Quan, he could now afford Star Beast meat in abundance for a short time. After consuming 3 special nutritional supplements, the contract in the ancestral acupoint between his eyebrows once again emitted a radiant glow. Zhang Fuxing was unaware, merely muttering to himself. This world's water seems deep indeed. He stood practicing stance training in the martial arts dojo the entire night, silently observing himself, and truly saw a brilliant script on his bones. Got it. Can't understand. Just like the great sun illuminates the 72 snow mountains, it's difficult to grasp, only roughly understanding the beginning. Next morning, having researched the Five Thunders technique all night, Zhang Fuxing felt a bit fatigued. This technique was indeed profound, involving the so-called 5 directions, 5 thunders, east, south, west, north, center, wood, fire, metal, water, earth. But as the text stated, only by achieving the 5 viscera realm could one initially control the thunder technique, or those who had mastered the spirit divine realm could unleash real thunderbolts within the divine realm to kill through illusions. The 5 viscera realm should be at the level of a martial arts master. I'm still a long way off, but the divine realm. Zhang Fuxing pondered, his mind racing. He sensed something was off. Things concluded too hastily. Most importantly, that explosion was too suspicious. It seemed like evidence was being erased. Moreover, it's unclear how someone knew about the progress of his spring thunder technique. Unless he pressed his lips together. His just-returned eldest senior brother and 2 junior sisters were resting on the same floor at the moment. Zhang Fuxing went down to the 2nd floor and entered the cafeteria. In response, only Tu Yang is left. The head chef replied respectfully. Zhang Fuxing pondered for a moment. How many years of hard cultivation does it take to achieve true perfection of the contemplation technique? Zhang Fuxing didn't know. But however many years it takes, he could afford that many years. Trading with martial artists requires careful planning and consideration, and the trading partners need careful selection too. But there are plenty who have practiced the contemplation technique their entire lives and achieved nothing. Master once said that a perfected contemplation technique is the true heaven-reaching road. If you're going to go big, go really big. Chapter 36, Werewolf Game, 3K. Chapter 36, Werewolf Game, 3K. As she finished packing 100 grams of iron-horn giant rhino meat, Chin Yuk's crisp voice came through. Wow, that's a lot. Did you clear out the canteen stock? Zhang Fuxing replied shyly. Yes, senior sister. Chin Yuk didn't mind. She smiled and said. The two chatted casually, carrying a large tray of breakfast, and headed up to the fourth floor shoulder to shoulder. The senior brother had already emerged from the meditation room by then, shirtless, with thick white bandages wrapped diagonally from his left shoulder to the lower right abdomen, stained with spots of blood. Beside him stood junior sister Lin Dongxi, who had a congenital developmental issue. 2 meters tall, she was glaring sideways at Zhang Fuxing, evidently still holding a grudge over the events of that night. Senior brother, junior sister, Zhang Fuxing greeted with a smile, glancing over them with his gaze, eventually settling on Chun Yuk. His smile was gentle, eyes slightly lowered, masking the faint gleam in his eyes. It was a simple logic. Since only Master and the 3 senior brothers and sisters knew about the Spring Thunder technique, and Master naturally wouldn't go through such lengths to try to kill me, it had to be one of the 3 senior brothers and sisters. But which one? Was it the senior brother who went to the 8th district to investigate, just happened to encounter an explosion, and conveniently killed the mastermind? Or was it the 2nd senior sister, who bore an irredeemable grudge against Chun Wanyu, yet seemed indifferent, transferring her accounts to me? Or perhaps this righteous little brat staring at me, who was the most favored by Master before I arrived? Uncertain, yet somehow, Zhang Fuxing felt a bit excited, as though narrowly escaping bullets and death yesterday brought an inexplicable thrill. As for the tasks assigned to the so-called mastermind by all the senior brothers and sisters, Zhang Fuxing dismissed it as an attempt to confuse. He trusted his intuition from the contemplation technique's minor perfection, believing that the wolf was among the senior brothers and sisters. At least one wolf, but possibly all 3 are wolves. The 2nd senior sister placed breakfast on the small table, and the 4 sat around it on the floor. The breakfast was rather sumptuous. 4 bowls of vegetable porridge and 8 dishes of various small side dishes, half meat and half vegetarian. Chun Yuk picked a piece of braised beef and placed it in Zhang Fuxing's bowl, smiling. Before Master left, he told us to take good care of the little junior brother. Senior brother slurped his porridge and spoke with a straightforward air. The first time I saw a little junior brother, I thought he was a fool like I was back then, sitting stubbornly in the front row. Little child rolled her eyes. She grumbled while shoveling food. The little girl's congenital illness meant her body age didn't match her true age. Though her mental age was more mature, it wasn't up to 19-year-old standards. Being suddenly outshone, she was naturally displeased. Zhang Fuxing pondered. The 3rd senior sister showed her emotions clearly, not seeming like one who would strike from the shadows, but he couldn't be sure. What if her current demeanor was just an act? He took a sip of porridge and heard senior brother ask, Master has left, not sure for how long. He said he was going to the investigation bureau. The investigation bureau was only established in large cities. Zhang Fuxing nodded. Senior brother nodded naively. I guess it's about the Taoism issue. He paused and sighed. I advise Master not to get involved with Chai Gate for now, to avoid provoking the Western sect's retaliation. Master didn't listen. He wanted to secure resources for little junior brother and settle some past grudges. Zhang Fuxing's heart skipped a beat. Chai Gate, related to Taoism's Western sect? Master characterized the Western sect as unprincipled and evil. Zhong Mountain also referred to it as a genuine evil cult. Chun Yuk put down her chopsticks, raising an eyebrow. Senior brother nodded calmly. Interestingly, there used to be a high-ranking individual in the Eastern sect named Huang Qiuxian, who held a grudge against Master. He paused again with regret. Unfortunately, Master forbids us from investigating Huang Qiuxian. Zhang Fuxing silently drank his porridge. What is this? A case of not seeing the danger under the light? Old Huang hadn't even changed his name, teaching boxing openly in the 7th district. Because of this, the attack likely has nothing to do with the Eastern sect. The person senior brother killed was probably a red herring. He silently observed the 3 senior brothers and sisters. Of course, he wouldn't reveal any information about Huang Qiuxian. Neo Dali finished his last mouthful of porridge, wiped his mouth with his hand, and spoke earnestly. When Master returns in a few days, you should advise him, don't get involved with Chai Gate. He took a deep breath and declared solemnly. Zhang Fuxing was taken aback. Chun Yuk covered her mouth, laughing as she explained. When he says hotel, it's actually like the number 19 bar. They take any kind of job. But in terms of assassins and killers, it's on a much larger scale than number 19. She lowered her head, her wine-red hair falling, obscuring the expression in her eyes, her tone carrying a lazy air. As she spoke, both she and the honest Neo Dali looked together towards little child. The latter was wary. Why are you looking at me? I already have the least. Senior brother and 2nd senior sister smiled. For a moment, little child deflated, angrily poking the porridge in the bowl with chopsticks, mumbling, I'm also a senior sister. If I have to give, I'll give. Zhang Fuxing accepted it all with pleasure, thanked happily, and then curiously asked. 2nd senior sister explained on behalf of little child. Zhang Fuxing had a sudden realization. When you have time, junior brother, you can go and inspect the 3 parts. With that, senior brother calmly got up. Still have to deal with some affairs, and I also need to carry out Master's rules at number 19 bar. 2nd senior sister also got up. The 2 then left each in their own direction. At the small, low table, only Zhang Fuxing and little child were left, staring at each other. The latter pouted, making sad humming noises, clearly calculating the gains and losses extensively, yet with a cute porcelain doll-like appearance that was not annoying, instead extremely adorable. Unable to resist, Zhang Fuxing extended a hand and pinched little child's face. Don't be mad, little senior sister. Actually, I can make balloon animals. Want me to make you one? Little child was furious, but then suspiciously hesitated. You really can? Zhang Fuxing was shocked. He pondered for a moment, took out some of always prepared small balloons from his pocket, inhaled, blew, and then tied them up. He handed the long balloon to little child. Lin Dongxi was confused. Yes, it's a caterpillar. Little child turned into little red child, bursting the balloon and threw a punch, the wind whistling. The low wooden table shattered, leftovers flying everywhere. Zhang Fuxing fled, covering his head. 3 days passed without incident. Someone was watching him. But the problem was he could only sense someone was watching him, but couldn't pinpoint where the surveillance was coming from or from which direction. It seemed the location of the watcher was beyond the limits that a minor perfection-level spiritual could perceive. In such a situation, Zhang Fuxing dared not venture out rashly. What if a few great martial artists jumped out to kill him? He was uncertain if the spirit divine realm could restrain great martial artists. The main issue was within his divine realm, he only nurtured one true soul, unable to cause real harm to anyone within the realm. Even if the divine realm could trap great martial artists, it could only trap them. However, he wasn't idle, delving into the mysteries of the 5 Thunders technique and divine realm over and over again, yet successfully gaining nothing. Instead, he was on the verge of unlocking the threshold of the 3rd form of form and spirit among the 8 forms, the giant form. Of 60 years of contemplation time, for the 8 forms, I haven't truly practiced them. It's a natural insight. Zhang Fuxing mumbled to himself. The life-light phase can slowly transform into dead man's bone. Unfortunately, this time doesn't count toward contemplation time. Otherwise, in 60 years of contemplation, he would have already possessed dead man's bone. The new death appearance resembles the newly deceased, with no energy, sound, completely like a real dead object, almost undetectable. As for the 3rd form, which is soon to be mastered, giant form. Its uses are still unknown, but according to the Great Sun scripture, it's a form and spirit used for killing and fighting. On the fourth day, July 5th, after senior brother and second senior sister successively left, little child also unexpectedly wanted to leave the martial arts dojo. Little child stood on the table, forcefully patting Zhang Fuxing's shoulder. Zhang Fuxing smiled. After watching little senior sister leave as well, he turned around and walked into the equipment room on the second floor, where the surveillance room is also located. The martial arts dojo quickly quieted down, no noise at all. All three of his seniors had left. Would someone come and kill him? Zhang Fuxing didn't know. He just quietly sat in the martial practice room on the third floor, looking at the old man with a dark face. Huang Qiuxian coldly spoke. I want to see who is acting under the name of my Eastern sect. Not sure, most likely not. Hey, mysterious person, who comes from nowhere and goes unknown. Zhang Fuxing glanced at his watch. Chapter 37. Another transaction, 3,000 words. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Another transaction, 3,000 words. Huang Qiuxian eyed this gifted person, raising an eyebrow. A couple of days ago, this boy sent a letter through a girl from the Snake Fist Hall, asking why the Eastern sect wanted to kill his master. Zhang Fuxing chuckled. Huang Qiuxian lazily replied, "This little trick, indeed, can restrain your aura and mental fluctuations, but at best, it only obscures your true nature." His words were cut off abruptly. The aura on the youth's body, at some unknown point, had dispersed completely. He stood right there. Yet in Huang's spiritual perception, he seemed like a lifeless object. A faint, decaying scent lingered around him. Huang Qiuxian sighed. So soon? Zhang Fuxing inquired curiously. Huang Qiuxian snorted. Your 8 forms of form and spirit. The first 4 focus on the body, and the latter 4 on the spirit. Zhang Fuxing nodded thoughtfully. Old Huang lazily said, "Speaking of which, who is this person you want to introduce to me?" Zhang Fuxing smiled. "You're only a second refinement martial artist now, but you wouldn't have been before." Huang Qiuxian nodded lightly. "That's right. But even as a second refinement, I can tell you, I've reached the realm of he should see me as such. This old fellow has indeed perfected the contemplation technique." Zhang Fuxing's expression remained unchanged. Huang Qiuxian flatly denied. "This ailment." Zhang Fuxing shrugged. He wrinkled his nose. Huang Qiuxian calmly replied, "Doctrine, deities worshipped, rules." Huang Qiuxian said flatly, "Their 3 pristine ones are the primordial sect leader, supreme sect leader, and heaven-reaching sect leader, merely outer paths that steal the title of the 3 pristine ones." His expression turned somber. Zhang Fuxing was stunned for a while. The gods are gone? And what difference is there between these 2 sets of 3 pristine ones? The first 3 seem to be from a Ming Dynasty novel in my past life. As his mind raced, Zhang Fuxing softly said. Huang Qiuxian raised an eyebrow. Despite his words, he blew a breath, and Zhang Fuxing's form suddenly blurred and then disappeared from the spot. He was still there, just not visible to the naked eye. The perfected contemplation technique could genuinely interfere and even distort reality with the mind, maintaining the new death appearance with dissipated aura. Not only was he invisible to the eye, but his existence couldn't be sensed even with spiritual thoughts. Zhang Fuxing quietly left the martial arts dojo, and sure enough, this time, that nagging sense of being watched didn't occur. Keeping this form, he quietly left the martial arts dojo and walked to a bridge approximately 3 kilometers away, with a spiritual power that enveloped and distorted air to create reality illusions gradually dissipated. He also revealed his form. Zhang Fuxing thought to himself, put on a pre-prepared hood, and quietly entered the shadows 20 kilometers away from the martial arts dojo. When he reappeared, he was already an old man leaning on a cheap wooden cane. 4th District, the port. Lin Dongxi was chewing bubble gum, silently cultivating. She murmured to herself, hearing the roar of a ship jumping off a small wooden table. The subordinate didn't show a hint of disrespect due to this lady's appearance and stature. Here, firearms and ammunition are measured in kilograms. Lin Dongxi nodded. The shipment was too large for her not to make a rare personal appearance. Once the containers were lifted onto the shore one by one, she signaled the dock workers to disperse and personally inspected the goods with two trusted subordinates. Each container opened, and the goods were intact. Finally, at the last container, Lin Dongxi suddenly dodged back, but it was too late. The container was torn open, several figures lunged forward, and her two subordinates had their necks twisted. As for Lin Dongxi, without any resistance, she was chopped on the neck and knocked unconscious. Now to the Hongji Martial Arts Dojo. The masked figure simply stated, Hongji Martial Arts Dojo is in this city's 3rd district. The information from above indicates the target might attend a mentor appreciation banquet on the 10th of this month. Pausing, he spoke with a smile. A first refined martial artist, at most, 2nd or 3rd refinement, is easy to deal with. If this mission is successfully completed, the 6 masked men exchanged glances, their skin glistening with dark light, muscles trembling, their internal tendons roaring. All of them were revealed to be 3 tendons refinements martial artists. The refinement of skin, flesh, tendons, and bones to the tendons level is at least at the 7th refinement standard. What should we do with this girl? Someone kicked the unconscious little child. The leading person said, after injecting the blood suppressant toxin, they each held a hand vertically in front of their chest and chanted. Then they silently disappeared. Hong Kong Hospital. Dean Long's face was numb. Not again. He looked at the masked elder before him, a look of grievance on his face. Zhang Fuxing chuckled. Zhang Fuxing glanced at the patient records, raising his eyebrows. In just a few days, the number of tumor patients had increased by nearly 1/3, even expanding the morgue by 2 more rooms. This is quite abnormal. Thinking of the master's words about great problems at Hong Kong Hospital, he muttered to himself, swiftly scanning the records, disappointed to find no martial artists among the patients this time. Zhang Fuxing noticed some new patient records being marked and immediately asked. Dean Long's expression changed. He honestly replied. Zhang Fuxing examined these patient records, noting a common trait. No parents, no children, no siblings, not even an emergency contact on their records. In other words, once their money runs out, they are sent to the provisional morgue. Additionally, the cases showed their illnesses progressing extremely quickly. Some examined yesterday at early to middle stages had progressed to late stages by today. Normal cancer couldn't progress at such a rate. Related to cultists or the Western sect? Dean Long fell silent this time, not answering. Zhang Fuxing hesitated for a bit, deciding not to press further. Why dive into these murky waters? However, when Mom and Dad return, the 7th district truly isn't safe to stay in, at least need to move to the 3rd district. Zhang Fuxing's eyes suddenly lit up. He found an ideal trading object 102 years old, not a martial artist, but minor achievement in contemplation technique. Looking at the case, admitted 3 days ago, early-stage lung cancer, now advanced with multiple cancer cell metastases, survival expected under a month. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 38, Flesh Plague. Chapter 38, Flesh Plague Tumors. Zhang Fuxing saw people completely covered by pure pink tumors. Their bodies were filled with tumors, writhing as if they were alive, and some even had eyes. What the hell is this? Kill. One of the tumors weakly pleaded. Zhang Fuxing's scalp tingled, and he didn't dare touch them. He asked solemnly. The tumors nodded with difficulty. Kill me. They were begging. Zhang Fuxing suppressed his inner turmoil and asked in a low voice, Are you willing to exchange decades of contemplation technique practice for door? The sound of footsteps and the staff hitting the ground approached at a snail's pace, but in his perception, outside the door, there was emptiness. Nothing at all. Then where's that sound? A drop of sweat slid down Huang Haoyin's forehead. The sound drew nearer and nearer. Dean Long also sensed something was off, and along with the Taoist, stared intently at the door. The last wooden staff sound halted outside the door. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Creak! The mahogany door was gently pushed open. An elderly old man stood outside. He looked 70 or 80 years old, with white hair and beard, his face covered by a black veil, wearing extremely simple clothes, holding a seemingly cheap wooden staff. But the problem is the man was clearly right in front. Standing there, Huang Hao-Yian's thoughts scanned frantically, near the great success level of spiritual will strive to perceive, yet it remained empty. As if what stood there wasn't a person, but an invisible ghost. More sweat appeared. Dean Long shouted. The old man outside seemed to chuckle, his face obscure under the black veil. He lifted his foot, stepped inside the door, then slightly raised the wooden staff, gently striking. As if a grand, resonant bell. Dean Long suddenly discovered the surrounding scenery drastically changed, no longer his office, but a vast, boundless, barren land. He looked around in confusion, seeing an illusory figure standing afar. That silhouette flickered, suddenly approached 10 meters, then flickered, approached 10 meters. The old Dean panicked, retreated, tried to escape, yet found himself unable to move. In terror, that vague silhouette already stood before him. The residual soul left by the gunman after his death roared and tore off the old Dean's neck. The old Dean weakly waved his hands, his vision gradually fading. Meanwhile, outside, Huang Hao-Yian saw Dean Long suddenly frozen, his throat inexplicably torn, body weakened, fell silent to the ground. Huang Hao-Yian retreated, until his back hit the wall, no retreat possible. He forced a very weak smile. Zhang Fuxing responded with a nasal sound, said calmly. Huang Hao-Yian's heart jumped wildly, quickly bowed. His legs turned weak, uncontrollably filled with hope, being told to relay a message. Doesn't that mean he won't die? Amidst chaotic thoughts, Huang Hao-Yian heard the old man speak softly. As he spoke, the old man softly drew a shallow white line on the floor with his staff, as if saying, "Whoever crosses this line, there's no salvation." Huang Hao-Yian tremblingly made a gesture of respect. He wondered, who was the him senior referred to? Could it be? Huang Hao-Yian's forehead sweated more profusely. The old man turned around, walked very slowly and calmly toward the exit. The sound of thud, thud, thud echoed in the corridor. Only when he fully disappeared, even the sound ceased. Huang Hao-Yian felt like his bones were pulled out, collapsing on the ground. Suddenly, he laughed crazily. Chapter 39. 300 years forged my heaven-reaching road. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. 300 years forged my heaven-reaching road. After leaving Ankang Hospital, Zhang Fuxing was sprinting wildly. He was terribly afraid that the 12 Refinements martial artist would notice something amiss and chase after him. When he heard that guy instruct Dean Long to seek out the Chai Gate, he immediately understood. This was probably someone from the Western sect. His senior brother had mentioned that the Chai Gate was in contact with the Western sect, and with that phrase, heavenly communication, he sprinted all the way until he was about to leave the dark alley. Zhang Fuxing found a deserted spot, leaned against the wall, and took a heavy breath. That was close. Luckily, I managed to bluff through. He recalled the 2 terms uttered by the great martial artist when he exclaimed about the divine realm. After pondering for a bit, Zhang Fuxing had a vague speculation. No, that's not right. Zhang Fuxing seemed thoughtful, guessing this wasn't difficult. In his past life, he'd read many novels, seeing the phrase "a grandmaster must not be insulted" countless times, probably not 1,000 times, but at least 800. Couldn't help it. It was appealing. He loved reading it. He shook his head vigorously, silently calculating the gains. Zhang Fuxing slightly frowned. This matter was hard to verify short-term. He'd asked his second senior sister, and one-horned giant rhinoceros meat was a mainstream supply of star beast meat. Other star beasts did exist, but they were not common, at least not within Jiangzhou City. He wondered in his heart, His master was at least a centenarian, but still hadn't perfected the white bone observation. It could be certain that his master's enlightenment was definitely much better than his own. But now, having accumulated 110 years, plus this 167 years, nearly 300 years perhaps, he might truly push the white bone observation to genuine perfection. The contract was dim at this moment, with a cool-down time of over 60 days again, which shouldn't be so long. Was it because of the flesh plague? Within the ancestral acupoint at the center of his brow, aside from the memories of the transaction between two old men in the contract, there floated two durations of contemplation time and two clumps of red material. Zhang Fuxing dared not extract this thing. His thoughts separated from the ancestral acupoint at his brow. He removed the veil and quietly walked out of this deserted alley, looking back at the bustling, dark alley spanning across the entire lower 3 districts. A sense of urgency surged in his heart. Will leaving the lower 3 districts allow him to mind his own business? This thing is called a plague. If he leaves Jiangzhou City, could he avoid it? Zhang Fuxing didn't know. Leaving the dark alley, he casually found a hotel. After tossing a 10,000 yuan bill at the front desk, he directly obtained the hotel registration information. About 100 guests were staying, all relatively young, some regret. After swallowing another 30-plus grams of star beast meat, Zhang Fuxing picked and chose, settling on a middle-aged man in his 50s. He didn't knock on the door, nor did he face the man, but instead checked into the room next door, and then the divine realm unfolded. The middle-aged man, lying peacefully on the bed, sat up abruptly, looking around bewilderedly at the boundless wilderness. Suddenly feeling something, he shivered and looked up, meeting the gaze of a gigantic face covering the entire celestial vault. The face had the left eye as the sun and the right eye as the moon, making the sun and moon share the sky, breathing the clouds and rosy sky for thousands of miles, enveloping everything. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground, kowtowing endlessly. For someone unaware of the spirit divine realm, not knowing that all this was an illusion, entering the divine realm mistakenly, might easily make them believe they'd encountered a divine miracle, meeting a divine spirit. The one with the sun and moon as their eyes questioned, words spilling out like thunder, transforming into lightning tearing through the dawn and dusk. The middle-aged man asked, trembling with fear. The middle-aged man kowtowed madly. The god said simply, causing a golden mountain to drop to the ground. The middle-aged man froze, swallowing nervously, and cautiously said, the gigantic face queried. The middle-aged man shuddered, then hesitated to speak. 1. Zhang Fuxing directly drafted a contract but found that the contract was scorching hot as if on fire, indicating that 1 million couldn't truly make the middle-aged man willing. He raised the amount to 3 million, and only then did the contract settle. Then 3 million it is. The divine realm vanished abruptly, and the middle-aged man glanced around in a daze, soon hearing a knock on the door. He shook his head, merely thinking it to be a dream, and staggered to open the door. And then he saw the aged face from his dream and saw a parchment, difficult to describe, floating in the old man's hand. The middle-aged man knelt again. Throwing the unconscious middle-aged man onto the bed, Zhang Fuxing, who had the appearance of an old man on the verge of dying, returned to his own room. There was a faint musty smell. After all, it wasn't a good hotel. He turned off the light and drew the curtains. The old man sat cross-legged on the bed, palms facing upward. In the year 207, there came a crashing sound, like a great tide rushing from the rivers. I failed. The 47th year, though I had no intention to refine the 8 forms of form and spirit, through profound spiritual accumulation, I naturally comprehended the giant's observation. Under this form and spirit, my flesh rotted, swelling into a 3-meter-tall, decaying giant, with all restraints within collapsing, my strength tripling at least. The 55th year, during the cultivation of the white bone observation, although I could not break through to perfection, my control over the spirit divine realm grew increasingly profound. The 74th year, for the first time, I used spiritual thoughts to make a drop of water float in the air. The 90th year, lost in myself, discarding external matters, seeing all beings as white bones, I suddenly had an urge to incorporate all beings into my spirit divine realm. Zhang Fuxing briefly awoke from the washing of time, his eyes blood-red, flailing his arms aimlessly, carving 7 characters for kill onto the hotel wall. The contract glowed, forcibly waking him up. Then he re-entered the passage of time again. The 91st year, I had fallen into a demon. In the same year, a powerful force dragged me out of the abyss. I knew it was the contract, making me absolutely correct, forging ahead unswervingly. The 92nd year, I fell into a demon again, only to be pulled out from the abyss. The 141st year, I again removed myself from the abyss. Each time, I fell into a demon. Amid the mental chaos, I seemed to touch upon something. That year, my spirit divine realm could manifest in reality, albeit just for a fleeting instant. The 168th year, I called out loud, "Heaven created all things to nourish humans, yet humans have nothing to repay heaven," and fell into a demon again. In that same year, upon awakening, I suddenly had a great enlightenment. Whether others are white bones, what does it matter to me? I pursue only my path. The 180th year, amid decades of continuously falling into a demon and waking, my spirit seemed to become exceedingly resilient. I seemed to have seen the great Tao. The 181st year, this year, I didn't fall into a demon. I sat cross-legged on the dust, rotting into white bones in reality, although I hadn't even mastered the 4th form of form and spirit, blood painting form. Yet through yet another descent into demonhood, I directly comprehended the 7th form and spirit, bone scattering form. This year I went mad. In the hotel on the bed, the old man transformed into a youth. Zhong Mountain turned into Zhang Fuxing, and then the skin rotted, the flesh disappeared. He turned into a skeleton, without flesh, without internal organs, without a brain. Yet he was still alive, still sitting cross-legged. The upper and lower teeth of the skull kept knocking against each other, as if laughing, producing a ka-ka-ka sound that echoed in the room. The same year, I was forcibly dragged out of madness, waking again, regaining clarity. The 182nd year, I fell into a demon once in the first half, and went mad once in the second half. The 183rd year, this year, I neither fell into demonhood nor went mad. The same year, in reality, I transformed into a body of white bones, sitting quietly, with a great enlightenment. I pointed one skeletal finger to the sky, the other touched the ground, just like the illustration my master showed me when I first learned the white bone observation many years ago. I remember in the illustration was a half-rotten, half-skeleton person sitting cross-legged in the wilderness, one rotting hand pointing to the celestial vault, the skeletal hand touching the earth. It was half decay and half bone, seeming to laugh and cry, both benevolent and hideous. I suddenly understood, sighing deeply. So that was it. In the beginning of the 184th year, I finally reached perfection. I stepped into the realm of he should see me as such. My spirit divine realm manifested in reality. Another 23 years, I continued to explore upwards, unable to see the path ahead, but in the process, I gradually understood why my master called this realm of perfection the heaven-reaching road. In the year 207, I wanted to continue climbing, to glimpse the road above. He should see me as such. What I saw was a celestial shackle reaching through heaven and earth. I naturally understood that shackle, called the Great Limit. I sighed softly. The year 207 came to an end. A skeleton on the bed sighed lightly. That decaying aura exuding from his body was so thick it almost spilled over, but was quickly swept away by the vibration of the contract. The skeleton issued a hoarse voice. The entire small hotel suddenly fell into an unknown place. Below lay 72 snow-capped mountains. Above was a blazing sun. Frost and snow howled. The sun blazed brilliantly. In the blink of an eye, the small hotel and the startled travelers inside all emerged from that unknown place. The skeleton turned into a delicate and frail youth. He got off the bed, crouched down, wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, then gently, slowly, picked up a snowflake from the floor. The snowflake, truly existing, came from those 72 great snow mountains. Half the hotel was buried in snow. Chapter 40, God of Plague. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. God of Plague. The long line of caution tape was drawn up. This time it was truly long, isolating the entire area, with all residents and shops evacuated, and temporary housing arranged by the city government. Liu Zhongbang lit 2 cigarettes. This rugged man felt that one was not enough to satisfy him, and often smoked 2 at once. His boss said that when he grew old and his energy and vitality were exhausted, he was bound to get lung cancer. Liu Zhongbang exhaled thick, choking smoke, squatted down, grabbed a handful of half-melted snow, his expression deep. It's out. The accounts of 174 people from the hotel are all the same. As he spoke, the team member looked up at the roof of the hotel, char-black, as if scorched by flames. But the duration was very short. Liu Zhongbang took another deep drag on a cigarette. A grandmaster? He involuntarily shivered with the hand holding the cigarette, causing ash to fall onto the half-melted snowflakes. As the vanguard team of the Investigation Bureau, they naturally could not act rashly. This time, with the help of the governor of Jiangzhou City, they disguised themselves as a special task force of the Public Security Bureau, allowing them to openly dispatch the Public Security Bureau to seal off the area. The team member asked, "No, cultists aren't so bold. This seems more like a..." Liu Zhongbang squatted down again, extinguishing the cigarette but in the snow. As he spoke, another team member hurried over. Looking solemn, he paused, shrugged, and said, Liu Zhongbang's face twitched. "This needs to be rectified. Forget it. Send the information back to headquarters and see what they say." Before he could finish speaking, a team member staggered out of the hotel, gasping. Before finishing his sentence, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, fainting. Liu Zhongbang's expression darkened. He quickly entered the hotel, came to the problematic room, and as soon as he stepped inside, his eyes were drawn to a line of words on the wall. "Kill, kill, 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 kill." Liu Zhongbang's mind exploded, and he staggered back several steps, hitting the wall, causing it to crack and shatter. He seemed to see a maniac, fallen into a demon for a century, gritting his teeth, shouting kill, kill, kill. Liu Zhongbang was startled, but being well-trained, he immediately turned around, smashing through wall after wall, rushing out of the hotel. The previously unconscious team member had inexplicably sat up from the stretcher, eyes bloodshot, roaring as he lunged towards the nearest doctor, a fierce wind rising. In a life-or-death moment, Liu Zhongbang acted with incredible speed, delivering a powerful blow that knocked the team member out cold. Restraint. He panted heavily, the word kill echoing in his mind as he collapsed to the ground. Demonization. With that, he finally couldn't hold on. His eyes rolled back as he too fainted. The word kill still reverberated in his ears. Hongji Martial Arts Dojo. Quiet. The students and workers were all ordered by Senior Brother Zhang to stay in their rooms, and all surveillance had been turned off. Huang Qiuxin yawned. That troublesome kid. Why hadn't he come back yet? He felt like he had been tricked. He stroked his chin, pondering who was bold enough to usurp the name of the Eastern sect. Huang Qiuxin muttered, patting his chest, letting out a soft sigh. He suddenly sat up straight, his gaze fixed on an elderly man who suddenly appeared at the door. In his perception, there was no one there. Huang Qiuxin spoke lightly. "Oh, are you Elder Hong Senior or Junior?" He remained composed. "Martial arts master?" The elder, leaning on a cheap wooden staff, spoke calmly. Only then did Huang Qiuxin understand. The person before him was not from Elder Hong's sect, but the expert the troublesome kid mentioned. He didn't seem very high level. The thought barely formed. The training room suddenly turned into a vast land. Huang Qiuxian abruptly stood up. He could clearly sense that this was not the illusory divine realm formed by the minor perfection contemplation technique. It was a truly manifestable, true divine realm. Though it was crude, not polished in the least, and seemingly still unformed. Yet, Huang Qiuxian bent down, grabbed a handful of soil, kneading in his hand. He sensed the aura of time. This divine realm had existed for over 200 years. This was an over 200-year-old monster. Martial artist's 12 refinements not only does not extend life, but rather shortens it. Someone who could live to 100 might only reach 80 when trained in skin, flesh, and sinew. And martial arts master, even the top martial arts master, only extends life by 90 years. To live over 200 years at the very least, one must be a grandmaster with perfect contemplation, forming a true divine realm. That is a grandmaster. But an over 200-year-old grandmaster should be nearing the end of their life. This unknown great sect before him, though seemingly frail, gave Huang Qiuxian the sense that he was in his prime. Was it above the great sect? Or did he consume an extremely rare, life-extending medicine? He didn't know. He just silently extended his own true divine realm, the barren land being pushed aside, replaced by a sky above the clouds. The rolling clouds and the barren land matched, but the former scale was clearly half the size of the latter. This was the difference in spiritual accumulation, one of nearly 150 years, the other over 300. Huang Qiuxian asked deeply. Zhang Fuxing remained unchanged, listening quietly. This old guy, what's he babbling about? However, 36 layer of heaven dimension. God of plague? Plague. Linking to that martial artist's 12 refinements cultist chant of heavenly communication, Zhang Fuxing thought of the story of divine enthronement in his previous life, under the discipleship of Celestial Gate, the immortal sealed as the Plague Emperor. After a moment of reflection, he remembered this minor side character's name. He sighed softly, tentatively muttering to himself. Huang Qiuxian had no visible reaction. No, there was. He suddenly hunched over, large beads of sweat erupting on his forehead. Beneath the wrinkled skin, lumps of flesh swelled and surged. It was as if that unremarkable name activated them, or as if they were responding to that revered name in jubilation, shouting, "My Lord," eagerly wanting to burst out from within Huang Qiuxian. Chapter 41. Reporting you. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Reporting you. Old Huang was drenched in sweat, letting out a low hiss. The clouds beneath his feet churned in layers, and his own true divine realm trembled as he forcibly suppressed the rampaging flesh plague within his body. It was difficult, but he managed it. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly injured by forcibly using the true divine realm. Huang Qiuxian's current body couldn't bear such immense spiritual force, and under the activity of the flesh plague, he had fallen completely from second refinement to a first refined martial artist. A body of first or second refinement. How could it command the true divine realm? Each time he called upon it, his body would suffer injuries, just like when Zhang Fuxing momentarily summoned the true divine realm in the hotel, where he also coughed up blood. Huang Qiuxian lifted his head, staring intently at the mysterious elder, and struggled to speak. "The name you just mentioned, what does it mean?" He was breathless, but forced himself to stand upright. The sea of clouds beneath churned, and from a mist behind him emerged thousands of armored soldiers, each holding a bow and knife. Huang Qiuxian asked, as the thousands of soldiers uniformly reached back for their arrows, gripping them with 3 fingers. Huang Qiuxian was prepared for a desperate struggle. Huang Qiuxian let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Fuxing continued. After a pause, he lightly said, Huang Qiuxian's mind blew up, and he staggered back several steps. In his moment of shock, a hint of despair hung over his eyes. "Have you uncovered his true name?" Zhang Fuxing. Was such a reaction truly necessary? What's so mysterious about this? After pondering for a moment, he slowly began to speak. Uncovered. Huang Qiuxian was stunned. Always known? He couldn't comprehend it, but he also understood that it wasn't the Western sect that had uncovered the true name of the god of plague, and he relaxed slightly. For a long while, Huang Qiuxian cautiously asked, "Who?" Zhang Fuxing calmly replied. Huang Qiuxian's eyelids twitched. True man was not a title to be taken lightly. He remained silent for a long time, cautious as ever. The elder leaning on his wooden staff nodded calmly, his expression not showing the slightest ripple as he extended his hand and lightly pointed. Two phantom-like, red, spherical objects floated between his fingers. Flesh plague. Zhang Fuxing closed his 5 fingers, and the two materialized spheres of the flesh plague vanished, as if they could be summoned or dismissed at will. Huang Qiuxian spoke without hesitation, but the elder shook his head. I need to see your sincerity. It's still too early to discuss this matter. He turned and walked away calmly. It wasn't that Zhang Fuxing had changed his mind suddenly. It was because he had just discovered a very serious issue. The star beast meat was running out. He put away his true divine realm and, using his spirit, altered reality, bending light so that he couldn't be seen by the naked eye, and then walked straight out of the martial arts dojo. Moving far away, by the Jiangzhou River, under a bridge pier, the air distorted, and the figure of Zhong Mountain slowly appeared again. Accelerated the process of the contract twice, totaling 124 days. Zhang Fuxing sighed helplessly. Though the transaction with the middle-aged man allotted 40 years of contemplation time, the contract required only a month of cool down. Yet it seemed the contract, or the one-horned giant rhinoceros meat, was saturated, with the effect of the star beast meat plummeting dramatically. Originally, 1 gram could accelerate 2 days' time, but now, after consuming 26 grams of star beast meat, he realized the contract still had 5 days of cooldown remaining. In other words, 1 gram of meat couldn't even speed up time by a single day. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself. He stood by the riverbank, quietly reflecting on his own situation. The contemplation, technique's perfection, or the state of he should see me as such, was even stronger than he anticipated. With mental interference in reality, even refining illusion into reality, making conceptual thoughts manifest truly. Of course, the consumption wasn't ordinarily terrifying, especially making the divine realm forcibly descend into reality. Even for a brief moment, his feeble body couldn't sustain it, leading to tears and damage, potentially even collapsing. If the spiritual will is me, then the body is the treasure raft. Fortunately, as long as the divine realm doesn't directly descend into reality, the consumption is still within a bearable range. He exhaled, extending his hand, effortlessly manipulating the play of light and shadow, then immersed his thoughts back into his body. Under the spirit's interference, his meridians widened, forcibly clearing up all blocked nodes. The age-old impurities hidden in the crevices of his muscles and bones, around his organs, were also quickly decomposed under the influence of his spiritual will, finally exhaling as a wisp of dark, murky gas. Just in this short moment, Zhang Fuxing's root bone became comparable to, or even surpassed, many traditionally considered geniuses. Clean and without stain, an immense number of mysterious factors rushed into his body, coursing through with speeds multiple times, even 10 times faster than before. In just a quarter of an hour, they completed a full circulation. Whereas before, conducting a full circulation required Zhang Fuxing to spend 7 to 8 hours. The difference before and after was absurdly significant. He recalled when he and Chun Wanyu entered number 19 bar. Black, I mentioned something. True root bone is like black eyes, abyssal black eyes, or Chun Wanyu's eternal burning heart, each possessing incredible uses and things that draw an insurmountable line between different people. Zhang Fuxing's eyes were bright with determination, but he was different. His appearance reverted to his true form, and he walked out from under the bridge, stopping a taxi, and openly made his way back to the martial arts dojo. As soon as he got out of the car, that strong feeling of being watched returned, and this time, he found the source. In the sky. It was a low-altitude satellite over 100 kilometers above. Zhang Fuxing resisted the urge to smile up or gesture defiantly, and leisurely walked into the martial arts dojo. But he looked back, gazing at a small point several kilometers away. The headquarters of the Public Security Bureau in Jiangzhou. With 300 years of accumulation, his thoughts, in a state of extremity, could extend 30 kilometers away. His spiritual will quickly diminished, fatigue sweeping over him like a tide, heat rising to his nose, blood threatening to gush out, but Zhang Fuxing forced it back. He felt faint and sighed inwardly. His body was still too feeble. Otherwise, why would it be so exhausting? At the same time, at the headquarters of the Public Security Bureau, in the astonished, horrified gaze of the Director General, the report he had just written began to twist, the ink flowing across the page, rearranging into a fresh line of text. 8th District, Onkong Tumor Hospital, colluding with the Western sect, breeding and spreading flesh plague, reporting comes first. Chapter 42. The entire Federation is an evil cult. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. The entire Federation is an evil cult. After repeatedly questioning Zhang Fuxing about Zhong Mountain, without any result, Huang Qiuxian hastily left. You can wear this jade talisman, which contains a portion of my divine realm. Zhang Fuxing accepted it, thanked earnestly, and watched as Huang Qiuxian's figure blurred and vanished. 10 minutes later, why would my mentor become enemies with someone like Senior Huang? He furrowed his brows slightly, pondering over and over, finally shook his head and sighed again. As he spoke, he paused for a moment. Zhang Fuxing rolled his eyes. After Huang Qiuxian twisted light and shadow to disappear, he didn't leave at all. He was standing just 2 meters away, staring at him, staring for over 10 minutes. Had he not also stepped into the true divine realm, he probably wouldn't have been able to notice this old fox. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, not mentioning anything else. Just as he left the martial arts dojo earlier, Huang Qiuxian interfered with reality with his spirit, cloaking him in a thin layer of light and shadow to make him invisible. But after leaving the martial arts dojo, 3 kilometers away, that cloak seemed unsustainable and dissipated, as if old Huang's spiritual thoughts could only reach a maximum of 3 kilometers. Only after Zhang Fuxing personally stepped into this spiritual level did he realize that 10 years of spiritual accumulation could make the spirit strong enough to probe about a kilometer away. Old Huang, being nearly 150 years old, with almost 150 years of spiritual accumulation, could probe his divine thoughts over 10 kilometers. Fortunately, he was cautious, deciding to change into Zhong Mountain's face after being 20 kilometers away from the martial arts dojo. Just in case, within the first 10 kilometers, that old fellow might have been secretly watching. He felt a bit regretful. Even if he didn't maintain it all the time, he couldn't spread his spiritual thoughts comprehensively to cover 30 kilometers at most. 300 meters? Only in a straight line could the thoughts fully extend 30 kilometers away. He shook his head, decided not to think about matters he couldn't understand for the time being. After repeatedly inspecting the jade talisman and ensuring there were no problems, he put it away. This thing for him was useless, but for Zhang Fuxing, it was indeed a life-saving tool. In the evening, the 3 sat around a low table, as usual for dinner, while a small television played the daily news. Reportedly, an intercity train in Jiangzhou was attacked by terrorists, resulting in an explosion. The senior brother asked, chewing slowly without raising his head. Zhang Fuxing explained with a smile. Niu Dali and Qin Yuk exchanged a glance. New death appearance? Both felt a kind of powerlessness. People couldn't truly compare to one another. Zhang Fuxing poked his rice with chopsticks. He was dumbfounded. Yet the senior brother was indifferent. After a pause, he added. Zhang Fuxing was speechless. Chun Yuk nearby laughed. Such attacks occur occasionally, usually not targeting us personally. Even if they do, they won't be life-threatening. As for the reason, Zhang Fuxing pondered. He subtly revealed his intention to leave the martial arts dojo. The senior brother showed no reaction, maintaining his naive demeanor. The second senior sister seemed contemplative, but said nothing, instead changing the subject. By the way, junior brother, among the 2 deals handed to you, Qin Wanyu's bill is due today. Did you retrieve it? Zhang Fuxing shook his head. Chen Yuk's expression didn't change much as she teased. Zhang Fuxing nodded shyly, looking bashful. He certainly couldn't really throw Chen Wanyu into purgatory. That eternal burning heart, he was determined to obtain it. Thinking of this, Zhang Fuxing's heart stirred. By the way, what is Chen Wanyu doing in Dragon Boat City? Also, I asked her, and she said that those who are overdue will be punished in descent into purgatory, and second-time offenders will be forever trapped there. Zhang Fuxing was pensive. He had heard of Dragon Boat City's special hospital, which had great fame and was one of the few top hospitals set up in a small city. His uncle's family lived in Dragon Boat City. Curious, he then asked. Chen Yuk smiled and explained. Pausing, she continued, I heard Master say that the divine realm needs to be anchored as a fixine and must be filled with living beings to help stabilize the divine realm. Zhang Fuxing, though he had known for a long time, still showed an expression of horror. All real. Chen Yuk patiently continued explaining. She shrugged and continued. Zhang Fuxing. 1,000 life souls to achieve contemplation perfection? No, then what about me? He asked without showing his emotions. And why's that? This time it was the senior brother who spoke. Zhang Fuxing fell into silence. Oh, falling into a demon. He was familiar with that, having fallen into countless times in the past century. The senior brother continued on his own. Zhang Fuxing was bewildered. Actively fall into a demon? Chen Yuk smoothed her hair and teased. Junior brother, haven't you heard tenfold strength in darkness? If you manage to rely on this small improvement to successfully step into the level of perfection, there's a significant chance of awakening from the state of falling into a demon. Listening to the second senior sister's words, Zhang Fuxing remained speechless for a long time. No wonder he broke from minor perfection to perfection within 200 years. Others use falling into a demon as a last resort, but for him, it was routine. Now, thinking back, every time after falling into a demon, indeed he gained some insight into the contemplation technique and divine realm. But Zhang Fuxing exhaled. After mastering this self's spiritual world into a divine realm, it still needs a large number of life souls to... He thought that suppress was a fitting word, and continued. The senior brother and second senior sister both laughed. Chen Yuk said casually. She thought for a moment and said, Zhang Fuxing's eyelids twitched, so they call these evil sects? So what about those thousands in Huang, Qiuxian's divine realm? Chen Yuk sighed softly. For example, junior brother, haven't you achieved great success in the contemplation technique? Zhang Fuxing was stunned for a while, unable to help but ask. Zhang Fuxing fell completely silent. He suddenly felt that the Federation was the real evil cult. Chapter 43, Dad's Secret, 3K. Chapter 43, Dad's Secret, 3K. Dinner is over. Zhang Fuxing, in his own quiet room, silently practiced the Tiger Roar fist, simultaneously using the Spring Thunder technique to vibrate his tendons and bones, channeling a vast amount of mysterious factors into his body, achieving one circulation of heaven after another. He was somewhat troubled. His second senior sister said that the life soul of a cultivating planet is only available in at least medium-sized cities for sale, and the price is exorbitant, with even the cheapest and most inferior life soul costing a few $100,000. As for the most expensive, that's a 9-figure sum. As he practiced the Tiger Roar fist repeatedly, Zhang Fuxing's spiritual will captured the vast mysterious factors, forcibly pressing them into his body. His body was rapidly strengthening, with his skin slowly being refined to perfection. With the fist complete, the wind ceased. Third refinement perfection, with physical strength of 3,200 pounds. Zhang Fuxing quietly assessed his current state, with only his subordinate soul's true divine realm and third refinement perfection cultivation. In terms of techniques, perfect Tiger Roar fist, minor perfection Spring Thunder technique, second form New Death appearance, third form Giant form, and seventh form Bone scattering form. He gradually turned into grim white bones, but this was not the true bone scattering form, just a prelude. According to the Great Sunlight 72 Snow Mountain scripture and the complete grim white bone observation, the seventh form and spirit, bone scattering form, has its own proof in words. Withered grass entwines the bones, dispersing the unreachable places, nails and hairs scatter over the fields, skulls decay at the cluster's end. The appearance of bone scattering is that even the bones scatter gone. Zhang Fuxing clasped his hands together with a sigh. The grim white bones crumbled into dust, yet he still stood there, albeit shapeless. The so-called bone-scattering form should be called the true soul form. A semi-transparent silhouette slowly floated up. What a peculiar experience. Zhang Fuxing looked at his semi-transparent hand. He marveled. The 8 forms of form and spirit. Indeed, each one stronger and stranger than the last, relying on countless episodes of falling into demons and madness. Relying on a moment of realm breakthrough perfection, he somehow skipped directly over the 4th, 5th, and 6th forms, achieving the bone-scattering form. Reformed into white bones grew flesh, transforming back into a person. Zhang Fuxing licked his lips. After bone scattering, only one virtual form remains. This form could be both illusionary and real, purely driven by one's own will. In other words, Zhang Fuxing can use the virtual form for defense and the real form to punch someone. Zhang Fuxing was somewhat regretful. While the 12 refinements couldn't harm him, he couldn't harm the 12 refinements either. Even using the divine realm, unless risking severe injuries or even collapse, forcibly manifesting the divine realm in reality, he could at most trap the enemy, unable to cause actual harm. Zhang Fuxing licked his lips. What would this be, refining his spiritual world into a 10,000 souls banner? He muttered to himself. If not, with his current abilities, killing and soul-stealing would be all too simple. Jiangzhou City has a population exceeding 10 million. Zhang Fuxing shook his head, gathering his thoughts. Zhang Fuxing had a clear understanding of his position. Dinkling. The phone vibrated slightly. He answered, asking cheerfully, then raising his voice by 8 tones. Coming to Jiang University? Zhang Fuxing furrowed his brow. Sister Cici, Zhang Xiaoxi, his cousin, the daughter of his uncle Zhang Wenhua. Zhang Wentao said helplessly, they don't quite believe it. Zhang Fuxing felt a bit of a headache, his dad replied. Zhang Fuxing asked with a frown. On the other end, his dad was clearly taken aback. Really? Why would I lie to you? His dad was a bit skeptical. Who lacks such vision? Can that dojo master be trusted? Before the words were finished, the roar of a lion from the other side of the phone came from Mom, followed by Dad's painful cry. Zhang Wentao, what do you mean? What's this about having no taste? What's wrong with our son? Oh, I think you didn't mean that. I fell while skiing just now, and you didn't help me up. Listening to the bickering over the phone, Zhang Fuxing couldn't help but smile. It's quite nice. After a while, accompanied by heavy breathing, Dad picked up the phone again. There's this cooperation contract regarding the transfer student. If it can really be sent to Dragon Boat City, son, how about? Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, knowing his dad was still worried. Dragon Boat City. It's been a long time since I've seen Uncle in them. Zhang Fuxing already planned to visit Dragon Boat City, especially since Chun Wanyu's mom was there. He had to make a trip no matter what. Might as well take her along. All right then, I'll inform Uncle in them. Dad added, Uncle Yu, Dad's well-informed old friend, who knows about the activities of Taoism. Dad calmly said, Didn't you see the news? Yesterday, a train was attacked by terrorists. He emphasized the word well-informed heavily, adding, Zhang Fuxing was silent for a moment. Old Zhang coughed violently. You brat, what are you thinking? Zhang Fuxing's heart stirred. Investigation Bureau? He smiled and tentatively asked, Dad, you even have friends like this? Dr. Zhang replied helplessly, That's not a good line of work, very dangerous. I rarely interact with old you. All right, just give him a call directly. Zhang Fuxing had a confused expression. How could he not remember this person? He was reborn with memories, born with knowledge, and remembered everything from his infancy. Dad has secrets, but it's normal. Everyone has some secrets, big or small. After listening to Mom nagging after taking over the call, he hung up. Thinking a bit, he opened his messaging app, found the phone number Dad sent, and dialed it. Hello, Uncle Yu? Oh, Zhang Fuxing smiled and responded. He recounted the situation briefly, and the man on the other end decisively nodded. All right, let me see. He had an interest in connecting with the investigation bureau. No problem, but don't head back to lower 3 districts. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the call ended. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his chin. Dad, and this Uncle Yu both seemed to be certain that the actions of the evil cult would only happen in the lower 3 districts and wouldn't affect other places. Interesting. Zhang Fuxing opened his phone and found Sister Cece's number, paused for a moment, and decided not to call. He dialed Chen Wanyu's number instead. After a while, the call connected, and a slightly trembling voice came through. A woman asked curiously in a cramped little room. Old Yu took a puff of a cigarette. The kid is promising. Got into a good university, though it's not the martial arts department. He lamented. The woman rubbed her smooth chin. It's understandable since he finally settled down. Saying this, Old Yu extinguished his cigarette. The woman nodded. I reckon they're planning to wrap things up? She stretched lazily. Old Yu grinned. Still not high enough level. The woman nodded gently, smoothing her Taoist robe. Chapter 44. The more mysterious, the more fearful. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. The more mysterious, the more fearful. Next afternoon. Outside Yueyao milk tea shop, Zhu Xiaoming gave thumbs up. This milk tea shop opened at the gate of Jian University, co-owned by Zhong Yu and Lu Yao. These 2 girls, in just a few days, somehow became as close as glue and even started a business together. The side wall of the milk tea shop was covered with lush ivy. Zhu Xiaoming burped and pointed at the ivy on the wall. I think these ivies really don't need to be cleaned up. They're the finishing touch. He pointed at the 3 empty cups on the table. Lu Yao felt goosebumps all over, looking terrified. Zhu Xiaoming chuckled, shamelessly pestering. Yao Yao, you don't like this name? Lu Yao landed a punch, knocking him down. Zhong Yu covered her mouth, laughing. Zhu Xiaoming rolled and got up, dusting off his clothes with a chuckle. It's a pity old Zhang can't come. He said he's busy today and needs to go on a long trip tonight. Lu Yao held her cheek. Toothache. Amidst the playful banter between the 3, a silhouette stood before them, carrying an aura that kept people at a distance of 1,000 miles, solitary, indifferent, aloof, and out of place. Like a clump of snow tucked in a dark corner during this sweltering summer, refusing to melt. Lu Yao was stunned for a moment. Among the 3, she barely counted as acquaintances with Chen Wanyu, having exchanged a few words. Chen Wanyu nodded lightly, her burgundy hair casually draped. Zhu Xiaoming blinked. Chen the great genius drinks milk tea? He had heard from rumors at Lishu Middle School that this lady didn't touch a drop of sugar. Lu Yao replied, quickly making a cup of milk tea. The milk tea shop hastily opened, and they hadn't hired staff yet, so for now, she and Zhong Yu were handling it themselves. Chen Wanyu took the milk tea, but didn't drink, asking. Zhu Xiaoming carelessly said, We're classmates, what money? Chen Wanyu calmly asked again. Zhu Xiaoming was momentarily stunned. The atmosphere turned a bit cold. More footsteps came straight towards them. The 3 confronted each other. Zhu Xiaoming and Lu Yao remained unfazed, but Zhong Yu stood up at the start. Grand. She struggled to speak. Zhong Mount leaned on a cheap wooden cane, nodding kindly at Zhu Xiaoming and Lu Yao. Are you all Xiaoyu's friends? The old man smiled, then looked to the side. Oh, the 2 were intrigued, while Zhong Yu felt a chill down her spine. After a moment of silence, she cautiously asked. The old man smiled benevolently, surprising Zhu Xiaoming and Lu Yao. Guide into the contemplation technique? Even Chen Wanyu, who stood like an ice sculpture, glanced at the old man, only to find the old man was looking at her too. A moment of eye contact. Just that moment. Chen Wanyu saw her own reflection in the old man's eyes, and then something strange happened. The reflection was extremely clear. She could even see the eyes of the reflection, but suddenly, through those eyes, she saw herself again, endlessly, like 2 mirrors facing each other, extending infinitely without end, as if falling into some indescribable mental abyss, falling and falling, weightless, absurd. Fear. Everything around became invisible, imperceptible, leaving only the old man's eyes and the infinite reflections within them. The old man averted his gaze, shattering the two opposing mirrors, waking Chun Wanyu from the infinite loss, staggering back 3 steps, Clang knocking over the small wooden table in front of the milk tea shop, continuing to stumble, leaning against the rough side wall of the milk tea shop. Several pairs of eyes looked at her, in confusion. Chun Wanyu panted, horrified, looking at the old man, only to suddenly, more horrified, look at the wall she was leaning on. Just an ordinary brick wall, the paint slightly peeling. But where did the lush ivy go? When did it disappear? In Chun Wanyu's amazement, at some point the old man had moved in front of Zhongyu, reaching out, gently tapping her head 3 times and passing his hand over. Zhang Fuxing invaded the girl's spiritual world. His elderly voice echoed in the latter's mind, like the morning bell and evening drum. The voice echoed, resounding without end. Zhongyu involuntarily operated the sunrise basic contemplation technique, visualizing the hazy dawn light and swirling colorful clouds. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts moved, the dawn light intensified, and the clouds resembled a sea. Then quietly, the muffled sound of tapping her head 3 times exploded in Zhongyu's ears. She was enlightened, seeing the mysterious factor emerge in her perception, dotting the air surrounding. Sunrise Basic Contemplation Technique. Contemplation Technique, Entry Level. Transaction concluded. She opened her eyes, puzzled, glancing around to see the concerned faces of Zhu Xiaoming and Lu Yao. But Qin Wanyu was gone, and Grandpa was also gone. She instinctively asked. Zhongyu's heart skipped a beat, staggering back a few steps, bumping into the side wall of the milk tea shop, against the lush ivy. Inside the white van, several team members were sweating profusely. A team member wiped his sweat, staring at the looping playback. The footage was remote surveillance targeting Subject 1, Qin Wanyu. Everything seemed normal until she arrived at a milk tea shop. Then things seemed off. In the video, the elderly man identified as Zhong Mountain walked to the milk tea shop. Then suddenly, both Subject 1 and the other 3 bystanders froze in place, motionless, as if they had fallen into the divine realm. Then, the elderly man turned his head, looking toward this white van from a kilometer or 2 away, and at the instant he glanced over, the video feed warped, and when it regained clarity, the old man was nowhere to be seen. A team member caught his breath. Late-stage cancer? An ordinary old man? First refinement? He swallowed hard. The few people in the van fell into silence. Chapter 45. Ordinary 6 Ding Divine Fire. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Ordinary 6 Ding Divine Fire 6th District Train Station. Calmly taking the milk tea from Chun Wanyu's hand, Zhang Fuxing lazily took a sip. Not bad. He forced himself not to show fatigue. The cost of pretending wasn't high, but it was really satisfying. Of course, Zhang Fuxing wasn't showing off for the sake of showing off in front of others, even though he enjoyed it. The girl nodded slightly, standing silently like an obedient canary, while many eyes gazed at her from afar in the bustling station. Zhang Fuxing took another sip of milk tea. He muttered to himself, lowering his eyelids to conceal his deep gaze. Qin Wanyu, of course, was sent by Zhang Fuxing, asking her to help bring a cup of milk tea to try, and to meet Zhong Mountain once, to avoid any awkwardness later on. But speaking of which, the divine realm is really handy. Watching the bustling crowd, Zhang Fuxing pursed his lips. He transformed the divine realm into the appearance of a milk tea shop and its surroundings, perfectly pulling 4 people into the divine realm, originally not intending to do so, but felt the gaze of surveillance from a white van, from the Investigation Bureau. Zhang Fuxing mused to himself. It was an intentional crack left through the ivy. It was Zhu Xiaoming and Lu Yao, briefly amnesiac under the influence of spiritual will. It was the uncovered face. It was that distant gaze and the effortfully interfered camera's spiritual thoughts. The High Heaven Association is currently, just in its infancy, fundamentally non-existent. But Zhang Fuxing wanted it to rise to fame. Only then would people seek its truth. Only then would they chase after it, willing to pay a price to join it. People don't need to fully understand the High Heaven Association, but at least they need to know there's such a colossal entity shrouded in shadow, elusive, impossible to find, yet there are various clues proving its existence. This is also why Zhang Fuxing didn't hide Zhong Mountain's face. 5:30. Zhang Fuxing lazily got up. Chen Wanyu instinctively picked up his suitcase and handbag, silently following behind him, clearly exuding a sense of being aloof, yet she seemed like a little maid. Passers-by who stole glances at Chen Wanyu's white thighs suddenly gnashed their teeth, heartbroken and furious. A young man clutched his heart, wailing to his companions. Through the VIP ticket check smoothly. Zhang Fuxing muttered as he plopped down, with Chen Wanyu also sitting beside him. The business-class carriage was very quiet, with dim lights and spacious, comfortable seats, though the price was more than twice that of first class. Passengers boarded the train one after another, and with a low rumble, the train slowly began to move. This era is really quite strange sometimes. The Federation already rules the starry skies as far as the eye can see, but thinking about the lower three districts, Zhang Fuxing didn't find it so strange anymore. From the other end of the phone came a gentle, intellectual woman's voice. Zhang Fuxing choked a bit. Zhang Xiaoxi's words and voice, though not utterly discordant, at least headed in entirely opposite directions. She boasted gleefully. Zhang Fuxing was skeptical. Zhang Fuxing chuckled. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his forehead. Zhang Xiaoxi stretched lazily. After a few more casual chats, Zhang Fuxing hung up the phone. He looked at the rapidly passing dusk outside the train window and asked calmly. Chen Wanyu was silent for a moment. Zhang Fuxing turned his head, gazing at the girl, and chuckled lightly. He spoke slowly. He leaned closer and whispered. Chen Wanyu clenched her fists. For a long time. She responded expressionlessly. Zhang Fuxing beamed brightly. He then looked out of the window again, his gaze gradually deepening. There's still a lot to do in Dragon Boat City. The most important thing is the Star Beast meet. Hongji also has business in Dragon Boat City, which is the hotel branch managed by the senior brother. Although not as large as in Jiangzhou, it's still possible to gather some Star Beast meat. The transaction with Chen Wanyu should be completed in Dragon Boat City. But this is only the beginning. Zhang Fuxing intends to use these few days to find a suitable target in Dragon Boat City to recruit into the High Heaven Association. After all, members of the High Heaven Association cannot be limited to Jiangzhou. That would be too narrow, and this trip to Dragon Boat City is the perfect opportunity to test the waters. The target candidates cannot be determined yet. Wait to see the local intelligence after reaching the branch. He suddenly frowned, forcing himself to keep looking outside the window, not turning his head back. In his senses, someone was approaching silently. Assault? Assassin? Zhang Fuxing squinted his eyes. Then, a voice rang out. Zhang Fuxing looked in the direction. It was a young man, expressionless on his face, with white hair, which didn't seem dyed, just naturally graying with age. The young man clasped his hands in a solemn gesture, or rather a mudra. Zhang Fuxing recognized it. It's Meridian technique. In the past life, Taoists would greet each other with a hand-clasp meridian technique, much like monks pressing palms together. Taoism, and most likely the Western believers whom Chen Wanyu had previously interacted with. Chen Wanyu was slightly startled at this moment and subconsciously glanced at Zhang Fuxing. The young man also gave him a dismissive glance, unconcerned, just assuming him to be a friend of Chen Wanyu. He released his hands, somehow already holding a burning incense stick, as a crew member rushed to stop him. Yet their legs gave out, fainting. All the passengers in the carriage fainted when they caught a whiff of the incense, and the red dots on the carriage's monitors had somehow stopped flashing. The young man stated blandly, "It's likely approaching the level of netherworld ghost fire." In the midst of speaking, he suddenly frowned, glancing at the ordinary boy, who was listening intently beside Chen Wanyu. Zhang Fuxing thought for a moment. Chapter 46, Clown. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. Clown. Unlike ordinary compartments, The business carriage is spacious with few seats, and the aisle can accommodate 2 people walking side by side. There are basically no people coming and going, so it's not noisy, and that's why no one noticed the sudden situation in this section of the carriage. The incense burns quietly, releasing pale smoke. Huang Zhongxiao stared at this ordinary person with weak vitality, who posed no danger. Your mother, talking nonsense with eyes wide open. Huh? He watched the smoke as it was inhaled through the teenager's nose, thick on one side and thin on the other. A cold? He released the burning incense, retreated 3 steps, and pointed with both hands to send yellow talismans flying and nailing onto each of the sleeping travelers. The sleeping travelers stood up one after another, drooping their heads, slowly turning to stare at Zhang Fuxing. Weird and horrifying. If it were the past, Zhang Fuxing would probably be as goosebumps-ridden as Chen Wanyu beside him. But now things are different. His voice was like a mosquito, his eyes bright, his spiritual thoughts already understanding the inner workings. Those talismans that looked ordinary, after the cultist recited such words, seemed to be activated, drawing fine threads of spiritual will from somewhere. These spiritual wills, though weak, could completely manipulate the bodies of those unconscious. From Zhang Fuxing's perspective, those invisible spiritual threads, falling from an unknown place, embedded in the unconscious bodies, were like puppetry, borrowing power. The cultist, through talismans, borrowed spiritual thoughts from that venerate, manipulating others. How was it done? Special constitution. He shook his hands, retreated further to stand behind the travelers, a human wall blocking him. The young man spoke eerily. Chen Wanyu, who is he? Matters of the sect. Matters of the sect. A dozen travelers spoke eerily too, matching the tone of the young man. Chen Wanyu's eyes turned cold, swept her leg out with sudden force. Zhang Fuxing grabbed her white ankle, sighed softly. Chen Wanyu stared at Zhang Fuxing in shock. This guy's strength has increased so much. Zhang Fuxing clicked his tongue, suddenly feeling his careful acting was seemingly inferior to this little pet. He stood up, ignoring the travelers staring at him, followed those spiritual threads upwards with his eyes. His gaze was blocked by the top of the carriage, but his thoughts drifted out, letting him gaze afar beyond physical sight. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. Those spiritual threads disappeared after reaching 10,000 meters high, seemingly disconnected, with no origin visible. From an existence so powerful beyond imagination? Venerate, the deity worshipped by the Western sect, or perhaps a high-ranking figure? Thoughts returned to him. He raised his eyes, seeing the dazed and wooden travelers approaching, surrounding him. His gaze passed over the travelers, focused on the young man hiding behind them. Zhang Fuxing could tell this cultist was trying to keep the commotion within a certain range. Why? Being a cultist, it certainly wouldn't be fear of officials. Moreover, these travelers, it was clearly visible their muscles surprisingly bulged, as if briefly strengthened by the spiritual threads. Huang Zhongxiao raised an eyebrow, sizing up Zhang Fuxing, pondering whether to act himself, but eventually shook his head. He snapped his fingers. The travelers stiffly returned to their seats. The talismans ignited, but the flames didn't scorch the travelers at all. In Zhang Fuxing's view, the spiritual threads broke one by one. The travelers' bulging muscles returned to normal. The young man formed the meridian technique. His figure gradually faded, disappearing into thin air right on the spot. Chen Wanyu swallowed. Zhang Fuxing fell silent. He saw it clearly. This guy activated another medium, borrowed spiritual will. From somewhere, interfered with reality, distorted light and sound. At that moment, Zhang Fuxing, seeing through the transparency, sees the cultist on tiptoes, secretly slipping away like a thieving rat. Sai, why not just leave directly instead of acting? After a moment's thought, Zhang Fuxing took a quick step, intercepting the cultist's inevitable path. Then he enthusiastically checked the conditions of the unconscious travelers. Huang Zhongxiao twitched his mouth, cursed fools silently, then quietly turned around, intending to leave from the other side. Then he saw the teenager turn back, almost brushing past him, standing boldly ahead, checking another traveler's condition. Your mother. A true fool. Huang Zhongxiao's face twitched. If not for steward's rules forbidding the spreading of a flesh plague on this train, or causing a commotion. He turned again. Then that brat walked over again. Huang Zhongxiao shrunk to the side, thankful for the spacious aisle of the business compartment, enough for two to walk side by side. Not fearing a collision, just feeling embarrassed if bumped and revealed. Why not just walk out? Why use the invisibility talisman? Continuing, Huang Zhongxiao watched numbly as that rascal kept moving side to side, leaving no room for himself to get through. Until travelers and attendants gradually awoke, the rascal sat back in his seat, stretching lazily. Fool! Huang Zhongxiao winced and quickly slipped away. Zhang Fuxing smiled as he watched the embarrassed departure, while Chen Wanyu stared at him. He casually pinched the girl's cheek. Ah, so smooth and tender, still feels great. Chen Wanyu asked expressionlessly. Huh? Chen Wanyu pointed to her heart, murmured, Can't see, but can sense vaguely. Zhang Fuxing was surprised. Under the spiritual will's cover, even the breath was concealed. This girl hadn't achieved real contemplation, yet could sense through the spiritual will's barrier. Zhang Fuxing smiled. At 7 o'clock, the train arrived at the west station of Dragon Boat City. Along the dense crowd, exiting the station, Zhang Fuxing didn't hail a cab, instead indicated Chen Wanyu to join him, slipping into an empty alley, walking slowly. Still invisible, a cultist considered quietly following, blocking ahead of the two, suddenly removing the invisibility talisman. The young man's form gradually appeared in the air. He said coldly, hands behind him, his voice mixed with the alley's shadowy chill, appearing even more gloomy. Zhang Fuxing and Chen Wanyu's mouths twitched, silently observing him. The young man raised an eyebrow. These two's gaze exactly didn't look surprised or startled. Instead, it seemed like watching a circus performance. Zhang Fuxing sighed. Chapter 47. The Rotting Giant. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. The Rotting Giant. Huang Zhongxiao instinctively touched his nose, not understanding the meaning. Instead, Chen Wanyu's cold lips twitched once more. Although he didn't understand the meaning, Huang Zhongxiao knew that this young man was mocking him. His gaze turned cold. The young man retreated 7 steps, each step seeming strange, twisting and turning as if stepping to a rhythm, then clasped his hands in the meridian technique gesture. A talisman floated from his fingertips, burning to ashes. The shadows on both sides squirmed, and then, in Zhang Fuxing's interested gaze, faceless shadow figures stood up one by one. 18 of them. Zhang Fuxing whispered in his heart, once again seeing through this trick, similar to before, all borrowed power from the cultist. Previously, it was borrowed spiritual power interfering with reality. This time, its subordinate soul from the divine realm. As for which divine realm, from whom, Zhang Fuxing couldn't discern, only knowing that it's far away. This is some high-tier use of the divine realm, but undoubtedly, the master of the divine realm is extremely powerful. Kill him. Huang Zhongxiao spoke lightly, his hands once again clasped behind him, standing motionless like a mountain, a posture of windswept ease. The 18 shadows issued silent howls, stepping on shadows, and drew near abruptly. Zhang Fuxing frowned, flicked his hand, generating a gust of fist wind, stirring up dust, forming into a roaring tiger's head. His bones and muscles chimed together, detonating another thunderclap. Several shadows shattered. He moved leisurely among the shadow figures. With a perfection tiger roar fist, he could dominate among the 3 refinements. As tiger heads erupted one by one, the shadow figures burst open with them. 39 seconds, shadows were all shattered. Clap, clap. Huang Zhongxiao clapped with a smile. He moved his body, skin stretching, muscles towering and rolling under his skin, with a faint rumbling sound. 3 refinements of flesh. Huang Zhongxiao stepped forward confidently, wearing a smile. approaching that scholarly young man. The scholarly young man suddenly seemed inflated by an invisible air pump, his bones creaking with a teeth-gritting sound, muscles and skin expanding and stretching at a visible speed. Huang Zhongxiao fell silent. The figure swelled, obscuring the moonlight, forming a shadow covering him, the shadow gradually expanding. The expansion stopped. An extraordinarily burly and stout figure, 3 to 4 meters tall, like a small giant made of swollen flesh, appeared right there. Tattered cloth hanging on him. Through the blue-green skin, huge branch-like veins could be seen knotted together. The giant exhaled lightly. Greenish, foul-smelling gas collided with the pale-faced Huang Zhongxiao, slowly dispersing. Third form and spirit. Giant's observation. Chen Wanyu couldn't help swallowing saliva, gazing at the young man's severely deformed face due to swelling and pulling, and those hollow, furious eyes, devoid of any living hue. She stepped back 2 steps, her heart pounding fiercely. For a moment, Chen Wanyu couldn't tell who the real cultist was. My friend. Huang Zhongxiao tugged at the corner of his mouth, showing a smile worse than crying. Mucus dripped from Zhang Fuxing's body, feeling the threefold, 9,600 pounds surging power within him. He clashed his fists, producing a bang of muffled sound. Looking down at this small cultist, Zhang Fuxing grinned, his heavy breathing like the hiss of a broken bellows, making his whole body tremble. He lifted his foot off the ground, leaving deep, sticky footprints. Then kick. With a violent blast, a tiny figure flew out like a cannonball, plowing a long trench on the ground. Huang Zhongxiao gasped, getting up from the rubble. He was a 6th refined martial artist, his own strength reaching 9,000 jin. Not really hurt, but the problem is this little giant has a fist. Technique close to the realm of intent. We'll meet again. Huang Zhongxiao tore another invisibility talisman. His figure suddenly blurred, disappearing out of thin air. He held his breath, tiptoeing, intending to sneak away from this dead-end alley. As he passed by the giant, Huang Zhongxiao couldn't help but glance sideways, seeing the dark, massive veins on the giant's body, and hearing the sound of gas being squeezed inside. What the hell is this thing? Who's the real cultist here? Wait, I'm the cultist, but dude, you look like you belong to an evil god. He cursed inwardly, his gaze moving up, glancing at those empty, lifeless, pale eyes staring at him, preparing to slip away. Wait a minute. Staring at me? The moonlight dimmed. Huang Zhongxiao looked up in horror, seeing a palm as big as a fan, full of intense stench, crashing down. Like a fly, he was swatted away, smashing into a wall, embedded within. Caught completely off guard, this time he was truly injured. Coughing up blood, he struggled to pull his re-emerging figure from between the walls. Huang Zhongxiao half-kneeled on the ground, stared steadfastly at the terrifying, decaying giant, and gasped heavily. The giant smiled cheerfully, a smile spreading across his twisted, decaying face, looking eerie and horrifying. Zhang Fuxing walked step by step towards Huang Zhongxiao, the foul-smelling wind pressing down. The cultist ducked and rolled away to gain distance, stood straight, and shouted. Zhang Fuxing looked at him with interest. What is it? He moved his body, a faint green, foul vapor visibly evaporating from beneath his skin, twisting to form a tiger head larger than his figure, rising and falling behind him. The cultist swallowed, clasped his hands, performed a meridian technique, and then turned his hands outwards. He held up a group photo. It was a photo of him with 3 elderly men. In the photo, 2 elders sat upright, while another elder stood side by side with a young man alongside. Huang Zhongxiao pointed to the bearded old man standing next to him in the photo. Zhang Fuxing almost choked on his breath. Pulling out a photo, what kind of weird move is that? Oh, using background to suppress oneself? Zhang Fuxing glanced at the photo, made a sound of surprise. In the photo, Huang Zhongxiao's master, Huang Haoyan, isn't that the 12 refined great martial artist in Hong Hospital that day? He grinned, letting out a hoarse and muffled laugh. Huang Zhongxiao's hand trembled. Perhaps it's a shared lineage. Huang Zhongxiao is cautious and meticulous in his actions. Though he doesn't compare to his master who remains carefree despite being hunted by the Federation over 100 times. Thus, he is understandably well informed about the people not to be provoked in Jiangzhou. A smile worse than a cry emerged on his face. Huang Zhongxiao suddenly paused, as if recalling something, and froze. Zhang Fuxing caught this keenly, grinning. "What is it? Did you think of something? Was it because of Hong Tianbao, or because of—" Huang Zhongxiao's expression fluctuated wildly. Looking at the giant approaching step by step, listening to the rumbling sound, he shouted loudly. Zhang Fuxing knocked him unconscious with a punch, then picked up Huang Zhongxiao's body, weighing it up. His form gradually returned to normal. He lowered his head, glanced at his perfect physique, and sighed. Where's the promised transformation without bursting clothes? He stood naked in the alley, his muscles and bones vibrating with thunderous sound, shaking off the tattered cloth and decayed mucus. Only then did Chun Wenyu snap back to reality, silently glanced at the boy's body, turned, and walked out of the alley. Only then did Zhang Fuxing turn his gaze towards the unconscious Huang Zhongxiao. There's a lot of information that can be dug out from this guy. How should I handle this? After a moment of contemplation, he made a call to the Peace Hotel in Dragon Boat City. The Peace Hotel is one of the main businesses under Hongji, managed by the senior disciple, and currently, Zhang Fuxing also holds 1/3 of its management rights. Chapter 48, The White Glove. Chapter 48, The White Glove, Dragon Boat City, 4th District, Peace Hotel. Lu Mingzhu gently tapped the redwood table, glancing at everyone present. A bald middle-aged man raised his hand. Manager, the Source Point Research Institute has confirmed that this time they're only recruiting one researcher in Dragon Boat City. Lu Mingzhu acknowledged with a sound. The bald middle-aged man asked. After a pause, she shifted her focus. One last thing, the 4th boss from Jiangzhou is arriving in Dragon Boat City today. The bald middle-aged man curiously asked. 4th boss? Lu Mingzhu smiled. The management answered in unison. At this moment, Lu Mingzhu's phone rang. The call connected. She frowned. Too many people outside the station. Why do we even have you? Afraid of being noticed if too close? After hanging up, the phone buzzed again within 2 minutes. She picked it up and looked, her eyebrows adjusting, her tone becoming respectful, but her expression unchanged. She put down the phone. After making brief arrangements, Lu Mingzhu leaned back in her chair, not paying much attention. Although they're all small cities, Jiangzhou is the peak of small cities, while Dragon Boat City is at the bottom. Small in scale, with excellent public security, the underworld is not as dangerous as Jiangzhou, nor are there as many experts. But managing to start from scratch and secure the place of Peace Hotel in Dragon Boat City, Lu Mingzhu's own ability is considered outstanding. Regarding this newly appointed so-called 4th boss, a first refined, not even as good as the 3rd boss's child, just needs to be humored and handled casually. Not long after, from outside the empty meeting room door, a series of footsteps sounded again. Lu Mingzhu leisurely straightened her clothes, calmly stood up, and put on a humble and gentle smile. The meeting room door opened, and a seemingly expected, delicate, and gentle young man walked in, his eyes filled with naivety and stupidity, like those students from Dragon Boat University. The young man extended his hand for a brief touch, and then quickly withdrew. Lu Mingzhu's eyes smiled even more. Still a shy fledgling? Soon after, she watched as the 4th boss turned around and extended the hand he had shaken with her. A great demon walked in and meticulously wiped the youth's hand with a pale blue handkerchief. Lu Mingzhu was somewhat dazzled. Behind the monster was an unconscious guy, with his head covered, making his appearance unclear. Zhang Fuxing retracted his hand and turned back, boldly sizing up the beautiful woman. The latter remained unperturbed. He simply instructed, "Bring it to me, and prepare 10 kilograms of gold bars," Zhang Fuxing directed. No one moved. Only when Lu Mingzhu nodded did someone run out, and shortly afterward brought in a sealed bag of star beast meat and a handbag containing 10 gold bars. each weighing a kilogram. The Federation's gold price is 100 per gram. 10 kilograms of gold bars is just over $1 million. Lu Mingzhu smiled. She couldn't help but glance at the fairy-like girl behind the fourth boss. Zhang Fuxing weighed the star beast meat and spoke kindly. Lu Mingzhu was taken aback. Such a thing happened? Rest assured, fourth boss, we will do our best to track them down. Zhang Fuxing calmly watched the two perform their routine. Upon entering the hotel, his spiritual will sense those two people who had monitored and spied at the station earlier. Zhang Fuxing gestured with his hand. Lu Mingzhu also motioned with her hand, and those accompanying left the meeting room, closing the door. Only 3 people remained in the room, along with an unconscious Huang Zhongxiao. Lu Mingzhu smiled sweetly, but before she could finish, her throat was grasped by Chen Wanyu and lightly raised. She excelled in management and struggles, but her cultivation was not high, just at the second refinement level. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Lu Mingzhu didn't struggle or call for help. She just let Chen Wanyu lift her up, her face starting to turn blue, until Zhang Fuxing made a nasal sound, and Chen Wanyu released her white palm. The beautiful woman fell to the ground, quickly got up, and lowered her head. Fourth boss, I was wrong. I will voluntarily accept the family punishment later. Zhang Fuxing, with great interest. Lu Mingzhu replied without hesitation. Severe punishment, live burial. Zhang Fuxing kicked the man beside him wearing a hood, lying unconscious on the ground. Huang Zhongxiao, send him to the house with a dungeon. Then send me the address and don't take off the hood. He glanced at Chen Wanyu, who nodded back. Zhang Fuxing looked again at Lu Mingzhu. Lu Mingzhu responded meticulously. Zhang Fuxing turned and left. Until his figure disappeared, Lu Mingzhu kept her head bowed and stood there as the person walked away. The 8 waiting managers walked in. Send Ms. after Chen Wanyu and the unconscious person were taken away. Lu Mingzhu finally murmured with her head lowered. The fourth boss is establishing his authority, but his methods are too immature to achieve results. She glanced over the 8 managers. The managers were puzzled, unaware of what had happened in the conference room. Soon, someone handed over a short knife, and then under the horrified gazes of the 8 people, Lu Mingzhu resolutely chopped off the 4 fingers of her left hand, then crushed the severed fingers underfoot. Arrange for someone to execute the family punishment tomorrow. The managers left one after another, leaving only one confidant. A confidant spoke in a low voice. Lu Mingzhu raised her left hand, examining the bleeding wound, and said, over 10 kilometers away, in a taxi. Zhang Fuxing, with eyes closed, squinted. This woman, quite ruthless, underestimated her. He indeed took advantage of the situation, planning to establish authority to make the upcoming tasks smoother, like relentlessly searching for star beast meat. But as Lu Mingzhu said, the methods were too immature. Even failed to establish authority, instead, revealed some details to others. Zhang Fuxing tiredly rubbed his brows, his spiritual will gradually retracting from the Peace Hotel, sighing with yearning. He suddenly realized that when it came to ruthlessness, he wasn't even as decisive as Chen Wanyu, who could mercilessly kick those manipulated travelers to death, while he instinctively stopped her. Zhang Fuxing asked himself, if it's true as the master said, if he has to eradicate a whole family, he might not really be able to twist a child's neck. At least it would be hard to do it with his own hands. In 2 lifetimes, not to say life was extravagantly wealthy, but at least both lives counted as harmonious families, frankly speaking, just an ordinary citizen of a peaceful society. Where did such a malicious mindset and ruthless means come from? Killing people can be done, but indiscriminate killing is indeed impossible. The mindset hasn't changed yet. Unless facing some extreme incident, Zhang Fuxing thinks he can achieve a significant mental shift in a short time. Maybe I need a... Zhang Fuxing thought. Yes, a glove, someone to do the dirty work for him. After all, out of sight, out of mind. Although Lu Mingzhu is ruthless enough, whether she's qualified remains to be seen. The taxi soon arrived at the 5th district estimated to arrive in 10 minutes. He casually sent a message to his cousin, Zhang Fuxing. I'm outside the district. Get ready to open the door for the arrival of the King Zhang Laxi. Fussy, pick up the courier at Station 1, 220757 Zhang Fuxing. One he nicknamed Zhang Xiaoxi as Zhang Laxi. Not long after, the taxi arrived at Jiyuan district. Still have to get a package. Zhang Fuxing grumbled, walking into the district, turning left and right, just in time to find the station before it closed at 9 o'clock. Standing in front of Zhang Xiaoxi's package, Zhang Fuxing fell into silence. Opened his phone. Zhang Laxi, the weather is great today. Zhang Fuxing, damn it, come down and get it yourself. Zhang Fuxing. Chapter 49, I want to sell my lifespan. Chapter 49, I want to sell my lifespan. The genes of the old Zhang family weren't bad. Both the siblings were quite handsome. Although Zhang Xiaoxi's features weren't as stunning as Chen Wanyu's, she was still finely beautiful with naturally great bone structure, at this moment lying lazily on the sofa, with her bare foot raised and swinging. Zhang Fuxi gave her foot a slap. Zhang Xiaoxi spoke in a teasing tone. Zhang Fuxing felt a twinge in his liver. Oh, my dad was summoned by the Public Security Bureau, and Mom went with him. Zhang Xiaoxi languidly got up, starting to unwrap the huge package that looked like a fridge. Zhang Fuxing was startled. She perked up instantly while unpacking. Zhang Fuxing looked at the large package she opened. Inside wasn't a fridge, but something like a large mainframe, he asked curiously. Zhang Xiaoxi said proudly, I'm one of only 3 people in our city qualified to enter the institute, but Dragon Boat City only has 1 spot. My skills are better, just a bit inexperienced. Zhang Fuxing, aware of the prestige. Source Point Research Institute. You don't know. Zhang Xiaoxi looked disdainful. They study different dimensions. They have the biggest supercomputer in our Golden Province, with loads of funding approved by the authorities. Zhang Fuxing's eyebrows twitched. Different dimensions? He recalled what Huang Qiuxian had mentioned, that the Western sect's flesh plague came from the 36 layers of heaven dimension. Zhang Fuxing asked without embarrassment. She touched the fridge-like computer like a treasure. Of course, there's also analysis of the spiritual world, helping to construct world models. Zhang Fuxing's interest grew stronger. Spiritual world. Zhang Xiaoxi might not know what it is, but he was well aware the divine realm. So, this Source Point Research Institute studies things like the divine realm and 36 layers of heaven dimension. That's something incredible. Looks like Sister Cece is going to soar high. But helping to construct spiritual world models or divine realm models, how does that work? Aren't these freely changeable according to one's mind? Better ask my master later. While Zhang Fuxing's mind spun with thoughts, Zhang Xiaoxi had already dragged her big treasure into her room. I'm off to do research. Do not disturb. Zhang Fuxing shook his head in resignation, walked into the kitchen, lit the stove, first cooked some star beast meat, consumed about 1/5 of it. The last dimness of the contract dissipated, cooling down. Zhang Fuxing frowned. He needed quite a few transactions coming up. Chen Wanyu and her mother, Huang Qiuxian, and finding a suitable recruit in Dragon Boat City. All needed transactions. Plus the time for cultivation, physical cultivation time. 3 refinements is too weak. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself. Entering his room and closing the door, Zhang Fuxing stood in the flower-picking stance, silently operating the Great Sun Scripture. The 3 paths of cultivation. The contemplation technique trains the spirit. The breathing technique is for drawing in the mysterious factor. But the main cultivation technique is the true method for cultivating. That's also why, without a main cultivation technique, one can only reach the first refinement with just breathing and contemplation 2 methods at most. In between one breath and another, under the interference of Zhang Fuxing's spiritual will, countless mysterious factors were captured and streamed into his body with his breathing, circulating through the route of the Great Sun Scripture. His current body, flawless and free from impurity, might not compare to special constitutions, but among average people, he's a real genius. 1 complete circulation too. After 6 hours and 24 circulations, a bottleneck began to loosen. The spiritual traveled within again, bound those mysterious factors, forcibly breaking the shackles. Throughout his muscles, forcibly merging them, silently. Fourth refinement accomplished. This time he gained 1,000 pounds of strength instantly. Zhang Fuxing felt the over 4,000 pounds of strength within him and exhaled a breath of clear energy. His face lit up with a smile. Zhang Fuxing clenched his fist, his whole body's muscles rippling like waves, and his energy coursing through his veins. He looked inward and noticed that after entering the fourth refinement, the light red energy within carried a faint gold glow. Zhang Fuxing finished his cultivation, gently shook his head and sighed, but suddenly a thought occurred to him. I can't purchase the progress for Dead Man's Bone, but I can buy and sell. His eyes flickered. Lifespan is essentially manifested on the body. As time passes, the body gradually deteriorates, nearing its limit, until it completely exhausts. If I buy 100 years of remaining lifespan from an ordinary person, would he die young and strong? Or Zhang Fuxing listened to the slow, steady breathing from the room next door, lifted the curtain, and gazed at the crescent moon in the sky. Zhang Fuxing licked his lips, bursting with excitement. He paced back and forth. If the hypothesis proved true and selling lifespan could indeed accelerate Dead Man's Bone, buying back the lifespan wouldn't make it disappear. It would be worth a try. Worst case, just some loss of star beast meat. Chapter 50. Forced Confession Through Torture. Chapter 50. Forced confession through torture. Zhang Fuxing always believed that decisive action is the key to a person's success. Once you have an idea, you should act on it immediately. So, at 3 a.m, set off. His spiritual thoughts extended into thin filaments, suddenly reaching 10 kilometers away, then sweeping in a circular motion every household, every surveillance camera, all within his sight without missing anything. Even next door, Zhang Xiaoxi was sleeping soundly. Damn, why does this guy sleep without clothes? Zhang Fuxing quickly retracted his thoughts. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. He left the house. Using spiritual interference, he first transformed into the appearance of Zhong Mountain, then suddenly blurred, becoming transparent. Following the address sent by Chen Wanyu, it didn't take long for Zhang Fuxing to arrive in front of a villa also located in the 5th district. He habitually scanned the 10-kilometer range, raising an eyebrow. A white minivan was parked far from the villa. It's the investigation bureau again, caught up so fast. Zhang Fuxing approached the white minivan with interest, standing outside the car, his spiritual thoughts curiously scanning the people inside. A total of 5 people. By perception, none are weak, with tough skin and bulging muscles. The weakest at the level of the 3 refinements of flesh, the apparent leader possibly at the level of the 3 tendons refinements. Judging from the state of their large tendons, they're about at the 7th refinement or 8th refinement, with a total strength of at least 20,000 pounds. He reached out to touch the engine cover from the tire tracks and the residual warmth of the engine. The minivan had only arrived shortly. Zhang Fuxing thought to himself, 3 encounters with the investigation bureau. Each time Chen Wanyu was present. This time it's direct proof, clearly monitoring that villa. He looked up at the sky, though he couldn't see it, but feared that satellites were already monitoring the villa as well. Chen Wanyu's eternal burning heart, or completely transparent with spiritual infection, even isolating heat, breath, and sound, he stood in front of the minivan, unnoticed by anyone. A voice came from inside the minivan. Not yet. The 7 killing words left by that mysterious grandmaster. The mental pollution is too severe. The Vanguard team members chatted casually. Someone joked. Zhang Fuxing listened thoughtfully. Decades as a governor? In some sense, what's the difference between Dragonboat City and this governor's personal property? Taking root and intertangling. The tentacles likely extended into every trade and industry in Dragonboat City. A very suitable target. The only problem is the governors of small cities are among the best in martial arts, even grandmasters. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts moved, divine realm silently enveloped the minivan, weaving them an identical but false reality, then walked towards a villa. 5th District Public Security Bureau. Zhang Wenhua's head bobbed, clearly exhausted, but with 4 high-lumen floodlights shining on him, accompanied by the piercing noise from the speaker beside him. He couldn't sleep at all. The chief inspector rapped the table with an electric baton, and the 4 floodlights suddenly went out. Zhang Wenhua took a heavy breath, his eyes bloodshot. Chen Yongji twirled the electric baton and smiled. Zhang Wenhua was stunned. Chen Yongji pursed his lips. His subordinate from the public security brought over a basin of water, pressing Zhang Wenhua's hand into it, and the electric baton followed. Amidst crackling electric sparks and sharp sounds, Zhang Wenhua let out an uncontrollable scream. After a moment, Chen Yongji released the electric baton, smiling. He placed a confession in front of Zhang Wenhua, indicating for him to sign his name and press his fingerprint. Zhang Wenhua retched, his lips quivering. He fully understood. Now, the flower was planted there by this chief Inspector Chun, maybe even the fire. But why target him? He breathed heavily. Before he could finish, a security officer placed a thick book on his chest, then began to hammer it repeatedly with a small mallet. Zhang Wenhua's internal organs shook violently, the chest pain unbearable. He couldn't catch his breath at all. 1 punishment, 2 punishments, 3 punishments. Chen Yongji tried various ways, yet without exception, none of them left visible marks on Zhang Wenhua's body. 30 minutes. I'll sign. Even if he hadn't gone through these things, he knew if he stubbornly refused to sign, the torment would never end. At this moment, he signed a pre-prepared confession with a hoarse voice, not even reading it. At this moment, it wouldn't matter to read it or not. Chen Yongji snatched up the confession, smiling. Zhang Wenhua looked up as if struck by lightning. Chen Yongji. He struggled wildly, the handcuffs clattering against the iron table. Chen Yongji watched with a smile. When Zhang Wenhua was exhausted, he finally spoke slowly. Chen Yongji stood up. He didn't want to create too much commotion, nor did he want to really enter this confession into the system. Governor Wang despised such coerced confessions. Voluntarily giving up was indeed the best solution. Chen Yongji patted his cheek, signaling his subordinates to restore the surveillance. Task completed effortlessly. Small people without backgrounds are the easiest to handle. Villa basement. Chen Wanyu sat upright, injecting the 4th high-concentration blood-suppressant toxin of the night into Huang Zhongxiao's body. The blood-suppressant toxin can disrupt the circulation of blood and qi, cutting off the power points within the body. Even for this 6th refinement expert, it can significantly suppress. So much so that even strong steel chains couldn't be broken. Huang Zhongxiao weakly spoke. Don't you want to save your mother? Chen Wanyu fell silent for a moment. Huang Zhongxiao's lips moved, but he was speechless. In front of the entire Western sect, Hongji was naturally insignificant like an ant, but if it's just the Western sect entrenched around Jiangzhou City, it might not really surpass Hongji. Before he could finish, he suddenly felt something, and together with Chen Wanyu, they both turned their heads. From an unknown point, a corner of the basement suddenly had an aged, weathered old man. He sat cross-legged in the air, surrounded by dim, vague visions, filled with raging fire and sharp blades. Immense oil cauldrons brimming with countless ghostly apparitions. Iron rods hung with dripping corpses. Accompanied by short flute sounds, drumming, chanting, various sounds emanated from behind the old man, intermittently, dimly, yet vividly. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.